9:30 बजे स्टार्ट।
Volume at the same level where we were.
जी यहाँ पे रखा हुआ है।
स्लाइड चेंजर करने जरूरत नहीं।
स्लाइड चेंजर यहाँ पे स्पीकर्स को देने के लिए बोला इसलिए।
अच्छा स्पीकर से।
हाँ कि यहाँ से प्रोवाइड कर दो या फिर यहाँ पे एक जने को खड़ा कर दीजिए वो बता
हेलो।
या तो हम यही रख देते हैं इंसान के ऊपर।
हमारे लिए कहाँ से
हाँ एग्जैक्टली
बताइए। हमें सब मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि हम लोगों का भी यहाँ पर खड़ा रहना डिस्टर्ब करेगा मुझे, क्योंकि हमारे पास बैक साइड की चेयर है। बैठिए
अंदर रहेगा
चेयर रहेगा। यहाँ लगा देते 2 चेयर्स,
क्योंकि बहुत अजीब हो जाएगा अदरवाइज अपन बार बार अंदर रहेंगे, किसी ने कुछ बोला तो झगड़ा या अपने को कौन किसी को अपने को कुछ बोलना है। ये थोड़ा सा साइड में जाना है, क्लोज गैलरी है।
आप जो भी है
ठीक है।
पकड़ा
और सज्जनों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार. A very warm and lovely morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. आनंद मंगल मंगलम नित प्रियम भारत भारतम स्वागतम अथ स्वागतम स्वागतम शुभ स्वागतम. It means we extend our hearty welcome to the holy land of our beloved country, India, a land where joy is flourished, love is nurtured, and happiness is spread. A land which seeks and wishes welfare and prosperity for one and all on this planet. Again, quoting a shloka from Sanskrit, Ayam nijah paro veti ganna laghu chet sam udar charita naam tu vasudhaiv kutumbakam, which means narrow-minded people always talk about this is mine, that is yours. But generous people consider the whole world as their family. That is why the theme for G20 presidency year in India has been kept as Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. During one of his addresses, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has underlined the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. He further added that the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objective should be the focus, should be the goal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of great privilege, pleasure, and pride that to achieve one such common and concrete objective of net zero, the dignitaries from India and abroad have gathered here at this international seminar. And the topic of the seminar is the role of small modular reactors in energy transitions. Before we begin with the seminar, again, it is a matter of pleasure. Let me introduce to you all with my co-host of today's program, Madam Rinki Khandelwal. Over to you, Madam Rinki.
Thank you. Thank you, Prince Ji, for a wonderful start of the day with a beautiful quote and setting the tone for the entire day. So, hello everyone, warm welcome, namaste. I am Rinki Khandelwal, your co-host for the day. And to begin with, I would say that I really feel great to be presented with this opportunity to be a part of this seminar and to be hosting an international G20 seminar. As he said, this G20 international seminar on the role of small modular reactors in energy transition has been organized by NITI Aayog, Department of Atomic Energy, and NTPC Limited under 3rd Energy Transformation Wing Group under India's G20 presidency. So the agenda for today is the intention to bring together the entire industry, the policy makers, the public sector enterprises, the private sector companies, the regulatory bodies, and international agencies to come together to deliberate upon the key issues related to the development and deployment of SMRs. This exercise aims to initiate discussions around the way forward for enabling policy, regulatory framework, and other challenges that are faced by nuclear sector that can accelerate the development and deployment of SMRs. So, thank you for hearing us patiently. And as Mark Twain said, that the secret of getting ahead is getting started. So without any delay, let's begin with our program. Start with our plenary session. And for that, I would request the following dignitaries to kindly come to the dais. May I request Dr. Ajit Kumar Mahanti, Chairman, Atomic Energy and Secretary, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Kindly be seated, sir. I may now request Mr. K.N. Vyas, former Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India, to kindly come. I would like to call now Mr. Dohi Han, Coordinator, Department of Nuclear Energy, International Atomic Energy Agency. Welcome, sir. I would also call Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member Energy, Niti Aayog, Government of India. So we were also to be joined by Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, G20 Presidency India, and also by Dr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog. But due to some prior commitments, they are not present with us today. But they have graced the occasion with a video message that will be here, that we'll be hearing shortly. So welcome everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Rinki, and welcoming dignitaries on the dais. And we, the people of India, consider our guests as deity. So with a resolution that dignitaries on dais are our deity, the positive energy, the aroma and fragrance of their persona may emanate from this room and be absorbed in the whole world. Let us begin with a seminar which says the role of small modular reactors in energy transition. So to present the welcome address, before I call upon Dr. Ajit Kumar Mohanty, Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary to Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy, I would like to present before you a brief introduction about him. Dr. Ajit Kumar Mohanty, Director of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, took over the charge of Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy on 3rd May 2023. Very recently, we congratulate him for this position and accepting the new assignment. Dr. Mohanty was born in Odisha in 1959, completed his graduation in 1979 with honors in physics, and then his post-graduation in 1981, and then in 1983 he joined the Nuclear Physics Division of Bhabha Atomic Research Center. He obtained his doctorate from Mumbai University. Dr. Mohanty worked in several areas of nuclear physics, may it be at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Phoenix, and CMS experiments at Brookhaven National Laboratory, USA, and CERN, Geneva. Dr. Mohanty held several honorary positions at various organizations. He served as the Indian Physics Association as General Secretary and later as its President. He had been the spokesperson for India CMS collaboration, Director Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, and Director Physics Group Bhabha Atomic Research Center. He has twice been the CERN Scientific Associate. Dr. Mohanty is recipient of the Young Physicist Award, the Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Award, and the Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award from Department of Atomic Energy. Recently, Dr. Mohanty was conferred Honorary Doctorate of Literature by Utkal University. Let us welcome Dr. Ajit Kumar Mohanty on the dais to present a welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. So, very warm welcome to India, and particularly G20 seminar. And I have something to say little formally, but let me welcome you a bit informally also, because when we talked about energy transition, let me talk about energy a little different definition the way I understand, because I'm a nuclear physicist. I work with energy. But then you all must have heard that, we must have heard earlier that energy is neither conserved nor created. It is always remain conserved. Energy is conserved, neither destroyed nor created. So then how it happens? Like if you know, when you all are, this universe was born, what we call Big Bang, it was full of energy, it seems. Only energy, nothing else. But as things cooled down, everything happened. Atom creators, element creators. But then, you know that total energy, only 4 to 5% only appearing as a matter today. Remaining, we don't know what is happening. It is probably, it is a dark energy and dark matter. Only 5% is visible. That is what we are all made up of. But then out of this 5%, we take out some energy when we break it or do it, because nature has stored all the energy which we are talking about in the form of atoms, nothing else. Although we talk about solar energy, wind energy, but then it is all because sun is burning fuel through fusion reactions, and all what is happening in the earth, it is because of the existence of the sun. So that way we see all energy in a way, creation of that energy which is coming from the nucleus. Fusion. Sun is using fusion process. Probably technologically it is not matured, so we are not able to adopt it. That is also nuclear energy. Fission is proven, technologically it is proven. And that is what fission reactors is, and we have been using reactors, bigger reactors. Today we talk about small modular reactors for the advantages, which I will be talking a little later. But then, why so important? It is not that we are not knowing energy is important, but we have realized its effect. Two big discovery in the mankind's people have done. One is, if I allowed to say that, one important discovery, two seminal paper was written almost same time in mid-60s. One by Peter Higgs, you know, who told that there is a God particle which is discovered in Geneva, and it has given mass to everybody. And Nobel Prize was given in 2013. But another seminal discovery was done by Professor Tanambe around that time. He told that there is a strong link between carbon dioxide emission and the temperature it is rising. We never bothered about it, nor we did an experiment, because it is very difficult to do that experiment. But we are smarter. The human race did that experiment. Today, by our own activity, we have proven that temperature can rise if CO2 emission is more in the atmosphere. And he got Nobel Prize because of 21, you know, that it is for global warming and climate change. But then what we are doing today? We probably, if that is the reason of global warming, we know how to mitigate it also. We can increase our activity, we need energy, and only way we can mitigate this if we harness energy from the nucleus, fission or fusion, big reactor or small reactors. That is what we are talking about. Today we are talking about small reactors because it has such one advantage. It probably belongs to third and fourth generation reactors, ultra safe. And some people would like to say it is not small modular reactor. Probably some people say it is a safe modular reactor. But then I will give another definition. This is, you can think about it. This conference will be building more small reactors. It has its site-specific advantages. We can put in a small footprint. We can replace with a coal-fire station. And it is extremely safe, ultra safe. You will be discussing the model. It could be integral, it could be a block, but whatever, it is the safest reactor we can have, and we can build in numbers, factory made. But then can we think a little beyond, because this energy you have to produce further and further. All these reactors are, whether bigger or smaller, you know a word called, these are critical reactors. When I say critical, there is a fission process, you must have heard the name chain reaction. So that whatever happens per fission, 1 Newton should be available for further fission. So chain reaction should continue. That's why it is critical, and that you have to maintain. Because of this criticality, if a little bit goes wrong, criticality goes up, then it becomes a little bit explosive. That's why we have to be very careful maintaining it critical. But can we think of a subcritical system? So that if that happens, even can I think of a subcritical small modular reactor? Maybe next generation. So that what will happen? Some modular reactor which we are making today, instead of taking neutron by the fission process, all the neutrons, can I provide neutrons from the outside and then make my reactor subcritical, and neutron comes from outside, so, and it runs. And it is more than 100% safe. Nothing will happen. The moment external source of a neutron, you cut it, reactor also gets disconnected. And that is what we are calling new technologies, accelerator-driven subcritical system. A technology which scientists are working together. In India also we are trying to do that. It can be big reactor, it can be small reactors, but it will be subcritical, so that extra neutrons can come, which will provide for the reactions, chain reactions, and at a given time, your reactor will be subcritical. And advantage is, you can directly burn thorium into this reactor, because neutrons are there. So it can be a thorium reactor also, it can be utilized. So these are the futures. And why I'm talking about, because we are talking about SMR today. We have to produce SMR, we need it much more than that. we have to improve it also, because energy requirement is not going to be over. We have to produce higher and higher version safe reactors, subcritical reactors one day. So like this, we have to produce it, and this talk is all about. I will not be talking much, you will be discussing. And once again, I welcome you all to this conference, and you will enjoy your conference. And those who are from outside, I hope you will also get some time to go around and see Mumbai and India, and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your knowledge sharing session on the need to deploy and also the improvement required in SMRs. Now let us hear our second address for today from Mr. K.N. Vyas, former Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Sir is a mechanical engineering graduate of MS University, Vadodara, and a graduate of the 22nd batch of BARC Training School. Joining the department in 1979, he commenced his career with forays into nuclear reactor fuel designs. The insights gained by his studies led to the design of the 7x7 cluster for BWR fuel having superior performance characteristics. He is a recipient of several honors and awards, such as the Indian Nuclear Society Outstanding Service Award 2011, Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award 2006, and Dr. N. Kondal Rao Memorial Award 2017. He is also a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers 2015. It's a pleasure to be hearing from you, sir. Kindly welcome to the stage.
No, I think you will be able to see it. We can see, but our. Oh, yeah.
It will come there and we can see. It's okay.
Yeah. This is for advancing? Fine, perfect, okay. So, first of all, thank you very much, and Niti Aayog also for giving me this chance to speak. I must admit that I have put a few things together, and this is becoming the first, I would say, presentation. I'm sorry I have put these things rather too hurriedly. So I'll try to set some tone. I do not know whether it will be positive, negative, or neutral. Let's see. Thank you. So this first couple of slides are very well-known slides. This is United Nations request to all of us, all the countries, that the global average temperature has increased by about 1.1 degrees Celsius from the initial days of pre-industrialization, and there is an appeal to all of us that we should limit it to about 1.5 degrees centigrade. The NASA trend shows that from 1880 to 2011 or so, the temperature increased about 1.1 degrees Celsius. And if you see these three bars for uncertainty, you see on earlier days measurements were not accurate enough, so uncertainty level is more. Subsequently, if you see the data in this particular century, the uncertainty levels are low, which is an indication that we are able to gather data much better. We have better idea about our modeling, whatever averaging that we do. And when I looked up the internet further, this is a World Meteorological Organization report which says the temperatures are going to increase, severity of storms is going to increase, the drought probability and severity of drought is also going to increase, and the ocean levels are going to rise. Anybody who is reading newspapers would see this particular thing. And the data which I have gathered from the same report in the published in August 2021, it's a fairly well researched and peer reviewed report. You see in early 70s the three four colors that we see. The first is the decade of 70s, then 80s, then 90s. So you see the frequency of the natural disasters happening, whether it is storm, which is denoted by the name that if you see the Bangladesh storm in 1970, which is Bhola storm, and then the final one is USA in 2017, Irma. So number of deaths or number of casualties have reduced because we are able to predict well, we are able to take care also of the citizens, but at the same time economic losses has been continuously increasing from about $120 billion to $324 billion in the last decade. Once again, the photograph, I would say the collage made by IAEA agency as a part of ARIS database. We have very large number of design options possible. They are varying based on the types, the power levels, and the safety features. A large number of designs are there. And if we sort of collate those designs, we find the one which are in red, they have reached comparatively better level of maturity, and the one in the back, the black, the work is still in progress. I must admit there is a bias which has been put in. When I was reviewing the slide just yesterday evening, I realized there is a bias. Most of the design which I have shortlisted here, they are water reactor design. I must admit, China, they have made a reactor operational which is a gas-cooled reactor. Russian Federation is working on metal-cooled reactors also, which is progressed reasonably well. And of course, Canada has started work on the molten salt reactor. So I'm sorry, the bias is visible, but I mean, if I had one more day, I would have corrected this particular thing. I have not included those three reactor types. Now, I come to the suggestion or the opinion I have about the working out the way forward. The first one is most important, which is utilities. The utility has to decide typical SMR power level. The power level is varying from few kilowatts or few tens of kilowatts to about 300, 400 megawatts also. So they have to decide what is the most suitable power reactor power level that is necessary, and this is most important from the economics part of it. It is not that earlier the reactors were not being made, but it is economics. The work started. This just shows the way Westinghouse Electric Corporation, the reactor powers or reactor designs change. Started with shipping port, which was a demonstration reactor. It went to two-loop system. Large number of reactors made, having a power level about 500 megawatt. Then it went to three-loop system, where the power was almost of the order of 700 to 900 megawatt, and four-loop system, the most modern one, 950 to 1200 megawatt reactors. The core size has increased. There was definitely an idea of modularity. This is a typical case for Westinghouse reactor design, but in Russian Federation also, Hydropress Design Bureau, they started with 210 megawatt reactor at Novovoronezh, which was increased to 440. Then it was increased to 1000 megawatt, and it was increased to 1200 megawatt as of now. So each and every design bureaus, they have followed this particular system. They are for large reactors. So economics is going to play a very major role. And that is where it is going to be important that the utility decides that this is the power level which is going to be most suitable. Subsequently, the designers come into picture. Few suggestions for designers as well. There are large number of options available. So design team, design agency should reduce the option and work on the design which is going to have the fastest deployment possibility, which is going to be important for both utility as well as government. So this is other suggestion I have. Then in parallel, interactions with regulators should start, so that finally what are the deliverables regulator is going to expect from the designer should be worked out. And it is not just one regulator which is say AERB, it is going to be Apart from AERB, safety, security, safeguard, including non-proliferation aspect should be sort of decided so that there is a general consensus among the regulators and the designers. Then next one is the try to complete the design to the maximum possible extent, because the lack in the design is what is going to cause delays, which is the experience world over. And try to carry out simultaneous optimization, because just 1 or 2 or 5 SMRs are not going to be sufficient. We may have to produce large number of SMRs. So if as a part of optimization, if there are some problems created, so there should be a simultaneous effort towards optimization also. Then the sort of, I would say, support that is going to be needed from regulators. Regulators should give some clarity formally as well as informally to the designer and utility about the guidelines which are going to be there. Whether graded approach is likely to be, I do understand regulators cannot give opinion unless the design is transparent and it is made available to them. But at the same time, whether regulators will have, we may consider about relaxation compared to say a 1200 megawatt reactor compared to that 150 megawatt reactor, whether any a relaxation is going to be there or not, it should be made available to utility as well as designers. And harmonize the guidelines with other regulators, because if the same design is reviewed by another regulator and if the requirements are going to be different, obviously it is going to create a problem at a later date. So harmonization is one of the important aspect. Then one of the major role has to be played by government also. There has to be a decision that SMRs are required to be implemented. Government should provide suitable policy support so that interaction between utilities, designer and industry takes place. Government should provide support to industry so that augmentation of infrastructure is able to take place, because for mass production the existing infrastructure may not be adequate for all the items. And finally, when we have large number of SMRs, they are going to be placed at different sites. So if there is no public acceptance, there may be delays associated with this. If you have one site and on that if there are say large number of say 1600 megawatt or reactors to be placed, the conviction for only small locality is going to be necessary. Here if it is spread all around, there is going to be a need for leadership of the government to ensure public acceptance. So fine, this is where I conclude. Effects of climate change due to global warming are visible and cannot be wished away. We have to address. Setting up nuclear power plant is not a trivial activity. It needs to be done in a dedicated manner. So one has to, industry, regulator, designers and government should put their efforts together. And the decisions should be taken fast, should not be, and it should not be changed once again because of some reason. It should be considered decision. And in my, I would say, personal opinion, SMRs can play an important role to supplement low carbon electricity needs. And it is, I am thankful to Dr. Saraswati. He is basically pushing Department of Atomic Energy. So this sentence is, I would say, I would dedicate to him, that we may not have too much time to decide, we should move as fast as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Esteemed members of the House, we were listening to Dr. Kamlesh Neelkant Vyas, former Chairman of Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary DAE. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing from your treasure of knowledge and giving insights about the nuclear technology. Moving ahead with the program, we have among us one more dignitary on dais, Dr. Dohi Han, the SMR Platform Coordinator from International Atomic Energy Agency. Dr. Han is currently serving as SMR Platform Coordinator and Chair of SMR Platform Implementation Team at the International Atomic Energy Agency. He previously assumed the position of Director of the Division of nuclear power at IAEA in September 2015. He has over 30 years of experience in the nuclear field. Before joining the IAEA, he was Vice President for Advanced Nuclear Energy Systems at Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute. Having served on numerous national and international committees on advanced nuclear systems, he has also been the Technical Director for Generation 4 International Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Do-hee Han.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here with you today. From the perspectives of the International Atomic Energy Agency, this event is quite timely. It is no secret that small modular reactors are among the most promising emerging technologies in nuclear energy. Interest in SMRs is growing around the world, across many of the member states, from experienced nuclear power operating countries to newcomers which look to expand their options for clean and reliable energy. Significant industrial efforts are underway to facilitate SMR development and deployment to meet this growing demand. The IAEA is also doing its part. The SMR platform, which I chair, was established to help facilitate the deployment of safe and secure SMRs. The platform provides member states with a single point of access for all the agency services on SMRs, from support on technology development and deployment to safety, security, and safeguards. The scientific consensus is clear. More nuclear power is needed. Whether it's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change or International Energy Agency, the message is clear. Nuclear power generating capacity will need to expand significantly if we are to reach our net zero goals. Nuclear is one of the few, if not the only energy source that can generate at scale and virtually without emissions all three energy carriers: electricity, heat, and hydrogen. This will be key to our energy future, and for some countries, SMRs may be the means to this end due to their expected advantages in terms of cost and flexibility. The need for flexible and affordable power generation for a wide range of users and applications is a key driving force behind SMR development. Other factors include the need to replace aging fossil-fired units, to enhance safety attributes, and to reduce land and cooling water use. In all these senses, SMRs can be game changers, bringing significant innovation to the industry. But we must temper this optimism with an understanding of the challenges we still face. There are more than 80 proposed SMR designs under varying phases of development worldwide. This reflects both the enthusiasm around their potential and the wide spectrum of technologies at play. In reality, only a few designs, perhaps around 10, will have started construction, be in operation, or connected to the grid within the next decade or so. We can see this time as a sort of demonstration period for the first-of-a-kind units, whose total capacity will only amount to about 2 gigawatts electric, hardly a significant contribution at this stage to the clean energy transition. What's more, although SMRs may offer lower upfront capital costs per unit, their economic competitiveness will still need to be proven through large-scale deployment. Now, None of this means that SMRs cannot play an important role in the transition to net zero. But several challenges will need to be addressed, including finding common approaches to regulatory and industrial harmonization to facilitate timely deployment. The IAEA, by the way, together with many stakeholders from industry and regulatory authorities from around the world, is also working on this important aspect through its nuclear harmonization and standardization initiative. Assuming we continue to face these challenges head-on, there is no reason we shouldn't be optimistic about the future of SMRs, which offer the promise of expanding access to nuclear energy through more affordable and flexible power generation. Together with large advanced reactors, SMRs can help ensure that nuclear achieves its full potential in helping the world to achieve net zero and sustainable development. In conclusion, I thank the organizers of this important seminar for the opportunity to be here today. And I wish you a very successful seminar today, and I'm looking forward to fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Han, for your beautiful words. I am sure with the kind of knowledge sharing that is happening today, the takeaway for today is going to be really a big bunch. Now, we shall be hearing a video message from Shri Suman Berry, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog. Due to some prior commitment, he is not present with us today. So, Shri Suman Berry is currently Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog in the rank and status of Cabinet Minister. An experienced policy economist and research administrator, Mr. Berry took over as Niti Aayog Vice Chairperson from 1st May 2022. He has also worked with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., which he joined through the Young Professional Program. His professional writing includes contributions on the political economy of reform, financial sector, banking reform, and energy trends and policy. Mr. Berry has a master's degree in public affairs from Princeton University School of Public and International Affairs and an undergraduate degree in philosophy, politics, and economics from Magdalen College, University of Oxford. Let's hear from Mr. Berry.
Good morning. I'm extremely sorry that unavoidable circumstances do not allow me to be at this G20 event in person. This G20 International Seminar on the role of small modular reactors is being organized jointly by the Department of Atomic Energy and Niti Aayog, the institution I'm privileged to lead as its vice chairman, together with other partners. It is an endeavor to initiate a conversation on this important subject. The clean energy transition underway around the world and in India requires exploration of innovative technologies for decarbonization and for achieving the various net zero goals. With the G20 presidency held by India, it is our endeavor to catalyze global action in the spirit of our G20 slogan, One Earth, One Family, One Future. Policymakers across the world are concerned, rightly, about climate change and creating an enabling environment for a transition to cleaner energy. It will take a global shift in the energy supply mix to realize these objectives. Energy efficiency measures and a spectrum of renewable energy technologies will be required to facilitate this shift. Nuclear energy is expected to be an important part of the transition story. In India's own context, nuclear energy is estimated to have saved 650 million tons of CO2 emissions since the inception of our nuclear plants. India's current nuclear installed capacity is 6.8 gigawatts, comprising 22 operational nuclear reactors, but this is just 1.6% of the total installed power capacity. Going forward, nuclear power can also serve non-electric applications like hydrogen production, desalination, and district heating. It is in this context that the role of small modular reactors, SMRs, is worth consideration. Nuclear power harnessed through large reactors comes at a high cost. Since large reactors are built on site, they forego benefits that modularization could offer. It is anticipated that assembly line manufacturing through modularization can offer significant cost savings. But for this to happen, it would be necessary to envision and design reactors with the possibility of repetitive manufacturing while still maintaining strict quality control. Over a sufficiently long time frame, such an approach could yield benefits through learning curves and the economies of serial production. However, all of this will need to be demonstrated before it becomes safe to say that SMRs are indeed a low-cost solution, and the roadmap for development and, more importantly, deployment of SMRs will have to incorporate an understanding of expected cost curves. Safety is of paramount importance, and this seminar will see discussions around the regulatory framework and safeguards. It must be elucidated by the nuclear regulatory bodies as to what part of current regulations and safeguards developed for large nuclear reactors can apply to SMRs, and indeed what new aspects need to be deliberated upon. Given the fresh ways in which production would be organized, would mean that some previously unused materials, component forms, structural forms, and configuration will be incorporated, which would be key to building confidence and improving public perception. These technical dimensions apart, financing remains a critical challenge for accelerated development and deployment of SMRs. Given that investors abhor uncertainty, the initial stages of building prototype plants may require seed capital from governments and additional support in terms of research and development. However, private sector participation will also be required, and it is necessary that the constraints facing private investment be identified, such as high investment costs, safety issues, construction times, nuclear waste management issues, and even proliferation risks. In conclusion, SMRs have, as a variable baseload supply, have the possibility to provide a beneficial synergy between clean energy options as a hybrid with other renewable energy sources, and can also offer off-grid solutions for isolated places. discussions such as these can set the agenda for future developments in this area. And I congratulate the team from NITI Aayog and the Department of Atomic Energy for organizing the symposium. Again, my regrets at not being able to meet many of you in person. I wish the symposium every success. Thank you.
Now let's hear a video address from our next speaker of the day, and he's also not present here today with us, Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, G20 Presidency, India. Dr. Kant is presently G20 Sherpa of India during its presidency year. He was CEO, NITI Aayog, the Government of India's premier policy think tank, and prior to that, Secretary, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. He is the author of several books, Branding India, An Incredible Story, Incredible India 2.0, and has edited The Path Ahead, Transformative Ideas for India, and has also been a key driver of Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and God's Own Country initiatives, which position and branded India and Kerala state as leading manufacturing tourism destinations. These campaigns have won several international awards and embraced a host of activities: infrastructure development, product enhancement, private-public partnership, and positioning and branding. So let's hear what Sir Kant has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Saraswat, let me at the outset extend a very warm welcome to all the participants and congratulate NITI Aayog for organizing this very significant side event under the third Energy Transition Working Group meeting in Mumbai. Energy has been a very critical element of G20 since 2009 for a sustainable global economy, and energy transition plays a very critical role in achieving the net zero target by 2070, and nuclear energy is one of the primary forms of energy. Advancement in this area not only inspires possibilities of deep space exploration and extraterrestrial habitations, but also presents a potent solution to the existential crisis that's staring humanity in our face today, that is the irreversible climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, as G20 nations committed to the philosophy of one earth, one family and future, it's our moral responsibility to step up the efforts that could prevent submergence of the populations of islands and coastal regions, exodus of climate refugees, irretrievable damage to ecosystems and loss of biodiversity. While commercialization of the nuclear fusion technology is still a few decades away, recent developments in the fission technology, like Generation 4 reactors and small modular reactors, offer hope of boosting the mitigation efforts by accelerating energy transition. SMRs can effectively complement the available nuclear fleet and technologies in ramping up the contribution of nuclear energy to the global energy mix, which today stands at just a little above 4%. The essential characteristic of the SMR technologies lies in the adaptability to the diverse applications, with designs ranging from less than 30 megawatt to 300 plus megawatt. Thus, on the one hand, they can be deployed for salination, desalination of water or space heating, while on the other, they could supply energy for industrial heat and hydrogen production. The non-electrical applications discussed are in addition to the core application of nuclear reactors, including SMRs, to generate electricity. The Energy Progress Report 2022 indicates that 733 million people lacked access to electricity in 2020. It also underlines there is a case for harnessing all available sources of low carbon electricity for reaching the underserved populations. Ladies and gentlemen, SMRs open up the possibilities of both on-grid as well as off-grid remote applications. When connected to the grid, they may either be deployed to provide baseload power or operated flexibility to support integration of renewables into the grid. Thus, the myriad configurations in which SMRs can be deployed enable them to play a potentially important role in energy transition. The advantage of SMRs lie in, firstly, the speed of installation and cost savings. Secondly, enhanced safety and security feature. Thirdly, flexibility of installation and fitting options, especially their placement in remote, isolated areas that are currently dependent on diesel generators. Fourthly, baseload power in support of renewables. Fifthly, better waste management. And sixthly, better recourse efficiency. Private sector participation, to my mind, needs to be allowed in SMR sector, in the atomic energy sector for SMRs to take advantage of higher efficiencies. State DISCOM should bring tariff-based competitive bidding on build, own, operate, own basis SMRs, and AERC should regulate timely execution and safety aspects. India also needs to work with USA so that it is provided unfettered access to cutting-edge technology by granting general authorization to India under 10 CFR 810 and 10 CRF 110 and giving India the ability to co-produce the SMR plants in US and India and further bring down their costs. This can be a win-win situation for both India and the United States of America. This initiative will radically reduce time and cost overruns and reduce high capex. It will lead to establishing manufacturing of SMRs in India and export of SMRs to other countries from India. I hope that the deliberations and discussions in this seminar would open up avenues for collaborations that enable further development and faster deployment of disruptive technologies like SMRs. This is the time, and this is the time to make policy changes, ensure that we are able to get major breakthroughs so that modular reactors are installed in India in a manner in which we can speed installation, do cost saving, we can provide base load, and ensure better recourse efficiency. Once again, my congratulations to NITI Aayog in taking this initiative forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team, for making the video messages available with the Beagle sound in between. Thank you. Moving ahead with the program, it is my proud privilege to present before you a brief introduction of Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, Member NITI Aayog, Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, who is seated among us. Ji sir, ji sir. Yes, as sir intimated. So, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat retired as a secretary of DRDO after more than 4 decades of government service. He is mechanical engineer from IISc Bangalore and PhD from Osmania University, and a gifted scientist with vast experience in defense research. Dr. Saraswat has been credited with indigenous development of missiles, namely Prithvi, Dhanush, Prahar, Agni, development of 2-tiered ballistic missiles defense systems, initial operational clearance of light combat aircraft Tejas, and nuclear submarine INS Arihant. As Homi Bhabha Chair Professor and Consultant of IOCL and R&D, evolved a roadmap of development of alternate energy systems. As a chairman of NTPC R&D Advisory Council, similar alternate energy technology also evolved a concept of document for setting up Indian Railway Research Institute, that is Shrestha, for Indian Railway. As a member of Niti Aayog, initiated a program to develop methanol economy for transportation, energy generation, and production of chemicals, fertilizers, etc. Chaired a committee on technical textile and prepared a roadmap for futuristic growth of technical textiles in India. He is recipient of many awards, and most notable among those are Padma Shri 1998, Padma Bhushan 2013. He has been conferred honorary doctorate by more than 25 universities. May I now request Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat to kindly address the gathering, set the tone of the program, and brief about the background of the program.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, namaskar. Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Vyas, Dr. Han, all my esteemed colleagues from India and esteemed delegates from G20 countries, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure in welcoming all of you to this particular seminar on role of nuclear power in energy transition, particularly the SMRs. A lot has been said since morning, and I think Dr. Vyas set the tone in its right earnest. Right from Dr. Mohanty's ideas of the splitting of atom, fission and fusion, and later on all the aspects which are actually driving the whole scenario of nuclear energy. I'm going to take you from the requirement that energy transition is what we are talking of. Energy transition, why? And what is the role G20 nations particularly have? So if you look at the present scenario of the global energy emissions, can you all hear me? Yeah. If you look at the global energy and emission scenario, which is basic driver for all the talk we are talking about or doing about the nuclear energy, is basically with respect to what is the global per capita energy consumption, which is in the region of 20,902 kilowatt hours in the 2021 figure. And G20 nations particularly account for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of the global trade, 65% of the world's population, and 75% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. The global per capita greenhouse gas emissions are in the region of 6.3 tons carbon dioxide equivalent. What does India figure on? India's consumption is about 6,922 kilowatt hours per person, and the emissions are in the region of 2.4 tons of CO2 equivalent, which is less than 40% of the world average. And India's contribution to the cumulative carbon emissions between, say, 1850 and 2021 has been less than 4%. In this context, efforts and the context which Dr. Vyas mentioned, that all of us have realized that all these emissions are responsible for the global temperature rise, and efforts are being made today to contain this rise by a variety of actions. And one of the actions among them is to do energy transition in such a manner that while we meet the demands of the energy which is ever rising, and also make sure that we contain ourselves within the 1.5 degree scenario. And for that, this is the era of sustainability. And the major message which the government of India has given to the world as part of the G20 is one earth, one family, one future. So development goal of SDG 7 clearly defines the need for sustainable energy for humanity, nurturing the quality of life from all aspects known to the man. And the three pillars of energy sustainability are proper energy access to all, energy efficiency, and clean and affordable energy. That is what we are all looking at today. Under these conditions and the constraints and the objectives which have been set out, we have identified our NDC targets. And as per the statements given by our Honorable Prime Minister in COP26 and 27, it narrates like this, that we will have 50% installed power capacity of non-fossil by 2030, 45% reduction in emission intensity by 2030 compared to the 2005 level, additional carbon sink of about 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent through additional forest and tree cover by 2030, and achieving net zero emissions by 2070. It's not changing. Yeah. The installed power capacity of India today, as on May 9, 2023, is we have a mix of power from various sources, starting with coal, which is about 212 gigawatts, accounts for about 50% of our total capacity, gas, which is about 25 gigawatts, nuclear about 7, hydro about 47, solar 67, and so on. That is the kind of total, about 417 gigawatts of the installed capacity what we have today, meeting the requirement of India's today's energy consumption. It has also been worked out by our various think tanks, various simulation teams, and it has been identified that by our 2030, the way our demands are growing, our installed capacity is going to increase in terms of coal, which is going to be ranging from 250 to 263. Gas will be about 25 gigawatts. Nuclear will be about 15 to 17 to 18. Hydro, including the PSP, what we call as a pump storage, 78. And solar will be the highest, about 292 gigawatts. Wind will be about 99 gigawatts. So total capacity will be in the region of 777 gigawatts. And non-fossil fuel share will be in the region of 64%, whereas the fossil fuel share will be about 35 to 36%. This is the kind of scenario which is evolving. Now, how does this contribute as far as the emissions are concerned? Our maximum emissions in the region of 1175 million tons of CO2 are through the power sector, which is due to the coal-fired power plants. Industry, iron, steel and cement contributes about 700. Transport contributes about 325. Trucks, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, buildings, less than about 150 and so on. So these are the very clear indication that India's power sector is the largest contributor to its CO2 emissions, and hence there's a need for us to start making some major changes in our energy transition strategy. Energy demand scenario, what will happen in 2070 is also very important, because we have made a commitment that it should be net carbon zero in 2070. The country's energy demand has tripled over the last 3 decades and is marked by a falling share of the traditional biomass, leaving coal and oil in dominant position. Electricity demand under the business as usual scenario in 2047 will be of the order of 5,651 terawatt hours. This has been through the simulation teams of Niti Aayog. Total energy demand by 2070 will be pretty high, in the region of 18,900 to 22,000 terawatt hours per year. Coal our indication says, will play a dominant role and share in primary energy to rise to about 50% in 2047, and then it will taper off. So conventional ways of utilization of fossil fuels will see a complete paradigm shift, aiming towards increased efficiency and cleaner approaches. So in the light of all this, what I said, and the objective of containing the temperature, global rise in temperature, India has worked out its strategy as to how we are going to have the energy transition. So first and the foremost thing is for the existing fossil fuel plant or the coal plants, clean carbon technologies, which will be basically improvement of the efficiency and also the ways and means of handling the coal, which will also be associated with capture of carbon dioxide from all the sources, whether it is thermal power plants or the industrial sectors, different, the CO2 capture, utilization and sequestration. Use of alternate fuels like methanol, ethanol, ammonia and so on. Nuclear power, we are already into it. As I mentioned to you, our share, about 16 gigawatts, what we are aiming for. We also want to enter into the nuclear power through the small modular reactors, as was brought out by Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Vyas, and earlier Dr. Berry and Mr. Amitabh Kant. We have a national hydrogen mission, which is basically announced for meeting the future requirement of the fuel, and that is going from a blue hydrogen to green hydrogen. Huge penetration of the renewables, again I gave you the numbers. Sustainable mobility, that means e-mobility, and also alternate fuels, hybrids, and variety of methods by which reducing the emissions due to mobility, and energy storage through various means of batteries, pump storage, and things like that. In this context, the nuclear energy contributions to net zero is what we are talking of. Nuclear is a proven and effective low carbon energy source which reduces greenhouse gas emissions and replaces our current reliance on the polluting fossil fuel sources. It is available, scalable, and deployable. It is flexible and affordable source of clean energy. It can deliver more than just low carbon electricity because it can be used for heating and production of clean hydrogen. Nuclear supports inclusive and sustainable global development, strongly aligned to the United States Sustainable Development Goals, as I mentioned earlier. Now, the features are carbon-free energy from nuclear, one of the lowest average life cycle CO2 emissions among all other energy technologies, almost 75% less than the solar photovoltaic plants. Low land footprint, one of the lowest land requirements of all carbon energy sources, about 360 times less than the onshore wind power. Low requirement of critical minerals. You know what the kind of requirement of minerals are there. In fact, I made a presentation in the last G20 where we mentioned the use of variety of large number of minerals which are needed for solar, wind and other sources, demanding almost 560 times the increase in the present utilization compared to today. From that point of view, I think the lesser critical mineral requirement, tons per megawatt, is the other feature. Resource efficiency, low carbon energy source with typical useful life of 30 to 80 years. Reliability, nuclear power plants run at a maximum capacity, 92.5% of the time during a year. Safety, despite the conventional beliefs surrounding the dangers of nuclear power, it is one of the safest sources of energy and maintain the highest standards of safety, security, and emergency preparedness. Now let us look at the full potential of the nuclear contribution to the net zero. The two graphs which are shown here, one is the ambitious projection, which is above the gray, and the other one is the normal, what we call as the conventional projection. If we take the conservative approach, installing a nuclear capacity of 400 gigawatts will avoid cumulative 30 gigatons of carbon dioxide. And if we take the ambitious approach, which is what is shown on the upper rise time, you can see that ambitious approach gives you installing almost about 1160 gigawatts equivalent will avoid cumulative 75 gigatons of carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to IPCC's 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. This 1160 figure also is derived from that. Over the past 5 decades, nuclear power has cumulatively avoided the emissions of about 70 gigatons of carbon dioxide and continues to avoid more than 1 gigatons of CO2 annually. So the small modular reactors, which is the topic of today's symposium and how do we go about it, is an option to meet the need of the flexible power generation for a wide range of users and applications. Some of them were narrated by the previous speakers. Just to at the cost of repeatability, it is economic, lower upfront capital cost, economy of serial production, modularization, multi-modules, modular construction, flexible applications. It can be used in remote regions and small grids, smaller footprint, replacement of aging fossil fuel-fired plants, and potential hybrid energy system. In terms of other characteristics, it is better affordability, shorter construction time, wide range of users, site flexibility, reduced CO2 production, and integration with renewables. So application of SMRs are going the facilitating access to the nuclear energy in new sector and or regions, off-grid or in remote locations, adaptation to site constraints, seismic and cooling sources, newcomer access to the nuclear energy. Decarbonizing energy systems, we can certainly think of replacement of the coal-fired power plants, non-electric applications like heating, district heating and so on, and complementing the variable renewable energy system like load following and fleet effect integrated energy systems, what we can talk of. Dr. Vyas mentioned a lot of developments which are going around, so I will skip this particular detail. But you can see from the right side column that most of the plants are under development and they are they're likely to materialize not before 2029, 2030, 32, 2042 and so on. Here also you can see some of the micro reactors which are under development at various nations, Canada, USA, and other places, where small reactors from 1.5 megawatts to as high as about 35 megawatts, again under development. By 25, 26, these will be available globally. Let's look at the market. There are 3 distinct markets for SMR in the global export market today. One is on-grid power, 150 to 300 megawatts, competitive option for replacement of coal-fired generation. Second one is the heavy industry, 10 to 80 megawatts. SMRs could reduce mine energy costs by about 20 to 60%. Remote communities where 1 to 10 megawatts equivalent, long-term market, over 70,000 communities internationally can be serviced. Look at the CAGR. CAGR of this market is around 14% between 2022 to 27. And the major drivers are the increasing demand for energy production using natural resources, benefits of SMR like low, medium capital investment and small area consumption. Based on deployment, multi-module deployment of SMRs is projected to demonstrate the fastest market growth through 2027. On segments, based on the reactor type, like light water reactors are projected to dominate the market up to about 27. And I am given to understand that the major region will be North America. A lot of things are discussed in the literature about the operating and maintenance costs, fuel costs, and electric generation costs as far as SMRs are concerned. The left side figure indicates that as you grow in power from say 70 to 1470 on axis and operating and maintenance costs, with the increase in power, you find that the O&M keeps coming down. That is one. Another graph, which is the one on the right hand side, electricity generation cost with SMR as a function of capital cost at a 5% discount rate. The one bar which you are seeing today gives the projected generation cost with large NPPs. And as you see here, with the overnight cost, as we call it, the capital cost increases crosses at about $6,000 per kilowatt. Then the cost is less than the normal large size plants. So variable cost depends on fuel enrichment, average burn up and plant thermal efficiency. As operating experience leads to efficiency in SMR operation, discharge, burn up and thermal efficiency are expected to rise, driving the fuel cost down. This pattern was experienced with LWRs when discharge burns nearly doubled from 1970 to 2005. Another factor about SMRs which is often talked about is about the nuclear waste. The conventional matter, one through open, and responsive waste management, the fuel recycle fully closed, two systems are identified here. The amount of nuclear waste a reactor produces is influenced by the design attributes like discharge burn-up, uranium enrichment, thermal efficiency, and other design features. DOE's recent assessment of the nuclear waste potential for 3 SMR designs, particularly conventional PWR, sodium-cooled reactors using metallic fuel, and helium gas-cooled reactors, concludes that SMRs are comparable with conventional pressurized water reactors with potential benefits and weakness depending on the design attributes. Just now, one of my colleagues was mentioning a development which is going on in USA, NASA, where they are trying to develop, they have developed already some silicon carbide based fuel, which is going to be loaded once in 20 years. That is the kind of technology which is emerging. I'm sure this waste bogey which is going on around will certainly can be solved with proper design features. The 3 surprising ways, again discussed by many, that it can be used for nuclear desalination, which is a requirement for meeting the water requirement for large number of communities in the world today. It can be used for clean hydrogen production, generate clean hydrogen for use in fertilizers, steel refining, and synthetic fuel to cargo ships, process heating for industry, and so on. There's a need for us to actually jump from the present first, second, third generation to the fourth generation nuclear technologies, because the major demand is going to be for production of hydrogen at high temperature. So generation of 4 nuclear reactors are next technologies being developed to have comparative advantage, reduce half-life of the radioactive nuclear waste, 100 to 300 times energy yield from the same amount of nuclear fuel, a closed fuel cycle, production of electricity from existing nuclear waste, improved safety features such as ambient pressure operation, automatic passive reactor shutdown and alternate coolants, and process heat generation to be used in production of hydrogen. Dr. Hahn is a person who is chairing the Generation 4 International Forum, which is developing different kinds of 6 reactors like supercritical water-cooled reactor, lead fast reactors, sodium fast reactor, molten salt reactor, gas reactors, and very high temperature reactors. They are all the technologies which are on the anvil. I'm quite certain they will find a market in near future. So what should be the long-term energy strategy? Long-term energy strategy includes the roadmap for the energy mix, the energy demand, and the requirements. Energy demand is usually in the form of a periodic cycle with some seasonal and regional variations. At its simplest, the demand over the cycle can be split into base load and the peak load. Given the demand, the energy mix must be determined to maximize the utility of the resources. So it can be seen that renewables paired with the steady carbon-free sources like nuclear energy is the right option. So for India, SMR technology-based private participation and nuclear power as the base load is what we are proposing. Now, all this can be achieved if we have participation of the private sector. And I would like to dwell upon this point because currently the projected best case scenario itself is insufficient to meet the goal of several hundred gigawatts of nuclear power within the prescribed time frame of 2047. Too large for a government alone to undertake. So the role of the government should be to accelerate the fleet mode construction of 700 megawatt PHWR and augment the 3 more fleets before 2050. Create a conducive policy environment with interventions like nuclear power purchase agreements and must-run status. Improve and empower management structure with decentralized decision-making and synergy with energy PSUs and industry. Already a lot of effort has been made in this direction. Our NTPC and Department of Atomic Energy have joined hands for taking up this particular exercise to a higher level. The private sector would establish their own PHWR fleets on a build, own, operate and transfer model, which was also highlighted by Mr. Amitabh Kant. In case different or foreign reactor technology is used, ensure significant domestic manufacturing of critical as well as non-critical components. Cooperate and collaborate with the government in continuing R&D and implementation of the 3-stage nuclear program. Now, what is the challenge for private participation? Nuclear power comes from its own challenges, including the prime concern for national security. Any solution must certainly address its concern. Key challenges to the feasibility are economic viability. Price of electricity needs to be low enough from consumers' perspective. Human and environmental safety, AERB regulations and IAEA safeguards must be implemented. Market access and risk, a competitive economy can only be achieved if there is an initially assured market large enough for the private participation. Technical skill and experience should be available for maintenance and operation. Corporate affairs, corporate structure of the private participants may evolve and change over the life of the NPPs, for which appropriate accountability measures are needed. Public opinion needs to be managed using awareness and education. The challenges in SMRs development and deployment also need to be also discussed. Some of them were highlighted by Dr. Vyas and others, but I would say there is a challenge that is technical in nature, like design standardization, ensuring supply chain, handling the radioactive waste, and modularization for customized manufacturing infrastructure required for modularization. So what is the way forward? It is to collaborate to facilitate technology sharing, funding, and de-risking supply chain. And that is where I think the G20 nations should come together to solve this problem. Joint safety evaluation criteria, government support for risk sharing, harmonization of standards, codes for facilitating licensing, compliance of the IAEA norms for regulatory criteria, leveraging the concepts of aerospace industry manufacturing. That is the way the aerospace manufacturers, we have to apply those concepts in the manufacturing of the SMRs. Component standardization across various projects and designs. Other challenges are guidelines for licensing are still evolving. Modification of regulatory environment based on safety, security, and safeguard requirements. Requisite technical skills, human factor for engineering for multi-module SMR plants. Higher financing costs have to be handled. Nuclear liability related issues, even today, despite our 1, 2, 3, we continue to discuss the liability issues. Export control related issues. So the way forward is identification of the skill gaps, work towards that, design of training programs, public perception of nuclear energy to be improved, low cost finance have to be worked out, availability of green finance and incorporation into green taxonomy, creating an attractive financing framework to incentivize private investors and utilizing customized and innovative finance instruments. In addition to that, I think the point which Mr. Amitabh Kant mentioned, the US and India, if they have to work together, the pinpricks between the two with respect to the licensing agreements have to be solved. He mentioned certain clauses needs to be removed if we have to join hands in a bigger way to solve the problem of the low-cost manufacturing of the SMRs. To conclude, the SMR wave is big with ever-increasing interest and promise. SMR is an attractive option to enhance energy supply security. In newcomer countries with smaller grids and less developed infrastructure, in advanced countries for power supplies in remote areas and or specific application. Innovative SMR concepts have common technology development challenges, including regulatory and licensing frameworks. SMRs designed to be more flexible and could be on-demand carbon-free electricity generator in grid systems that contain large percentage of intermittent renewable energy. The potential impact on non-electric applications are even larger than the electricity market. We urgently need more demonstration units to come online to endure SMRs to become a reality. And that is where all of us have to join our hands to make sure that we produce more and more first of its kind and many of its kind units at the earliest to meet the energy demand and bring nuclear as the primary energy source for meeting the energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat, for emphasizing on the need of energy transition in today's global scenario and also highlighting the Indian government's target to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. As Sir said, more than 80 SMR designs are in various stages of development at various levels of readiness in different parts of the world. But the deployment of these SMRs will require a roadmap which will include the key issues of safety, security, regulatory, environmental policy, manufacturing, design, etc. And the reason we are today here is that sharing best international practices and creating a conducive investment environment, they are much needed to achieve our targets. And to achieve that, we need to encourage the participation of both private and public sector in this area. Thank you so much. And now I would request Dr. V.K. Saraswat to kindly present mementos to our dignitaries. Sir, I would request you to present it to Mr. Dohi Han, Coordinator, Department of Nuclear Energy, IAEA. Sir, now I request you to give it to Dr. Ajit Kumar Mahanti, Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission, Secretary, DAE, GOI. To Mr. K.N. Vyas, former Chairman, DAE. Now I would like to request Mr. Gurdeep Singh, CMD NTPC Limited, to kindly come up to the dais and present the memento to Dr. Saraswat. Yes. So kindly be, kindly be seated. We have a report launch and a book launch. Over to you.
Thank you, Ma'am Rinki. Now, taking the program ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to announce that a report on the role of small modular reactors has been prepared by the esteemed members of the committee, and now the report is to be launched. So before I request the dignitaries on the dais, I would also request Shri Bhuvan Chandra Pathak ji, Chairman and Managing Director, NPCIL, Shri Gurdeep Singh ji, Chairman and Managing Director, NTPC Limited, Shri Nalin Singhal ji, Chairman and Managing Director, BHEL, Shri Amit Sharma ji, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tata Consultancy Engineering Limited, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, Chairman, Central Electricity Authority, and Shri Rajnath Ram ji, Advisor, Energy and Climate Change, Niti Aayog, to kindly join the dais. And the report launch will be followed by a book launch. Now the dignitaries are requested to kindly launch the report. As today's topic of this seminar is the role of small modular reactors in energy transition, so a report on the role of small modular reactors in energy transition is going to be unveiled, is going to be launched, and we are seeing it to be launched by the dignitaries on the dais. EMC team to coordinate, please. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the report before you. Thank you very much, sir. And now the book is to be launched. The book titled Unreasoned Fear of Radiation, authored by Dr. Arun Kumar Naik, Head NCPW, DAE, and Dr. Ratan Kumar Sinha, former chairman of Atomic Energy Commission, and Mr. Samyak Munot, PhD scholar from Homi Bhabha National Institute. I would request Dr. Naik to kindly join the dais, please, who's the first author of the book. The book titled Unreasoned Fear of Radiation, Mr. Arun Kumar Naik. Dr. Arun Kumar Naik is awaited on the dais, the first author of the book. And now, what a moment, the author and dignitaries on the dais launching the book titled Unreasoned Fear of Radiation. Dignitaries are requested to kindly be seated, and I would request Dr. Arun Kumar Naik, Head NCPW, to kindly say a few words about the book. Dr. Arun Kumar Naik, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my friends, colleagues, as well as delegates for G20 meeting. It's really my pleasure that this book is being launched on this auspicious occasion when we talk about the role of small modular reactors for the clean energy transition. We know that, as mentioned by Dr. Saraswat Saab, that one of the impediment, if it happens for nuclear power growth, is the public perception, and which is ruled today for the only reason, the fear of radiation. And it has a history, how this fear of radiation has been initiated. Was there a scientific reason, or it has been imposed in the public mind? And that is what this book is addressing. And more to that, I will not reveal so that you will not have interest on that. But more to that, when I really did a good collection of literature, more than 400 journal publications, and more than several books, I found that, believe it or not, before the Second World War, low dose radiation, even the radiation at the higher levels, were given to cure any disease you name it today, including HIV. So everything happened just after the Second World War. And how it has happened, how these rules came that as low, as reasonable, achievable radiation should be made if you put a nuclear reactor design. And that is where you have to put safety barriers after safety barriers to achieve very, very low level. That costs money, and that also causes more fear in the public mind that radiation is dangerous. So I will request my colleagues, friends, the audience here to kindly read this book and also spread it. There's much more we have to do, especially eliminating the public fear on radiation. Thank you, sirs, for giving me this opportunity to speak here. Thanks a lot to G20.
I think this book should be translated in all languages and maybe simplified for the sake of public consumption. So that while, of course, you have taken 400 journals, their data, can it be put into a simplified form so that this public awareness campaign, which we want to have, can be improved? This is my suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for the beautiful book and all the dignitaries for the report launch and the book launch. And what a wonderful and insightful session the inaugural session has been, and a great energetic start to the day. Now, I would call you all for a small tea break. Tea and refreshments have been served outside. And let's gather in about 15 minutes from now. Thank you. हाँ अच्छा सर ये भी है शायद सर ये भी चलेंगे चाय पी लें जल्दी
So once again, the esteemed members of the House are requested to kindly occupy their seats. We are soon going to begin with our session, that is session number 1. And an important announcement that all the presentations will be shared through a Google link that will be shared with you. So please be seated. Very soon we are going to begin with our first session. May I have your kind attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? We are all set to begin with our first session. And this session waiting for all of you to maintain silence so that we can go ahead. Thank you. Yes, so we are ready to begin with our first session. It is going to be a global development and deployment status on SMRs. And Dr. Kamlesh Neelkant Vyas, former Chairman of Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary to Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy, is going to be the session chair for this session. So may I request Dr. Kamlesh Neelkant Vyas ji to kindly come and take your seat, sir. I would also request all other dignitaries, panelists, to please come on the dais. Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, Director Projects, NTPC Limited. Please join the dais, sir. Sir, kindly be seated. Shri Harish Kalsi ji, Associate Director, International Cooperation and Executive Advisor to Chairman and Managing Director, NPCL. Sir, please join the dais. Mr. V. Ramani, Senior Vice President, Development, EDF. Please join the dais, sir. Mr. V. Ramani from France. Dr. Rita Barnwal, Chief Technology Officer, Westinghouse from US, is requested to kindly join the dais, please. And we have Dr. Andre Kasno, Head of the Department of Small Scale Energy Solutions, Rosatom Energy Projects, JSC, from Russia. Please join the dais, sir. Our next esteemed panelist, Dr. Sang-Yu Lim, Senior Researcher, System Integration Division, Innovative SMR Development Agency, South Korea. Dr. Sang-Yu Lim from South Korea is among us. And from India, we have among us Mr. Dinesh Babu, Outstanding Scientist and Project Director of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, DAE. Please join the dais, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed ahead with the session, I would request the session chair, Dr. Kamlesh Neelkant Vyas ji, to kindly give a brief introduction about the session. Dr. K.N. Vyas, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grover. I welcome all the panelists on this particular session, and I feel that this is a very important session, primarily because in this session we will have some idea about the present status of the development which is there. There are sets of people who have worked extensively on the SMR systems. And among the, let's say we have representative from USA. I personally consider Westinghouse Electric Corporation as one of the pioneers of reactor engineering in the world. We have a colleague representing France, who had taken up a very major activity subsequent to the first oil shock, and a large number of reactors have been put in. Russian Federation, I have quite a bit of interaction with them when I was working in the initial stage of seeing the technical assignment of Kudankulam reactors. They have a very unique design. South Korea, we may say that even though they started comparatively late, but the way in which they have given a very competitive bid for UAE Baraka plant. So we have extremely good set of panelists. I would like to admit here is that in India, we have not done much work so far as SMRs is concerned. Primarily, NPCIL is focusing on pressurized heavy water reactor, which is about 700 megawatt. We have colleague from NPCIL representing this work. We would like to understand what is their opinion about this aspect of NPCIL. There is an interaction between NPCIL and NTPC also. NTPC is a very giant firm, and we would like to sort of understand from them how they would like to take it forward. And lastly, we have colleague from BARC who has been identified as of now to find out, sort of work out the design options if at all India takes up the work related to SMR very seriously in future. So let's have a, I would say, presentation from all of them. May I request, I do not know, you would be inviting the panelists? Yeah, so fine. So I have taken rather too long an introductory remark. Please take over, Mr. Grover, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it was not long, it was much indeed needed. Yes, now going ahead with the first session. First we have the theme presentation by Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji, Director Projects NTPC. But before I invite him, it is my privilege to present before you a brief introduction about him. Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji is a Director Projects in NTPC Limited. He has also additional responsibility of Chairman of NGSL PVUN Limited and NBPPL, Vice Chairman of HURL, and Director on the Board of THDCIL, NIPCO, TPCL, and BIFPCL. He is an electrical engineering graduate from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He has also completed his PG Diploma in Management from MDI Gurgaon. Before appointment as Director Projects in NTPC, he has worked as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Bangladesh India Friendship Power Company Limited, Executive Director of International Business Development, and Executive Director of Projects NTPC. Please welcome Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji, Director Projects NTPC, for theme presentation.
Thank you for the generous introduction of mine. respected Chair, Dr. Vyas, and all the dignitaries here. And I'll be failing in my duties if I don't acknowledge Dr. Saraswat and all the dignitaries, Dr. Mohanty, CMD NTPC, Mr. Han from IEA, Dr. Singhal, and Mr. Parab and others sitting here. Now, I'll be very quick and precise because my job has been made easier by a huge and fundamental presentation by Dr. Saraswat. In fact, if I now continue my presentation, you will find most of the things I probably copied during the tea break. So I take the permission from Dr. Saraswat to go ahead with that. But I'll come to the context of why NTPC is here and what we are looking for. And that will be probably the last 3-4 slides which are more useful for the session from my side. But nonetheless, allow me to go through with the flow. So this has already been set by Dr. Saraswat and all the dignitaries here. And this sets the context of why nuclear generation is required, not only for the world and primarily for India. This is the Indian context. If we see, we are a primarily fossil fuel based country. Out of 416.1 gigawatt, 57% being the installed capacity of fossil, but generation wise it is 74%. So we are hugely dependent on this, and the dependence will remain for years to come. On the nuclear, it is 2% in terms of nuclear installed capacity, but generation wise it is 3%. The per capita, it must go up, because if you see on the right hand side, the projection of our billion is going up from 1.38 billion today, it is going to be 1.67 by 2050. And our per capita consumption, which is very low, dismally low today, it is going to jump many-fold. And accordingly, if we see the right hand side, our energy requirement by 2050 will be almost 4.4 times of what it is today. This I don't want to repeat further because this has been explained much more elaborately by Dr. Saraswat. This is the context setting of why fossil fuel is going to be a villain and why you are looking for newer. It started with Kyoto, then COP21, 26 and 27, and our Honorable Prime Minister has already articulated that India will also meet net zero by 2070, and that means the 50% installed capacity of non-fossil fuel by 2030. That is the tall order, and you have to meet that. Now, for net zero, this is what we understand is the role of nuclear power. Today it is 75%. Our fossil dependence and sources energy sector, the different, the pie chart indicates that what is the different types. If we see here, the most important thing, the blue one, energy, it emits the maximum amount of emission, that is almost 75%. And within that energy circle, if I break it, the 56% comes from the power industry. So no doubt that the power industry is the major villain. Almost 43% of the total emission comes from power. Now, if I have to meet the energy requirement by 2050, the projections are like that. We have taken projections from IAEA, CEA, MNRE, and other Government of India departments. So we see that fossil will be around 1100 billion unit in terms of generation, and renewables will be 5,000. That is by 2050. And 6553 will be our requirement going by the population and the per capita consumption. So there will be a 60 gigawatt gap. And that 60 gigawatt gap is definitely the gap to be filled, in my opinion, by none other than nuclear. This is the nuclear power capacity, and NPCIL, my colleague, will be in a better position to explain it, and I leave it to him. Coming to the SMR, which is the context today, these are the basics of modular, and it can be transported anywhere. And being modular, there are two basic advantages we can derive from it: the safety and quality in terms of workmanship, and as well as the economy of scale if we go by a fleet mode concept. Now, this is a technology scan, and this is also has been discussed in the morning, but I'll just repeat at the risk of repetition. Water-cooled land-based, because I was discussing some of the things during tea break with Mr. Vakis and my Russian colleagues. Water-cooled marine-based, then gas-cooled SMRs and molten salt-cooled SMRs. And then there are PWD SMRs. A higher passive cooling system allows more simplified designs and streamlined operation maintenance. This is very important. On the SMR side, we would like to have fundamental requirements that SMR should have the load following capability. SMR should be safe, and SMR should have the capability of requiring refueling by the longest possible interval. Today, as I understand, that it is possible to continue for 4 years with one refueling, and we are looking for if it can be extended up to even 10 to 15 years or 20 years going by that, by more enriched fuel and all these things. Now, India needs mixed type of nuclear capacity. I think there is a consensus after the morning session today that SMR is not going to do everything. We need to continue with the large-scale nuclear power generation capability, and SMR is going to be the icing on the cake. So these are some pathways I was imagining. Probably I thought I will have some new ideas, but Dr. Sharshat definitely will always have better ideas than me. One of the things that we are talking of industrial heating, we can also think of district cooling using absorption chillers. Hydrogen, definitely, it can be very easily done. And this is another thing, dream project that I am keeping in my mind. If we have Power Grid Corporation of India, we should also have a Water Grid Corporation of India. And all our sweet water is under the threat in the Tibetan region. So geopolitics may someday make it difficult for us to get those sweet water also. But we have abundant source of seawater. So what we need is to create a grid and huge amount of energy to desalinate and to pump it. Now this is our vision for SMR development. We'll go for category A, that is technology adoption, and then category B for indigenous technology development. For category A adoption, collaboration, and for category B, we have to do it our own using the financial Indian SMR design. And I think BRC, Dr. Mohanty is already there, and we are already talking to him in terms of indigenous technology development. Now, way forward for collaboration stakeholders. This has been discussed already, and it is well known. These are the requirements from collaboration that benefits. The right-hand side, I will tell the business benefits from India. This essentially for the dignitaries who is coming from the overseas countries, that long-term business opportunities, competent manufacturing partners available here, wide market base, conducive business environment, and 60 gigawatt assured by 2050. These are the expectations and some challenges from the SMR. Reduced exclusion zone. This is one of the major things we need to discuss with AERB. Reduced downtime for refueling. I discussed it. Can it be instead of 1.5 years to 15 years or 20 years? Passive safety design and increased safety margins. We are hearing about the infinite source of cooling is only air. So chimney and chimney effect designs. Modular and standard design consistent with manufacturing capability. Reduced construction time, which can be achieved by modularity. And very important, load following capability. On the challenges side, public perception, there is a book released by Dr. Naik, very timely and very appropriate. TRL is one of the issues, assured fuel security, supply chain, handling of spent fuel, cost economics, the most important thing for Indian context, cost economics and geopolitical stability. This is my company. For slight introduction, my Indian dignitaries should bear me because they must be knowing it. But for the people coming from overseas, 1975 this company was created, 100% government organization. And then today we are at 72,300 megawatt capacity and another 18,000 megawatt different stages of construction. If you add that, it is already 90,000 megawatt, that is 90 gigawatt. By 2030 will be 130 gigawatt, in which we are factoring in around 2 to 4 gigawatt of nuclear power. These are some capabilities. I don't want to drum much, but here we are telling that we are into the project management, we are into coal mining, we are into renewables, we are into power trading, CCU, e-mobility, and certain capability-wise we have financial strength. We have lots of brownfield projects waiting for expansion where repurposing can be done. We have readily available infrastructure there and wide experience in project implementation. Those stand in our favor. This is our energy transition pathway up to 2032. We have shown 2 gigawatt, very modest, but with the support of nuclear power, we have NPCIL, we have joined hands today, and we are identifying 4+ gigawatt nuclear projects already, and we aspire more. Now, why NTPC? I've already told in nutshell that we can have lot of repurposing, so we have ready-made sites with a lot of infrastructure, the financial strength which is required, and we'll definitely look forward to becoming stronger organization as we grow further. We are used to joint ventures. We know how to go for collaboration. We have best of the machines from best of the entities all over the world, so we know how to handle the new technology and absorption. So far as generation grid integration, the chairman CA is there, he will vouch for us, that probably we are the first boy in the class. So we can be the entry point to Indian SMR market with G2G agreement, one possible route. We can provide a platform for joining hands with competent Indian partners, can provide initial business opportunity, implement indigenization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can go to the next speaker, please.
Yes. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation on NTPC, sir. I have to mention here that I take immense pride in being a part of this organization. As a key player in India's power sector, NTPC Limited has significantly contributed to the economic growth of our country by providing reliable and affordable electricity to several industries and households. And as I mentioned, adopting this SMR technology will not only add to our capacity addition, but also will give a critical boost to achieving our company's ambitious targets in line with our Indian government's target of net zero emission by 2070. Thank you so much again, sir. Now going ahead, we have our next theme presentation by Shri Harish Kalsi, Associate Director, International Cooperation and Executive Advisor to CMD NPCIL. Shri Kalsi is an engineer with about 34 years of nuclear industry experience. He worked at various positions in maintenance and engineering in nuclear power stations of NPCIL, India. He has been involved in improving plant performance and safety, human performance, low-level event management, and various other aspects of NPPs as a line manager. He presently is coordinating and interfacing with international organizations such as WANO, IAEA, and COG on behalf of NPCIL. His work also involves monitoring and enhancing plant performances and project progress as support to the CEO. May I please like to call upon Shri Kalsi.
Thank you, Rinki Khandelwal, for that introduction. Respected Chair, Mr. Vyas, respected Mohanty ji, Chairman, AEC and Secretary DAE, Mr. Saswat from Niti Aayog, Mr. Dohi Han from IAEA, we have CMD Mr. Gurdeep Singh from NTPC, Mr. BC Pathak from NPCIL, Mr. Nalin Shingal from CMD BHEL, Chairman CEA, CEO Heavy Water Board, all dignitaries, honorable dignitaries from the G20 countries, Niti Aayog, CEA, and various other reputed organizations present in this hall today. Good morning and namaste. It's a privilege to be addressing such august audience, august dignitaries from the nuclear fraternity, and also those who are planning to get associated with it, and those who have been supporting this nuclear cause. I'll start my presentation with things you might find that I'm repeating, but I will reiterate to reinforce and re-emphasize their importance, because there have been several speakers before me who have talked about various aspects of the global scenario and also SMRs. So let's look at the present global scenario. So despite significant progress, 9.4% of the world population still lives without access to electricity. 2.4 billion people still use inefficient polluting cooking systems. And several countries across the globe require additional energy to reach respectable human development index, higher in the developing world. Global emissions have reached 36.8 gigaton, and you can see that electricity generation is almost responsible for 40% of this emission. Coal-based electricity contributes to almost 30% of these emissions. So urgent decarbonization challenge for the world as a whole, even as large part remains underdeveloped, and the electricity generation requires a complete transformation to achieve net zero goals. Looking at the world scenario, again, you can see the share of electricity is 19%, and in case of India, it's about 24%. So achieving net zero requires increase of non-fossil fuel in the overall energy basket, switching to non-fossil fuel in electricity generation. Moving to the future global scenario, the UN estimates the world's population growth 7.8 billion to 9.7 billion by 2050. Two-thirds of the world would be living in urban areas. And globally, the electricity requirements will increase from 19% to about 43%. In some of these scenarios, it's also predicted to be 50%. The decline in coal output in the net zero scenario is going to be about 90% by 2050. So this brings us to the role of nuclear in energy transition. Energy growth coupled with climate change goals poses challenge. There's a need to phase out thermal base load stations. Intermittency of renewables and associated costs is an issue. We are all aware of the European example where northern winds fell and the gas supply outages caused a skyrocketing of the electrical prices there. That leaves us with no other option but nuclear, the low carbon base load source. And nuclear power is, as per projections, is going to go up from 413 gigawatt to about 871 gigawatt, to more than double in 2050. And as you can see from the graph, the emission, I'm on the wrong slide. Yeah. So as you can see, the emissions are in nuclear are just better than, much better than all the carbon source of energy, except probably wind. It's almost comparable with that. Moving to SMRs, the advantages have already been talked about, so I will not spend much time on this slide. I'll move forward. So the role of SMRs in energy transition, again, has been well stated by Saraswat ji and other speakers here. The advantages of nuclear is there in SMRs, so emission-free, baseload power, high PLF, and it's suitable for small grids, off-grid applications like hydrogen production, desalination, process heat, and suitable for remote locations. It would serve as a backup power supply in emergency situations or replace DG sets, repurposing assets of aging fossil fuel units, and probably with RE, it could provide some flexibility. Let's look at some of the key elements of an effective nuclear power plant structure, infrastructure. The first thing would be the legal and regulatory framework. We need to modify that to cover SMRs, safeguards and export control regime, which is a challenge. Regulatory competence to be developed for SMRs. Financial viability is to be confirmed. Technical competence is to be developed. And technology transfers, the methodology is yet to be firmed up. Safety and security aspects have to be demonstrated. We know there are several designs, as mentioned, but yeah, we are yet to reach that stage where we can say, yes, they are safe and secure. Fuel supply guarantee, a sustained source identification and waste management and decommissioning, a clarity on those aspects. Coming to the challenges, this has already been covered, but I will just speak a few words on that. We need to freeze, come down to 1 or 2 designs and standardize. We need to see our industry raising to the level where they can produce this kind of reactor pressure vessels. Technological constraints, unlike conventional large water reactor designs. For example, it uses helical steam generators. It would be using in vitro instrumentation. It would be using internal control rod device mechanisms. And these maintenance or replacement of these components, if required at some stage, or if there is a problem with them, how do we address that? These are issues that need to be addressed. Guidelines for licensing, of course, need to be involved, and harmonization of codes. And modularization, the customized manufacturing infrastructure required needs to be developed. Costs, the higher financing costs due to nascent technology and unavailability of demonstrated performance, so you would have some front loading of finances. And skills, requisite technical skills, human factor engineering for multi-mode SMR plants. Now coming specifically to the Indian nuclear program, Indian nuclear program focuses on resource efficiency, sustainability, environment friendliness, and cost effectiveness. An ecosystem to support manufacturing of nuclear components in India is developed. There are several industrialists who are sitting here who have supported the Nuclear Power Corporation in this campaign. 3-stage nuclear power program aimed for optimum utilization of nuclear resources. We have matured on the first phase. The PHWR plants are running well across the country. And India is committed to the decarbonization policy. We are aware of the Panch Amrit declared by our Prime Minister at COP26 in Glasgow. And this has already been highlighted, the net zero by 2070, apart from several targets for 2030. Coming to Nuclear Power Corporation, we are many companies in one. We are into quality, we are into design, construction, commissioning, operation, maintenance, waste management, including modernization, renovation, plant life extension, and upgrades, which is unique. This organization was formed in '87. It's a government-owned company, and we are into operating not only pressurized heavy water reactors, but also light water reactors and boiling water reactors. And we have a large expansion program. We have 10 reactors under construction, 10 which are undergoing pre-project activities, and several others which we are negotiating with some of our foreign collaborators. Coming to the evolution, we have mastered the PHWR technology. Right, starting from Rajasthan 2, when we started developing, indigenizing our reactors, we moved up from 220 megawatt. At one time, I could read articles where it was told in some of the international magazines that India is a master in operating small reactors. So they were small, but not modular, of course. So we have developed that capacity and the expertise in operating these 220 megawatts and designing and constructing and operating and managing them. We moved on to develop a 540 megawatt reactors, the twin reactors, and now we are into the stage where we are developing and building, 700 megawatt reactors. Kakrapara 3 is also already operating at 80% full power, and we are soon planning to make it commercial. Now, So looking at NPCI landmark achievements, we have operated nuclear power plants in India, continuous operation for more than a year on 42 occasions, generated 755 billion units, avoiding 650 metric tons of carbon dioxide, completed over 52 years of operation of TAPS 1 and 2, the oldest reactors in the world today, and world record of continuous operation of 962 days of Kaiga 1, which is presently the second highest in the world. So with that, I'll come to my concluding remarks, which says shifting development paths is complex, and pathways towards sustainability needs to be supported by multilateral strategic partnerships. Changes that involve unfamiliar and more complex science-based components take considerable time, acceptance, legitimation, even when they seem to promise large gains. The central theme driving development of SMRs is to envision, design, entail, and realize a standard small reactor with possibility of repetitive manufacturing in better quality controlled environment of a factory with efficient tools and techniques of modern Industry 4 paradigm. The international community can play a particularly key role in climate mitigation through efforts such as SMR deployment, through sustained support for policy and partnerships. SMRs seem promising as a part of the future nuclear energy mix. Large nuclear power reactors should continue as our mainstay, as they are proven and have withstood the test of time. NPCIL, with its large experience in constructing, commissioning, and operating reactors safely, can play an important role in supporting the nuclear renaissance and SMRs deployment in particular, both in India and across the globe. With that, I'll come to the close. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalshi. I think we go over to Mr. Prince Grover.
Sir, thank you very much. And we were listening to Shri Kalsi ji, the Associate Director and Executive Advisor to CMD and PCL. And thank you very much, sir, for giving the insightful view of our technology and future requirement. You rightly projected the global energy requirement by 2050. And of course, there are going to be multiple challenges on the way ahead. And nuclear power, of course, is going to be an inevitable option. Now, the session chair is requested to kindly take ahead the panel discussion and invite the panelists one by one, if it is okay, sir, or if you want me to do the job, sir. And, sir, if you just invite, sir. No, sir. Biodata we'll just mention. You just invite. If you are okay, or if you want, or otherwise.
Maybe we go as per the.
Ji, sir. Ji, sir.
We go as per the list only, and I request Mr. Vakesh Ramani to.
Ji, sir. AV team, please take care.
Yeah. So, would you like to like me to read the biodata of Mr.
Sir, biodata is not required. You just invite the panelist.
Okay, you want to cut short the time. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Ramani. Even though you have an extremely excellent biodata, as I saw today morning, may I request you to kindly give your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
morning, everyone. Dear Chairman Vyas, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, dear colleagues. I'm delighted and really honored to be invited to contribute to what is gaining big momentum in India around the thoughts you are giving with SMRs. So we will try to humbly contribute to that with also our experience over the last many years in trying to cement a cooperation with India in civil nuclear through the Jaitapur project. So maybe, is this working? Oops, yeah. Very quick words about EDF. The idea for me today is to give you a brush up on how we are industrially approaching the SMR venture, and it's an adventure in its own right, and how we want to use our long-term experience to make it successful. So as EDF, we are the largest operator worldwide of nuclear power plants. We have 56 reactors currently operating in France, 9 reactors currently operating in the UK. In our activities, we do design, build, operate, and go up to decommissioning of these plants. We are involved in the fuel cycle as well. EDF is present across the whole value chain of nuclear, and as such has gathered more than 50 years of experience on these both reactor project lifetime cycle and fuel cycle. Currently, we are pushing ahead with a number of third generation EPR programs in Europe. We have 2 such reactors operating in China, and we are in discussion to broaden our fleet of EPR reactors across Europe in many countries, and trying to make that also a reality in India. This experience has led us to face a reality, and this reality is twofold. Number one, large reactors do effectively require such big amount of capital that it takes a lot of time to get them approved at government level. And for the industry, as a result, it's very difficult to have visibility on a pipe of programs. And that visibility, as you would know certainly in India, is absolutely key to allow the industry to organize itself and make sure it can make the adequate investments in its competencies, capabilities to bring effectively the project online. So I'll tell you how we, on our side, try to shift in the SMR logic, while keeping effectively also, as my NPCL colleague said earlier, the efforts in developing large reactors as they are still needed to provide significant baseload low carbon energy. So in our proposal, we have large reactors, as you can see here. So EPR, 1650 megawatt, which is proposed for the Jaitapur project. We have a slightly reduced version of that, 1200 megawatt, which we propose where there are some typical cooling capacity issues, for example. And we developed this newer SMR, 340 megawatt. We do not consider the SMR as a competitor to the large reactors. We do believe they do complement effectively the proposal of solutions. And today, the biggest challenge in trying to decarbonize our energy mix, as has been described in many of the presentations, is to replace the aging coal plants essentially. So this is why we are aiming for this range of reactors, which is between 300 and 400 megawatt, which effectively covers the large majority of aging coal plants which you can find around the world. We count more than 3,000 of those which have to be replaced in the coming decades. The New World reactor is a pressurized water reactor. It's composed of two modules of 170 megawatt, which we integrate in a plant of 340 megawatt. It has a number of positively perceived features, including passive systems. We develop it to be fully modular and effectively limit the number of, the construction duration on site, as that is currently the biggest source of cost and time overrun during the programs that we have. So this is another view of the plant. We can come back to that at a later stage if you wish. The design itself is pretty integrated. The reactor is fully integrated, and the idea is to have it integrated into the shop off-site and then shipped to the site to be assembled and integrated in the plant. The whole of the reactor is then within a containment, metallic containment, that you can see in the middle of the page, and the two of those containments are then put into water, semi-buried and covered with concrete, ground level, so that it's rather easy operation. So with this design, we aim for broad acceptability. It's pretty simple to present, explain, and get approved. That's what we aim for, and we aim to have significantly improved constructability as a result. Our timeline is ambitious, yet realistic. By what I heard this morning, this might be too slow, potentially. Still, as I told you, we are facing the reality of our experience, and I will come to one of the major points related to making these plants coming out the ground, related to the challenges. Now, in our plans, we have just currently now entered this year into basic design for our new art technology, and we aim to finish basic design by 2026, meaning that in 2026 we will be able to put a clear price tag on the technology. So far, we are working on a design to cost basis to aim for the right economics for our technology. The first of a kind project, which is absolutely key to be secured for those technologies to effectively find a way to the market. Our first of a kind is secured in France. We have identified 3 sites in France for its development. The preferred site is already identified. We will be able to announce it in a few months. We have to check public acceptance before we can do so. The objective is to pour first concrete for this first of a kind plant by 2030. We are very much supported by the French government in all these developments. 50% of the development cost of the technology is subsidized by the French government, and we are aiming also to have significant support of about the same portion for the development of the first of a kind itself. It is clear that in general, what we see, many developers will propose technologies, but the technologies, essentially in the generation 3 and PWRs, let's say, they are broadly comparable. It's difficult to say which one is better than the other. They have different features, they have different approach to licensing, but generally, they're very much comparable. As such, technology is not more than 20% of the story. The 80% remaining of the story is related to licensing and the industrial aspect of it. And for both of these, either licensing and industrial alignment, what we need is significant government support, and that is the visibility part that I mentioned earlier. Where there is visibility, there will be support and accelerated licensing effort, and where there is visibility, the industrial and supply chain will align with the relevant investments. So that's what we are trying to encourage and foster in our approach. Earlier this year, we have created the NEWARD subsidiary. We have set it up as a subsidiary, 100% owned by EDF today. The idea is that by making it a specific company, we will facilitate cooperation agreements, and maybe as soon as we finish basic design, we aim to have partners joining us in the company to help us develop not only the first-of-a-kind the technology itself, but also the different projects which we aim for exporting in the coming years. Now, I'm going to touch about two topics which are, we believe, the main challenges along the way to the effective development of our technology and effectively making SMRs a reality. The first one is related to licensing. As has been discussed, and I think it's been listed in the conditions of success, licensing will be at the heart of ensuring SMRs can become a reality. As we experience today for large reactors, each time we go into a country, we have to make significant adaptations to our technologies. To be very simple, none of these adaptations make the plant in a new country safer. It's just an adaptation and a requirement by the regulator who has, in this specific country, his own history and, as a result, his own requirements to be more comfortable. And it's a sovereign right and sovereign request to make sure that these are adapted to the local regulation. And of course, the industry has understood that and is working with that, partnering with the kind of NPCL as we do today, and who interact with AERB in India. Now, you can imagine easily that if we have to go for such adaptation for each and every SMR, given the size of the SMRs, there will not be any SMR coming off the ground because the business case will simply not stack up. To give you a very simple example, you might know that we are in the final state of commissioning of an EPR in France, in Flamanville 3. We are also constructing currently an EPR on the other side of the channel in Europe, in the UK, at a site called Hinkley Point C. It's very close, it's Europe. Those two countries have been used to work together. Still, when you compare those two designs, they're two EPRs, same technology. You simply look at the footprint, the layout, and you will see that one unit of Hinkley Point C is double the unit of Flamanville 3. It's not safer. It's not going to produce much higher power. It's not going to look more beautiful. It's just different. Why? Because the regulator in the UK, through the generic design assessment process, which is a requirement, has had us to make all these design changes. This is the way it is currently in our industry in nuclear. I know the IAEA is trying to push through the nuclear harmonization, standardization initiative. We are part of it to try and harmonize, but this is going to take a very long time. And if we have regulators to work together and try and harmonize, it will take 15, 20 years. We will never get through. So what we're doing, we're trying to push it through with our own beliefs and fundamental standards. And we have managed to encourage and agree with ASN, the French Safety Authority, STUC, the Finnish Safety Authority, and SUJB, the Czech Safety Authority. We have managed to gather them into what we call a joint early review of our SMR, NEWARD. This is a unique initiative whereby 3 regulators, for the first time, will be looking at a design with a pre-licensing approach. This will help us actually identify all these matters where the regulators are very sensitive to, and is this meaning that I'm getting late, or, sorry, getting carried away about licensing, but this is normal. This is really what is making it difficult. So, anyway, currently, I see. So what we are doing here is really ensuring that New World, when it will be licensable effectively, New World then will find its way through the market with acceptability from different regulators. And this is working very well. We have finished stage 1 of this joint early review, and we're looking to expand it as we enter into second stage, and probably at least 2 other regulators will be joining us. The second thing I'm going to talk about is the industrial and, of course, commercial aspects of how to bring these SMRs to the market. It's fair to say currently there is no SMR market. We are all expecting it will emerge. We are all hoping it will emerge. But currently there is no such market. At best, it's a demonstrators market, but there's no market as such for SMR today. So what we are looking forward to, but we have to create the condition. So how to create the condition? We know it takes a long time to develop these technologies and have them accepted by the regulators. The problem with that, it's 5 to 10 years development of the technology. The problem with that is at the end of the 10th year, we might simply miss the target, being off the market expectation. So what we need to do is make sure we follow the market development and expectations all the way through. For that, we have set up what we call the International New World Advisory Board, which I have the great honor of being trusted by my company to chair. And this gathers, as you can see, a number of utilities, academics, research centers, engineering entities from around the globe, from US, Canada, Finland, Czech Republic, UK, India, and I'm delighted that DAE is also part of it and giving their views on challenging us on all these aspects. What we are looking into during these boards, and the last of it, of the session happened in Prague last week, is really, we're looking forward to be challenged on all and every matters, from design to licensing approach, to industrial approach and strategy, including on commercial aspects. We believe this is absolutely important to make sure that when the design comes out, it will effectively hit the market. As I said, technology is only 20% of the story. If the market is real, there will be space for many technologies. If it's not, then it will remain a niche market as it is today with large reactors. Now, for that to become a reality, we need also an industrial story behind it. For now, the supply chain also has to completely reinvent itself. For those who are from the industry, they know that, and my dear friend from L&T will know that very well. The large reactor business is many small components. They can be large in size, but actually, compared to the overall plant and design, it's one component. It's not modular. It's delivered to site, and then a lot of operations have to happen. It means that the industry today is not used to work modular. To become modular, it will take significant more partnerships between the developer of the technology and the supply chain itself. That has to be created. I think in India you have the ecosystem to make it emerge. It is not yet happening in the rest of the world, so you can take an advance in there. This is not a small change. Bear in mind that it has taken 25 years for the automotive industry to move from components to modular. Bear in mind it has taken 15 years for the aircraft industry to move from components to modular. Nuclear industry, sorry sirs, is a bit slow. Very slow. Agreed. And we are trying to do it in 15 years, as fast as the aircraft industry, but this will be a very big challenge. We will need government support. We will need much more visibility on programs. We will need much more partnerships. We are very much ready to get into that between France, India, and the Indian industry. As we have started to do for Jaitapur, we have to accelerate and see bigger with SMRs. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. There were quite a few things I feel I have also learned. They were little bit vague in my mind, but I have little better clarity now thanks to your very pinpointed mention. Now, may I request our colleague from Westinghouse Electric Corporation. I recall when I was young, the WAPD reports we used to sort of read through very closely. Those days, some of the reports were available in form of microfiches. It used to be extremely strenuous going through that, but I have gone through it. Now, so many things are available on internet. I download, but I hardly ever read it. Those days, I used to sort of even note down whatever I used to read. So, I would request Dr. Barnwal to please have her presentation. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so thank you very much for the invitation to join you here today. I want to thank the organizers and the dignitaries that have spoken before me. I'll intersperse some of my comments with a little bit of my bio as well, because I think it's salient to the story. I'll first start with, I'm happy to yield some of my time to one of our very important customers, EDF. And so it was very good to hear about the newer SMR. There we go. So I am Dr. Rita Barnwal. Namaste to all of you. It's very nice and an honor to be here in Mumbai to present to you the AP300 small modular reactor that Westinghouse launched just on May 4th. So you are the first audience that I have the pleasure of presenting this to. Okay, so we have heard already quite a bit this morning about today's energy landscape. Our customers are in need and desire emissions-free energy. They want energy security, and that is so important, has been especially highlighted over the past year and a half. They want energy price stability, as we have already heard this morning, as well as grid stability. There we go. And so we understand that the promise that SMRs will deliver include lower costs. They include that it may be easier to license, that there should be more efficient construction, that there could be increased safety and quicker deployment. So there's a lot of caveats around each of those. But here's the Westinghouse advantage. We have over 70 years of experience developing and implementing new nuclear technologies that enable reliable, clean, safe, and economical sources of energy for many generations to come. We're a company of over 10,000 employees strong all around the world. We have over a dozen sites around the world, and we have deployed numerous different types of reactors, and we're responsible for over 50% of the operating nuclear technology around the world today. So I came into this industry after I graduated with my degrees in material science and engineering. I did my undergraduate at MIT, and then I went on to University of Michigan. And I did my dissertation on a very specific topic that was of interest to the US Nuclear Navy. And I joined a facility called Bettis Atomic Laboratory to develop new nuclear fuel for the aircraft carriers and submarines of the US Navy. So you might say that's the original small modular reactor. Fast forward to today, I stay in this industry because of the clean energy benefits of nuclear power. Part of our portfolio you may be familiar with, the AP1000 reactor. It's a 1,200 megawatt electric output reactor. Let me jump to the smallest reactor offering in our portfolio, which is our eVinci microreactor, 5 megawatts electric. In between those two, and it's not here for a very particular reason, is our Gen 4 reactor, which is a lead-fast reactor, 450 megawatts electric output. So we at Westinghouse understand that there is a reactor and a time scale that different communities need. eVinci, our microreactor, is suited for remote communities, islanded communities, military applications, data centers, hospitals, Bitcoin mining operations, for example. AP1000, of course, is our gigawatt scale reactor that's suited much more towards larger communities. We have successfully deployed these in China, and we have just recently connected our AP1000 in the United States to the grid in Georgia, Vogtle 3. Now, in between these reactor sizes is our AP300, which, as the name might suggest, is a 300 megawatt electric output reactor. If we could play the video.
As the world addresses the dual challenges of climate change and energy security, the need for proven solutions that deliver reliable, cost-effective, clean, and safe energy has never been greater. Introducing the Westinghouse AP300 Small Modular Reactor, the only SMR based on a deployed, operating, and advanced nuclear reactor. Leveraging the AP1000 reactor, the AP300 SMR utilizes identical technology, including design and licensing methodologies, major equipment and components, passive safety systems, proven fuel and supply chain. The AP300 SMR's simple modular design and compact safety footprint reduces construction, operating, and maintenance costs. The Westinghouse AP300 SMR, delivering on the promise of small modular reactors.
Okay, so the AP300 SMR is the only SMR that is out there that's based on nth-of-a-kind operating plants. It's based on proven technology. We have over 18 reactor years of safe operation of our AP1000 reactors. And that's based on a fully licensed and operating AP1000 technology that's been licensed in the United States, in the UK, and in China. It has the advanced passive safety features that are based on more than 30 years of licensing that technology with those global regulators that I mentioned. And it's readily deployable. As you saw in the video, it takes up about 1/4 of a soccer pitch, a football pitch. I'll give you a personal note. I'm a parent of 2 children who both grew up playing soccer. I'm very familiar with the size of that field. It is very impressive that our AP300 fits on just 1/4 of that. So the safety-related systems of an AP300 take up less than half of an acre of land. And that's very important in places like India, in places around the world where land is at a premium. It's based on proven technology. So we're leveraging the AP1000 successes around the world. 300 megawatts with 1 loop. We have the passive safety technology, and then we are reducing the overall components as well as we shrink some of that footprint. One of the questions I've gotten over the past 2 weeks are, what is the same when you compare it to AP1000? What's the same is the design and the licensing methodology, the major equipment and components, the passive safety systems, proven fuel. Let me pause on that for a moment. We heard this morning about higher enrichment of fuel and also about silicon carbide fuel. All of those are actually features of a different product of ours called Encore, in which we have different phases of advanced fuel, including doping pellets, improved cladding, and finally silicon carbide fuel as well for the future. All of those types of fuel can be used in the AP300 reactor, but they're not necessary. So we can use today's fuel as well as tomorrow's fuel in this concept. Westinghouse is a pioneer of passive safety. And so our AP300, again, will leverage the AP1000 fully passive safety systems. It is fail-safe, it is self-sufficient, it is hazard-proof, and has defense in depth. Let's move on to the timeline. So just last week, our regulatory engagement plan was docketed with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So if you're interested, you can see the public portion of that engagement plan. We hope to have design certification by the U.S. NRC by 2027, followed by site-specific design and licensing, and expect to start construction in 2030. With a 36-month cycle, what that means is in 1 decade from now, I hope to be able to chat with all of you again and talk about the success of connecting to the grid our first AP300 reactor. We talked about the ultra-compact footprint. What I want to point out is the low megawatt cost. So the required footprint that is needed per megawatt for the AP300 SMR is 4.7 meters squared per megawatt. It is very small compared to the competitors. I already talked about the timeline, and at the bottom of this slide is it answers another question that I often get, and that is, what is the nth of a kind price tag? So I've got two figures here, $1 billion per unit on average, $3,400 per kilowatt electric. Now this, I'll caveat as well. It depends on where you design, or where you construct this reactor. So we're talking about India. We hope to use, of course, indigenous talent. And so we hope that that will help us achieve these types of costs where the communities are experienced with constructing nuclear power plants. So finally, I just want to end with the fact that our AP300 SMR is more than possible. It's proven. We have proven technology that's based on advanced safety features and is readily deployable. I thought I had one more slide. So I want to thank you for your attention. I've gotten us back on track, but I do want to end with the fact that it's been very nice to meet some of you, and I've met a lot of you through my colleague Alok Mishra. And as we move forward with deploying our AP300 reactor technology, I look forward to working with you, and if you need to contact me, you can do so directly or through Alok as well. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baranwal. Both my wife and daughter are architects. I was just wondering the shapes that you have given for the reactor building, whether it will increase public acceptability. Otherwise, normally all the reactors look like almost like a military establishment. So whether I would suggest that maybe you can do a survey in USA, and if at all the results are positive, we would also like to put similar shapes on our reactors, even 700 megawatt if possible. So now I request our colleague from Russian Federation, Dr. Krasnov. I must admit, please be seated for a moment. I must admit I started my reactor engineering courses by studying Westinghouse design, but in 1984 we heard that India is planning to have a Russian reactor. The only source available for me was mere publication books, and I was wondering that somewhere the fuel assembly geometry is square, in Russia it is hexagonal. Somewhere I found that the pellet does not have any central hole, but in Russian VVR I found that there is a central hole. I was lucky that during the initial phase of discussion on technical assignment on the reactor core, I had a chance to have discussion with Dr. Bibilashvili of VNINIM, who was the support available for understanding the fuel and reactor core design. And I could understand many unique aspects of VVR reactors. So I would request Dr. Krasnov to please continue his presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this seminar. Unfortunately, my current presentation not about particular things of our technology, but I will try to explain our vision in general. So let me start from a brief overview of Rosatom. Rosatom is a state corporation that unites more than 300 subsidiaries and employs more than 250,000 employees. Rosatom is one of the largest power generating companies in Russia and one of the leading nuclear technology company on the global market. And apart from our nuclear technology, Rosatom specialized also in non-energy goods, high-tech products, and healthcare. And almost all, okay, Rosatom's projects directly related to the priorities of all 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have a large portfolio of products and technologies, but the core activity of Rosatom has always been the design, construction, and operation of nuclear power plants. Through the years, 109 reactors of Russian design have been built globally, including 80 reactors based on VVR technology. And we constantly improving the design of our large-scale VVRs reactors, and today the technology meets the latest standards and safety requirements. Apart from large-scale energy solutions, Rosatom developed small-scale reactors. And to let me start from a short history of our small reactor development. For civil marine applications. In 1959, the world's first nuclear power surface vessel, icebreaker Lenin, entered operation to extend operation conditions beyond the capabilities of conventional icebreakers in Arctic region. This icebreakers was retired in 1989 and later converted to the museum ship in Murmansk now. And from 1975 till 2007, 6 icebreakers powered by 2 OK-900A reactors were commissioned, and 2 icebreakers of this series are still in operation. In parallel, we have developed 2 shallow draft icebreakers powered by 1 KLT-40 reactor. Additionally, Sevmor-Pуть cargo carrier, also powered by 1 KLT-40 reactor, were commissioned. And all 3 vessels are in operation for the moment. And our recently commissioned floating nuclear power plant is also powered by two modified KLT40S reactors. And for now, our state-of-the-art solution, it's a RITM 200. For now, 3 universal dual-draft eye breakers powered by 2 RITM 200 reactors were commissioned in 2020 and 2022. 2 more icebreakers are under construction at shipyard, and additionally 2 icebreakers and 4 float LPPs are on the way. And the next step for us is a more powerful Russia icebreaker powered by 2 RITM 400 reactors. The kill was late in 2020, and we plan commissioning in 2027-2028. Several words about our first floating nuclear power plant, Academic Lomonosov, already operated in the northern east part of Russia. This is the most northern NPP in the world. It's equipped with 2 KLT40S reactors that can generate up to 70 megawatt of electrical power. The fuel cycle is 3 years. The design life is 40 years with possible future extension. Since December 2019, floating nuclear power supplying electrical power to Chukotka grid, and it was fully commissioned in May 2020. And what I want to say, it's in our design evolution of our reactors, the most important thing was a switch from the primary circuit design based on blocked components to integral configuration, where almost all the components of primary circuit are located inside of the reactor pressure vessel. Such design allows almost eliminate large break loss of coolant accidents. The new design has made it possible to reduce dimensions of the reactor and increase thermal capacity and fuel cycle. Based on RITM 200 reactor design for icebreakers, now we develop 2 options of RITM 200 reactors. First one is for floating NPP based on 2 RITM 200M with a fuel cycle up to 10 years. And second one for land-based NPPs, small-scale NPPs, based on RITM 200N, which is a modification of the reactor to comply with a land-based NPP's codes and standards. Another area we are exploring is microreactors. One of our advanced projects in this area is a Shelf-M microreactor for land-based small NPP. Shelf-M has an electrical capacity up to 10 megawatts and refueling cycle around 10 years. Along with RITM 200, this project is one of the key priorities in Rosatom small-scale development strategy. And this project is included in comprehensive governmental R&D program of Russian nuclear industry. And just to summarize information about the position of Rosatom regarding to small-scale reactor development, for now we have two KLT-40S reactors already operated at floating nuclear power plant, 6 RIT-200 reactors operates at icebreaker, and additionally we have 4 RIT-200 reactors, 4 icebreakers, and 8 RIT-200S reactors for floating nuclear power plant under construction. And by 2027, we plan to commission land-based small-scale NPP, and by 2029, optimized floating nuclear power plant, and NPP based on Shelf M microreactor is planned to be built by 2030. For now, Rosatom has designed and manufactured more than 20 small-scale reactors for civil applications, and this allowed us to accumulate great experience of safe operation of small reactors for over 400 reactor years. This allows us to offer only referenced solutions based on proven design and technology, relies on our experience with large-scale NPP. We can offer a unique integrated solution, support through the complete life cycle with a wide localization and technology transfer. And what I want to highlight, it's what Rosatom is a reliable and responsible partner in the nuclear energy sector for more than 70 years, and we truly committed to keep sharing our experience with the world. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krasnow. I have always wondered the complexities of integral PWR. We saw something as a part of RITM reactor. Something similar is there, which Korea has also developed. I'll be very much thankful if Dr. Lim can give us some details about the Korean reactor. I do not know whether Korea has 1 or 2 designs or many more designs, the way Russia has. Over to Dr. Lim, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sang-gyu Im from Korea, and I'm from Innovative SMR Development Agency, which is established by the Korean government recently. Today's my presentation topic is going to be on SMR development and deployment status in Korea. As you can see here, you are familiar with this. Electricity production will be more than double by 2050 from current level. Based on the 2015 scenario, nuclear output also double in the net zero emission. Such a large scale increase in the nuclear electricity cannot be handled by the large nuclear power plant alone. And therefore, SMR has emerged as an alternative. For the long-term ambitions of net zero energy, IEA recommends replacing coal power plants to supply on-grid power with SMR, replacing fossil fuels in heavy industry, and off-grid mining and district heating with SMR, and also to apply the SMR for hydrogen productions, desalinations, and process heating supply. As in this slide, you can see the evolution history of directed development from the technology self-reliance to the technology innovation in the Republic of Korea. Based on operation experience and repeated construction of OPR 1000 model, Team Korea tried to reach the technology self-reliance through the development of APR 1400. Team Korea accelerate the technology advancement. As a result, APR 1400 is that 3 units in operations, 3 units under construction in Korea, and 4 units were exported to UAE. And then we developed APR Plus, and that increased power and adopt the passive decay heat removal system. Beyond such active PWR technology, full passive PWR called iPower was developed from 2011 to 2019. During this period, the technology development of passive safety systems has been achieved. Since the later 1990s, the Team Korea has been developing smart SMR, and it obtained the world first standard design approval in 2012 based on the active safety systems. Recently, the second standard design approval for SMART is on the way to confirm safety with full passive safety systems and upgrade the safety design features. So we expect the second standard design approval review process will be ended in 2023. Based on commercial PWR technology and smart SMR technology, we have started the new SMR development project from 2020. As you can see here, SMART provide a dual process purpose, such as electricity generations and desalinations and district heating or process heating. The power output is 110 megawatt electric, and design lifetime is 60 years. Main components such as reactor vessel and helical coil steam generator are designed considering modularity and inland transportations. Integrated primary system eliminate the Raspberry local and full passive safety system has been adopted. Recently, the second design approval for SMART is on the way to confirm safety for the full passive safety system. SMART also technology has been proven through the comprehensive validation program. More than 50 validation tests has been made, including separate effect test, integral effect test, and component validation test. As you can see here, this slide shows fuel performance test and CHF measurement test. And also we manufacture the full scale of fuel assembly for performance test and carried our CHF measurement test. And also, Smart Integral Test Loop is largest full scope accident test facility for SMR. ITL is full height facility and volume scale is 1/49. So all design accidents, including force accident, can be simulated in this facility. And the right figure shows a general arrangement of smart SMR. Also, Team Korea is cooperating with various countries to deploy the SMR. The Saudi Arabia has cooperated for joint fork deployment and global commercialization. With Jordan and Philippines, a joint feasibility study was just conducted for deployment of SMART in their country. Recently, Team Korea has started feasibility study in Alberta of Canada. So SMART is already for immediate deployment using well-established nuclear supply chain in Korea. So over the past 50 years, Team Korea has secured nuclear technology, not only active PWR, but also passive PWR technology. In addition, Team Korea has smart SMR technology, which is approved standard design in 2012. Recently, improve overall of SMR is increasing to replace fossil fuels in energy crisis and carbon neutralization. Based on active and passive PWR technology and smart SMR technology, Korea needs a more economical, more safer, more flexible SMR, so-called innovative SMR. For new SMR development, Team Korea recently has determined the top-tier requirements of the SMR. For the general requirement ISMR, we selected the PWR type of SMR based on our experience of reactor development history. Power output per module is 170 megawatt electric. Design lifetime is 80 years. Site envelope seismic design is 0.5 G. The safety system should be designed as a full passive. And also, important thing is practical and indefinite cooling using only passive system without any makeup and operator's actions. And also, safety system is designed without any safety class AC and DC power. If all these requirements are satisfied, we expect that the core damage frequency is less than 10 to the minus 9, and large release frequency is less than 10 to the minus 10 per module year. These key safety features of ISMR can extremely minimize the possibility of release of fission products to product public, and practically exclude the public evacuation during the accident conditions. From now on, from this slide, I will show you the design features of ISMR. So four vertical candidate RCP provide the forced convection flow, and we adopted in-vessel CEDM to eliminate the CE ejection accidents, and ICPs and in-vessel CEDM will be modified based on the smart and I-power design. ECCS valve play a role for automatic depressurization of ICS during small break rocker with steel containments and passive containment cooling system heat exchanger. To reduce the construction period, innovative manufacturing technology such as electron beam welding and diode laser welding will be applied. This slide shows the overview of a passive safety system for ISMR. The left figure, you can see 4 modules. We have 4 module design. 4 modules are physically separated by the concrete wall. So each module has dedicated emergency cooling tank like this. In the right figure, you can see the more detailed system, passive safe system configurations. The steel containment vessel envelope the reactor vessel, and 2 trains of a passive safe containment cooling heat exchanger are installed in top of the containment vessel. And the PCCS heat exchangers are connected to the emergency cooling tank called ECT by the pipe. The passive auxiliary feed water system heat exchanger are submerged in the ECT, which are connected to helical coil steam generator. The passive emergency core cooling system provide depressurization and recirculation flow path during the local working with PCCS heat exchanger. ISMR has backup system, a non-safety system for normal operation, and also beyond the DBA when failure of passive safety system. Here is the general arrangement of ISMR. The highlighted red box represents one module. One emergency cooling tank is divided by 2. So each volume contains the heat exchanger and also connected to each PCCS heat exchanger in the top of the containment vessel. The all important system and components are located below the ground level to protect it from the external hazard such as aircraft crash. This is the overall milestone of ISMR development. We will complete the basic design in this year, and we will complete the detailed standard design in the end of 2025. The standard design analysis report will be submitted to Korean regulatory body in 2026, and we expect that we will get design approval through the 3-year standard design review process, including pre-design review process. For construction of fork design, we will set up the business model and preparation, the constructions and long lead item, especially manufacturing of steel containment during 5 years. We will start the construction of first ISMR plant is 2029. ISMR Development Agency is government-funded agency to control the national project, R&D projects, and to lead the development ISMR, including standard design and development and licensing. And this R&D project consists of 40 projects covering standard design, development of innovative technology, and validations and manufacturing technology. Based on leading by our agency, the Team Korea will deploy on new ISMR successfully. This is end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lim. It was indeed very nice that the original reactor SMART has been, there are some evolutionary changes made, and it has been made still increase safety. Thank you very much. Now may I request our colleague from India, Mr. Dinesh Babu, to give his presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the chair for this opportunity for giving the development and deployment perspective for SMRs, global and Indian perspective. Current status of SMRs worldwide, it has been already mentioned by many earlier speakers. Over 80 designs under development in 18 countries, with targets of first one by around 2030 and the deployment beyond. So this IAEA has compiled this technical information of all these 80 varieties in the form of that ARIS. And in 2022 booklet, it identifies the reactor types as water-cooled land-based, water-cooled marine-based, gas or liquid metal cooled, and molten salt cooled. It also identifies the operating SMRs which provide power as KLT40S, that is academic Lomonosov, that is floating nuclear power plant based on light water reactor of Russian Federation, and STRPM, which is helium cooled pebble-bed reactor of China. And it also identifies SMRs under construction as CARM25, AP100 of Argentina and China, which both are light water cooled, and BREST OD300 of Russia, which is lead cooled. Relevance of SMRs in India. India has been committed to achieve net zero by 2070. And in keeping up with this climate goal, the coal power plants need to be phased out gradually. The retired coal plants cannot be substituted by solar or wind of adequate capacity due to requirement of relatively large area for these type of sources. Due to smaller footprint and enhanced safety, SMRs offer the option for replacement of coal plants. SMRs also has a potential to be replaced at captive power plants by power industries such as steel plant and aluminum plants or chemical industries. Choice of SMR technology for India, it is a choice the globally is also being pursued. So about half of the SMR design being pursued globally are water-cooled, which includes land-based and marine-based. Water-cooled reactors are having technology which is well matured. Design life of the equipment with its degradation mechanisms are well known, and overall safety with fuzzy features are also well proven. Manufacturing technology and materials are well proven, and rich operating experience exists worldwide. In view of this, for faster deployment of SMRs in India, it is considered appropriate to adopt PWR-based technology. Types of PWR-based SMRs, basically you can categorize into two. One is based on natural circulation, other is with forced circulation, mostly making use of can motor pump. Conventional large-size power plants, the equipments are placed at distance apart and connected through large-size pipelines. So all these variants of SMRs, they eliminate this large-size pipe, and that gives tremendous advantages from safety point of view by eliminating large-size loca. The natural circulation variants as well as forced circulation variants also have two varieties each, which is one is keeping all the equipments within the pressure vessel itself, and other one where the equipment like steam generators are kept in another vessel which is directly welded to the pressure vessel. All are having its own advantages as well as disadvantages. Natural circulation, it eliminates one of the major components, which is pump. However, it needs a lot of proving for its operating characteristics as well as load follow characteristics. Basically, all the varieties, there are many designs being pursued worldwide. Examples are given just below that each category. New scale, CARM, and that is ABV 6E, IMR are natural circulation. It's almost integral within everything within the RPV. Then SMR 160, that is by Holtec, that is block type with natural circulation. And RITM, Shelf M, Newards, Empower, ACP 100, Smart, ISMR are basically integral with pumps attached to that. Basically, all the varieties will have components which can be categorized into static and dynamic. Static components, that is pressure vessel and its internals, steam generators, heat exchangers, pressurizer, support structure, and containment. Dynamic components include pumps, reactivity control mechanism, and valves. Basically, all are welding intense equipment, especially pressure vessel and steam generators, and involves precision components with stringent alignment requirements. Quality control needs to be interfaced with the manufacturing, demanding by considerations that we have very less margin for error, and we'll have to do it in a first time right approach manner. These equipments can also be categorized into two with respect to its design life, that is replaceable items, that is designed considering ease of replacement, and non-replaceable items which are designed for entire life of the plant. Expertise exists in India in all fields of the nuclear power project, that is design, right from reactor physics design, process design, engineering detailing, stress analysis, seismic analysis, and safety analysis. And we have participated and contributed through round robin analysis and evaluation, design evaluation for international tasks. Manufacturing, when it comes, industry experienced in mega packages of manufacturing and construction. And we have demonstrated capability to build nuclear power plants within 5 years, that is TAP 3 and 4. Nuclear fuel complex, that is a unique ore-to-core, both in uranium as well as zirconium, fuel production facility. Operation and maintenance, including waste management, refurbishment, modernization, and life extension expertise is there. Operation of many units continuously for more than 750 days and 962 days of record, that is now number 2 in the world, that is Kaiga Station Unit 1. About 600 reactor years of operation in total. No incidents causing release of radioactivity in public domain beyond regulatory limits on account of any incidents. And all these stages are very clearly interfaced with regulatory frameworks, which is involving reviews, inspection, and consents in various stages. This is one of the examples where the development of Indian industry has been taken up in a collaborative manner, where advanced purified reactor vessel alloy is developed, which started from right from the melt with the technical requirements meeting its high purity, and its parameters were fixed, and the process through many trials were established to get the forging within with the defects well within the acceptable limits, and the heat treatments were also established through, that is anti-flaking heat treatment and quenching tempering treatments, etc., were established through trials, and we could successfully get through thickness mechanical properties even for very thick forging as high as 750 mm thick. Subsequent to this forging, converting into pressure vessel, including the welding and its overlay and its QC, that is also demonstrated. We have the capability. Developmental activities by BRC, making use of the experimental facility already operational as a part of demonstration of advanced reactor systems. The test loop for demonstration of passive decay heat removal system, functioning of isolation condenser and passive valves, etc., are tested using this. Testing of passive poison injection valve, which were developed and that were tested. Then steel containment cooling test facility, demonstration of air cooling of containment. There are some facilities under construction or detailing for to be constructed. That is integral testing of system, that is some sort of proof of concept for the SMR going to be adopted, and performance of safety systems, specifically some test loops for that, so that the accidental conditions can be evaluated and demonstrated, and basically test loop for testing of equipments like steam generator for its entire life, that is performance testing and endurance testing. So these are some photographs of the components which were tested using the facility shown schematically in the right side. Worldwide also, some analytical studies are being carried out, and we are also doing such studies, basically scoping calculations of dose estimate for exploring possibility of reducing EPZ size, that is dose calculation to the plant boundary and EPZ for public. It all depends on the source term, which is identification of worst case accident scenario, then fission product release in containment, removal of fission product within the containment, then source time for release of fission product into the atmosphere. All parametric studies are being undertaken. And coming to the size of the power plant, it is known fact that the cost will come down if the power is higher, that is cost per megawatt hour will be coming down. But the risk of the large release, which is amounting to some considerable dose to the public, that will also increase with the size of the plant. So it is a trade-off between that. There will be an optimum power. Maybe it is, some literature identifies it as around 100 megawatt electrical. SMR challenges which were already identified by all the earlier speakers, basically this load follow operability with all the equipments which are going to see the cyclic load in its fatigue life need to be evaluated. And this is something different from conventional nuclear power plant. This control room staffing and human factor engineering of multi-module, that is concept of unified operator for multiple modules. This is also different from conventional nuclear power plants. Multi-unit, multi-module aspects of this need to be also studied for its impact on all levels of defense in depth. Defining source time for multi-module plants for EPZ, that is under debate. Off-site construction commissioning activities which needs to be slightly different from the conventional plants because the regulatory inspection and verification may have to be done at off-site, that is construction site. Transportation of fuel modules in some variants are there, that is also going to be different from the conventional power plants. Condition assessment and in-service inspection, these aspects are going to be totally different because there are many variants where in-service inspection is going to be difficult, and moreover the reactor life is going to be much more, that is frequency of refueling will be much less, and this condition assessment and in-service inspection periodically, the way we are doing in conventional plants, it may not be possible. The codes and standards are definitely need to be evolved or modified specific to SMRs, and the cost. As per IAEA 2016 booklet, the costs were identified for all the variants which were identified that time. So it comes, that time it was around 4,000 to around 8,000 US dollar per kilowatt, which translate into around 30 to 60 crore per megawatt electrical in Indian currency. So this can be compared with around recent cost for PWRs, which is only around 15 to 20 crore per megawatt electrical. So definitely this cost of SMR need to be definitely a concern for the SMR. And there is always a thinking that when we have multiple modules, the economy of multiple modules, when it comes into picture, the cost can come down to up to around 60 or 70%, 60 to 30, 50%. So, but to get this full advantage, we need to have continuity of the orders to the industry, and stable and sustained demand is also required to keep the industry thriving, ensure a return on investment, and retain experienced and skilled team. So concluding remarks, they globally also are pursuing and PWR-based technology for near-term deployment of SMRs in India. So we need to address the human resource, supply chain, infrastructure, as IAEA has clearly identified in their booklet. That is, stakeholders to have appropriate leadership, management system, and understanding of safety and security. Robust supply chain delivering high-quality nuclear-grade equipment and system are needed to provide O&M in long run. New manufacturing techniques might call for skills and expertise not yet widely available. Along with the development of infrastructure, industry need to also develop trained workforce and engineering strength for innovative ways of manufacturing to take full advantage of economy of multiple units. In Indian context, if at all we are going for a large scale
standardization, harmonization of regulation, supply chain requiring the whole world to be a manufacturing hub, cooperation, teamwork. And these across countries, across companies, across organizations. The biggest challenge will be to initiate the SMRs, if I am allowed to say, better than the recent reactors, because the world cannot wait. At the same time, it has to be founded properly so that many of them can be built in the years to come in a sustained manner. There have been bilateral agreements between countries on regulation, between companies and manufacture, but is there a requirement for a high-level, high-power steering platform under IAEA, if required, to do these things in an efficient manner, in a timely manner? How to go about this? We cannot wait now. We don't have the time that we had earlier. I just want to know what can be done on this. Thank you.
I don't know. Is it a question to me? Yeah. No, one good thing is I have retired, so I have no responsibility now. See, I would like to sort of do loud thinking just in response to your question, sir. Number one, IAEA would find it very difficult to bring regulators from all the countries together, primarily because each country have their sovereign requirements. It will be very difficult for IAEA to sort of even cajole a specific country that instead of, let me just tell a very arbitrary example, instead of following ASME code, you follow GAN code or vice versa, either way. So I can understand the difficulty which each regulator faces, and subsequently the IAEA is going to face so far as certain very specific codes and guides are concerned. IAEA has already played tremendous tremendous role in harmonizing the overall aspect part of it. That is, the safety system should have a certain type of provisions, and on the basis of which so many codes and guides are being made. But when it comes to manufacturing industry, like let's say if I am trying to take an equipment, let's say just a pump, say from say France. Now France will have RCCMR guidelines which may not sort of match exactly one-on-one with any other guideline. So if you want to have supply chain sort of all across the world, which is what is going to be necessary, it will be difficult for all the countries to sort of agree to the guideline. And I would say only IAEA, which has the clear understanding of the nuclear industry sort of requirements all across, they only will be in a position to sort of take the lead. But rest of the countries will have to finally agree for sort of going by the guidelines by IAEA. I do not know if Dr. Han would like to comment on this.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Actually, IAEA is now working on nuclear harmonization and industrialization initiative. So we have two tracks under that initiative, a regulatory track and industry track. For a regulatory track, as you mentioned, it's always difficult to invite regulators. But luckily, we invited several of them. And now we are sharing the information about how they are addressing licensing issues. So we are exchanging information. And also we are working on pre-licensing cases together. And then we'll try to learn from each regulatory authority's experience with licensing. So we are making some progress. And also we have a dedicated working group on SMR regulators group. They have been exchanging their ideas on this side. On the industry track, we are addressing several topics, and one of them is trying to understand what are the specific issues, problems we are facing with codes and standards for the development and deployment of SMRs. So we are making some progress, but certainly there are challenges and difficulties, but we are trying to address our member states' needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any of the panel member would like to add to this?
Thank you, Dr. Vyas. If I think IAEA will do its best to try and coordinate all that. I have the opportunity to contribute from the industry side of it. It is challenging because there are too many other dimensions at stake, and so this will take a long time. Eventually, we should hope we would get there, but as you said rightly, sir, there's no time to wait for 15 or 20 years until everybody agrees on everything. So the industry will have to push. I think we should, in the meantime, have foster cooperation within the industry. I think the supply chain alignment aspect is absolutely key. Again, the technology, there are many scientists, a lot of R&D done, a lot of computation codes, you have everything is available. And a lot of good scientists, and you can come up with a lot of design ideas. 80 is way too much than what we need. We need 10 maybe workable PWRs, and then you can address the market. Then the reality will be how to address the licensing issue on one side, and how can the supply chain line up to produce all the components. For that, the step that is missing in the middle is governments taking responsibility to provide visibility on a program of, say, 10s, 15s, 20 reactors. That will give everybody courage and incentive to invest in their capabilities and effectively make the effort to go towards through the licensing challenges. But that's absolutely important that government and industry work together while IAEA tries to sort out and prepare, I would say, what will be the future of nuclear in 2 decades. Thank you.
May I have a suggestion? Yes. See, we have globally now working on generation 1, generation 2, and generation 3 reactors. If we are going to adopt PWR as one of the pathway for SMR, the harmonization process can be just for that one particular technology, because it has been adopted by many countries, and I find after the presentation that PWR has been done, light water reactor, heavy water reactor, or any of the PWRs which we have. So my request to IAEA is that bring in only for that one particular technology. Harmonize it for the purpose of SMR application. That as an agenda, if you take, your fear that it may take 25, 30 years to harmonize and come will not be there. It's not so difficult because after all you have realized such systems and they are operating in different countries. So what is the difficulty in now saying what are the good points, what are the reliable points? I tend to, I'm not a nuclear scientist by any means. I'm an aeronautic scientist. I have done aeronautics. We had similar problems in aeronautics. We had large number of standards once upon a time. And we used to have, somebody will say AVP, somebody will say this standard, AS standard, that standard. And finally, we found that it was possible to harmonize variety of standards into one. And it was very easy today when you do design aircrafts that what standards to be followed. The French aircraft is not following any different standards than the American aircraft. All of us follow the same standards. And there are no issues on that. How it happened? It happened mainly because Number of aircrafts were produced by different countries, and then they got together, experiences were shared, and they came out with a normalized kind of a standard. My request to IAE is that let's take one focus for SMR, a PWR standardized process of design standards, manufacturing standards, testing standards, safety standards, each one of them bringing out. Configurations also you can normalize. For example, today I saw Mr. Babu gave two configurations. One, a monolithic construction, another was distributed construction. The Korean team also said cooling tank was separate. There was another one which you said that there are different modules, the steam generator separately, the main nuclear core separately, the cooling separately. So taking into account all these configurations, why can't the safety standards be laid out? It is an engineering problem. It is not a problem of whether the standard A is right or the standard B is right. It is an engineering problem which needs to be addressed through the engineering solutions. And safety factors, safety regulations, material choices, all will be dictated by the engineering solutions. So I don't find that such a mammoth task which is considered that it may take 25, 30 years for us to normalize this. I think there's something missing. We have to change our track and do this task as early as possible. If we really want to harmonize and globalize the SMR market as it is seen by all of us. Otherwise, what will happen? Korea will make one. Then when it is sold to India, India will say, no, I want to see your design once again. I want to look at it thoroughly. And then, it will continue like that. And then, as I mentioned, the nuclear industry has been the slowest on the earth. Slowest. Across all. There is no nuclear reactor which takes less than 10 years' time. So this will continue to like that. Kindly do something. All you wise people are present here.
After that, Shivasa sir.
Okay. I have a few questions, but I will just take some time. I will specifically ask Rita, how did you convert on AP300? I think you push that. With so many range available, and I feel small is beautiful, but small is costly also. So, so first question is, how did you choose? Because selection, the size itself is a very big challenge. Now, after doing AP1000, we have now decided for AP300. You must have debate in your family whether to go to 300, 100, 150 and all that. Is it that you have chosen the highest rated of the so-called SMR in the present time? That is the primary reason?
That's one of the main reasons. The customers that we are discussing the technology with in the United States and actually around the world have suggested that they want the uppermost technical definition of an SMR. So as I mentioned, we have smaller reactors, and then we have a larger reactor as well. Our lead-fast reactor is 450 megawatts, and that's the optimal output. But if a customer wants a truly SMR, we can actually tune our lead-fast reactor as well to be lower. But the AP300 was specifically chosen because of the feedback that we have gotten from our existing customer community and looking at the market. As we've heard for the past few hours today, the market is there, and 300 provides not only the electrical output, but then we can generate hydrogen with it. Our plants in China, the AP1000 plants, are designed to be used for hydrogen generation. AP300 will be as well. Desalinating water for sure, providing district heating and process heat. And then we didn't talk about it, but I saw it on some slides earlier today as well, medical isotope generation. So all of those ancillary benefits beyond electricity can also be achieved with AP300.
The next question is with the SMRs in particular. Idea should be that we should have multiple reactors, but the common turbine. We need to decrease the cost. So specifically, these smaller reactors will not be viable for the power production. In order to go one step further towards economics, multiple SMRs with a common turbine would be one approach to reduce the cost and having the safety requirements of the reactor, which is the primary thing. I did not get anyone making that feeling that there will be a time when SMRs will be independent, but the balance of plant, turbine, would be catering to multiple SMRs.
So I'll hand the mic over to my colleagues, but that's another reason why we picked 300. When you look at what my fellow competitors are putting out there, one module is not usually what they are advertising. It's a 6-pack or it's a 12-pack, and that gets us actually over and above the actual definition of what SMR is. So we have chosen 300 very specifically to target what the market need is, and then also to be able to construct one reactor unit.
Last question to you, and then I will close. US NRC had a very bad image in the past of licensing the nuclear reactors. It's taken a very long time. The rest of the world also got impacted by the poor regulation of US NRC. In your opinion, after the design is brought to a good shape, how many years US NRC will take now to license your AP300?
So we are, as I mentioned, we are anticipating design certification by 2027. And I would suggest that it's not the NRC that's the problem. It is the submitter of the design that needs to ensure that they understand what the NRC or any other regulator is expecting. And so because Westinghouse has been in this business for decades, we understand how to work with the regulator. We understand how to anticipate requests for additional information. We engage with them early. We communicate often. And so I feel that we have a good understanding of how not only the NRC but other regulators around the globe operate. And we can work with them to answer questions early versus answering them after years of the design sitting on their desk, so to speak. And also, it was brought up earlier today as well, that the design needs to be complete. That is a major lesson learned for us from AP 1000.
How many years you will take for licensing? I just wanted to know about it. US NRC will take 2 years or 3 years for licensing?
I don't want to predict what they will take because I don't represent the NRC, but what we are saying publicly is that we anticipate by 2027.
Well, I think the last question, sorry, Mr. Gurdeep Singh.
No problem.
You are one of my biggest customer, but then still, Srivastava sir.
This is Dr. Sundar Kataria. Had a opportunity to build India's first nuclear power plant at RAPP. My question is simple about standardization, which the question came up. Now, it is important to have standardization. That is because there are a lot of international standards floating around. And I was told there are 440 validation has been done for nuclear items, right from reactors and shield, all these things are built as per that. Now, my present, what I would like to say, still people, the vendors are not going for ISO 9000. Apart from that, now so much of time has passed, the new standard has come up now, ISO 19443. That is supply chain for nuclear services, nuclear industries. So my question is, why we are not standardizing our management system so that it will take care right from the customer requirement to design, as it was told about the design. Because design is very important. Why I will accept SMR unless somebody confirms that design is robust, it is eco-friendly, it is going to help us. Thank you, sir.
Now, once again, this question is more for industry. It is like this, so far as nuclear, first of all, my apologies, your face looked quite similar to the ambassador, Mr. Srivastava, so my apologies to you, sir. I do not know Mr. Gurdeep Singh would agree or not, but number one, see, basically, sir, you have worked in NPCIL, so you know many a times when it is one of its type of equipment,
it becomes very difficult at times even to find an industry who are ready to take up that challenging job. And there are some industries who have taken up the challenges and then helped us. So standardization, in my opinion, would happen with industry provided there are large number of orders. They are able to make the production sequence systematically. They are able to source the raw material necessary for making that particular equipment. So specifically in India, I feel standardization would be difficult. Of late, subsequent to, say, I would say Chernobyl and subsequent to Fukushima, the nuclear industry as a whole, they are not able to do well. So many of the industries, they are not in a position. But in SMR, I would say that this particular point it needs to be considered, and I would request our industrial colleagues also to keep in mind that when there are large number of orders being placed for SMRs, at least try to bring in some standardization and sort of request designers also to make sure that in the drawings and technical specification these things are mentioned. So it's a good point. I would like to consider it. I don't think I have answered your question to your satisfaction. And one just last question, Gurdeep Singh ji, over to you, because at the time when I was asked to stop.
No, I'm okay. I can ask for the lunch table, not a problem.
Because it is 1 hour late, that is what I was told that.
No, I was asking then only a generic question, not a technical question, that there has been. Chaliye, theek hai, sir. No, I'm just the hat which I am here in Malaysia and wearing at present, and from the corporate side and as a developer. What kind of the curve, the falling cost curve we can expect in case of SMRs, and maybe let's see in the next 5 to 10 years, and whether what are the steps we need to take to achieve that kind of curve, which probably I think we need to really start looking at. And additional question was that whether we at all should start considering this SMRs for the power generation, because we all know that 2/3 of the heat we are wasting or in case of the Rankine cycle anyway. So what kind of industries will start developing then along with that once this SMRs become viable?
So some of the interest that we are seeing for SMR is actually, it's been discussed already, but the manufacturing industry, industrial processes, they want to have an SMR to have their own ecosystem. They don't need to rely on something being connected to the external grid. 24/7 reliance. So that's what we're seeing that. I think I saw on one slide the cement production, there's chemical manufacturing, fertilizer applications. There's interest around the world, even tire manufacturing, tile manufacturing. There's a lot of industrial manufacturing operations that can benefit from SMR technology, 300 and smaller. There was another piece to your question, and I had an answer for it. So, cost curve. The cost that I presented was nth of a kind. So, not to be confused with what the first of a kind will be. But also, it is very, very region specific. We have found that 60% of the cost of construction is based on the indigenous labor cost as well as the indigenous construction cost. So if that is the same all across all of India, then we can easily narrow down on what that's going to look like. But I trust that it's just like any other country where labor might be more expensive in one region of the country and less expensive in another. So again, there's a lot of caveats around that price tag, but it's not around the NSSS system. It's around what I would say labor and things that aren't so glamorous like concrete.
Maybe,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah, please.
sir, maybe to complement this answer. Already on large reactors, when you have 2 reactors you build on a single site, what we see, and this is what we see at our Hinkley Point C construction site in the UK, is that the second reactor, which is built next to the first one, you have a reduction in cost of 30%, all right? Now, still, as we mentioned, for large reactors, we don't have the level of standardization that would be required to go and reach for further reduction in cost and price. What we anticipate, or we would like to see coming up, is if effectively there could be a harmonization of, not necessarily regulation, but at least of objectives in terms of safety, and designs can go and meet the objectives of safety and not be changed, meaning you can have manufacturing of integrated components and modules in some shop, wherever somewhere it is in the world, and ship it and then assemble it. We believe we can have a reduction in cost of up to 60% eventually. So that's what...
In this regard, my response would be that we should not be considering the on-site construction activities too many. I think this is the factory assembled, if it is going to be, whether it's going to be very, very small, rather than looking for the larger one on the SMRs. And the site activities will be very limited. So it will be a factory dispatched, most of the things which is getting assembled at the site, so that even the variability of the labor cost, etc., will be taken away in that part. When we are likely to reach that, and when this mass production will start, whether we can really think that like the solar PV panels have started coming down, whether at some point of time we can just start looking at that the power cost from the SMRs will start coming down in that way. And on the lighter side, whether there will be some business for the transmission utilities there, because everybody can have their own nuclear power, the SMRs, and then the grid is not required.
Fine, I think we can close. I wanted that last comment from each of the panelists, but there is not enough time for that. So I thank all the panel members for very, I would say, very informative presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, a big round of applause. You rightly said, it has been a knowledgeable and informative session with expert members of panel giving a very insightful presentation, followed by the expert comments and views by the session chair, and then exchange of information by way of question and answer. Though no one of us would like to end this session, but a delicious food is waiting outside and lot can happen over a lunch table, so discussion can continue. Well, with this, we have come to a conclusion of the session, but before we close the session, I would request the session chair, Dr. Kamlesh Neelkant Vyas ji, former chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary to Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy, to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of love and affection to all the esteemed members of our panel. So to do the honors, first I would request Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji, Director Projects, NTPC Limited. Please come ahead, sir. Dr. Vyas is going to honor you. I would request Shri Harish Kalsi ji, Associate Director, International Cooperation and Executive Advisor to CMD NPCL. Esteemed dignitary from France, Dr. V. Ramani, Senior Vice President, Development, EDF. From US, we have Dr. Arita Barnwal, Chief Technology Officer, Westinghouse. From Russia, we have Dr. Andrei Kasnov, Head of the Department of Small Scale Energy Solutions, Rosatom Energy Projects. Just be careful, team, please take care. I'm sure everything is okay. Dr. Andrei Kasnov, receiving a memento from Dr. Vyas. And the guest from South Korea, Dr. Sang-Yu Lim, Senior Researcher, System Integration Division, Innovative SMR Development Agency, South Korea. And finally, from the land of India, we have Mr. Dinesh Babu, Outstanding Scientist and Project Director, BARC DAE. Thank you very much, sir. And now with this, I invite each and every one of you to kindly join us for lunch, and sharp after 45 minutes, we will assemble back in this auditorium. Thank you very much.
Volchin, Director of Projects, Rosatom Energy Projects from Russia. Welcome. Mr. V. Ramani, Senior VP Development, EDF from France. Mr. Anil V. Parak, Whole-Time Director and Senior EVP, Heavy Engineering and L&T Valves, L&T. Mr. Amit Sharma, MD and CEO, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. Mr. Gurdeep Singh, CMD, NTPC Limited. And Mr. Nalin Singhal, CMD, BHEL. Thank you, everyone. And Saraswat sir, if I may kindly pass the dice to you now for further commencement of the session.
How much time we have?
We have 1 hour, sir.
So good afternoon, friends. Can you hear? Is it working? Hello?
That's working, sir.
Hello? So, good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session. As the moderator said, you are now with your bellies full, which will give you a tendency to doze off. So be careful. We want you to be as attentive as you were in the morning, because this is a very important session. In the previous session, we discussed various aspects of small modular reactors, its role in the energy transition. And we realized that many factors about the SMR are a function of design, standardization, harmonization, and manufacturability, industry participation, and regulatory challenges. This theme has come out very clearly from the last discussion. It's not that, actually nobody, not even a single speaker said that it is difficult to design or the design is unknown. Everybody said that it's the regulations which are making the design difficult. It is the kind of one size does not fit all, that syndrome, that what is applicable for Korea will not be applicable in India, and what is applicable in India will not be applicable in France, and so on. So everybody designs a system for a customer, and the customer's regulatory regime actually clears it, and hence a very longish time. And when time is longer, the cost is also very high. So it is a cost-related increase, the time-related cost increase, which is responsible for today's scenario of high cost of nuclear power. I would like to use this opportunity to bring to the notice, with the help of the esteemed panelists, what I have. I have members from the industry, I have members who are designers, I have members who are running their own companies for nuclear reactor. So you can't get a better panel than this to really work on the main theme of how do we actually bring that kind of a change. I think Mr. Gurdeep had asked a question to the last panel, that when will the cost come down and how will the cost come down? Now, one of the slides which I think Mr. Babu has shown, which he didn't explain in detail, but in the bottom there was a curve which showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps, and then it is coming down to a level. It is exactly the same understanding. If you do these 4, 5, 6 steps, which is what is listed in for our panel, that is design standardization, material standardization, process standardization, and harmonization, the cost will come down automatically. While the cost becomes an imperative with respect to the type of power of the reactor, as I had shown in my slide, the power of the reactor coming down, the cost comes down. So that is the kind of situation was there. But then there was another slide which I showed, that if the power is going up, then there is a cost of running going to be high. That is the capital cost being high, the cost of power will be more. So this is a syndrome which will have to be addressed by these 6 steps which we are talking. So I have a very eminent panel which will delve upon the design, standardization, harmonization, manufacturability, safety, regulations, and how do we take SMR from the realm of what is called custom-built design to a generalized design and manufacturing scenario, which anybody, given the specifications, should be able to manufacture and provide to different users for different applications. That is the kind of goal which we have to set for ourselves. If that happens, I think we will have the major transformation of this sector. And I hope this seminar throws up such suggestions which will enable that transformation. So with these few words, I would now request the first panelist in my list, I think A for Apple. So I'll start with Mr. Andre. Alexander Volgin of Director Projects Rosatom. So you will be our opening batsman. Please go ahead and speak your mind.
Good. Hello, everybody. Dear colleagues, I'm honored to be here. Really, it's a pleasant presentation that I heard in the morning. It was really great from all the utilities, all the participants, all the speeches. First of all, let me thank as well the organizers of this great events and such an opportunity to speak about promising energy solution which SMR is. So numerous topics have been discussed this morning already, numerous problems, challenges, issues, how to move forward on the SMR deployment all over the world, I would say. All the aspects that are raised in the specific working groups that are discussed everywhere, as well in IAA that have been mentioned numerous times, are important and deserve to be discussed, but unfortunately we have a limited time here, so otherwise we will stay here for a week at least. So we have decided to focalize, in our opinion at least, on 3 major directions that will be addressed to move forward on the SMRs, which are the design, the standardization, and the modularization. And as well, I will make a short hint how we have addressed them in our Rosatom's SMRs. So first of all is the standardization. Today, most equipments for the large scale and SMRs are designed for specific projects. Sorry. Jumped on the. Can you make the previous slide, please? Yes, design. Thank you. So most of modern SMR and PPs are based on a proven classic design. You have heard about it already during the previous session, which our brilliant participants have made. It's the same typical technologies that are used in large-scale NPPs. The advantage of the PWR technology is currently that because it's known, it's already operating. We have a huge operating experience that has been accumulated during the years. The well-known PWR technology is currently the optimal choice since it guarantees a high level of safety while keeping the SMR construction low. But a significant step forward would be the transition to fundamentally new technologies, for example, Gen 4 SMRs. But however, it won't be applicable now in the first stage. First of all, we need to use something existing and proven. Within Rosatom current land-based and floating NPPs, we are using a well-proven technology which have been developed well years ago. So the first one has appeared in '59. So you have seen on the presentation of my colleagues that It combines the experience or final designs that we're proposing now with the Rhythm 200 reactor, combines all the experience that we got during these years. So the next step is the standardization. As you understand that today most equipment for both large and NPPs and SMRs are designed for a specific project depending upon the country, on the site, on the local regulatory framework. There are two interesting and interrelated approaches to reduce the cost and the construction time of SMRs. It's to standardize the equipment manufacturing, but it depends upon the scale. And the manufacturers need to know how much reactors they will need to produce. And as well, standardize the requirements. So a significant step will be the deployment of a generic design SMR, which be suitable for most sites, or at least within one country or a climate zone. For example, within Rosatom Rhythm reactors for the floating NPP, we have developed two designs. One of them is a tropical design, which would be suitable, for example, for India, and the Arctic design, which is deployed in the northern parts of Russia, which can undergo the most severe climatic conditions for each region. And at least the final step is a modularization. This topic is quite interesting because each person understands the modularization from each point of view, because we have the suppliers, we have the customer, and we have the local industries. So for the first ones, the modularity means that we can add modules and allow increasing the capacity of the power plant to satisfy the needs. Secondly, the modularity makes it possible to build a new SMR using prefabricated pieces and standard construction modules, which has been applicable already for civil construction. And thirdly, modularity allows applying the capacities of local industries and makes them participate in these projects in a cost-effective manner. All these capabilities could significantly reduce the cost and the time of construction of SMRs. So nevertheless, we have other interconnected issues that shall be taken into account, like the standardization. Within Rosatom, for example, a product which is SMR land-based version, we have applied this principle, so it will be constructed made from modules that will be provided to the site of construction and assembled there. So that's pretty all that the main messages that I wanted to show you and to speak about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. I think it was a good exposition of standardization and design modularization. I would have been happy if you had identified in a typical SMR what are the major standard modules which are already standardized that you feel that you can take from one to other than three. So what is the level of standardization what we have today? Can you make some attempt to indicate that?
I think the reactor part will be the first part that can be modularized. But I guess it's a common point for all the reactor suppliers. We have the first one, integrated reactor part, which can be provided, and then think about the other parts that can be modularized. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, now we go to the next person because we have already heard Dr. Ramani. So we'll go to Mr. Parag, the L&T.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Vyas, Dr. Mohanty, Mr. Gurdeep Singh, Mr. Pathak, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be amongst you, and I thank also NITI Aayog for giving me this opportunity. Presentation is loaded.
Presentation team. Presentation team, anything?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, when it comes to the policy, I think what industry lacks clarity is which design we are going to adopt. Is it going to be indigenous technology? Or is it going to be the foreign technology? Or is it going to be both, which will be simultaneously adopted? The privatization, a lot was talked in the morning, and especially, I think, small modular reactor, if it has to progress on a fast track, it is imperative that privatization will be necessary. Current Atomic Energy Act doesn't allow for that. At least I think for small modular reactor, there will have to be amendment to this Atomic Energy Act. The other thing is if we are adopting foreign technology, because finally the various events which have occurred in world in last 2-3 years, it is very clear energy security is of paramount importance. So if you are adopting a foreign technology, a time-bound phase manufacturing program, adopting of that technology indigenously is extremely important. And if government is finalizing any of the foreign technologies, the way it was done in thermal power plants, supercritical technology, it is important right from the beginning to have a financial bid bond, which makes it compulsory for the technology player to develop indigenous supply chain, to indigenize the technology as you construct more and more reactors. That policy decision is very important. The other thing which is important is there was a talk on funding. If on fast track, we have to set up SMRs, obviously the fund availability will be one of the most important thing. Across the globe, there was a time many of these pension funds, sovereign funds, they were not encouraging nuclear technology. But with more and more consensus being built across the globe, I think the government of India also need to provide sovereign guarantee to global pension funds the way they have provided in infrastructure space. Because this is going to make a lot of capital which is required for investment. It will be available. Otherwise, this will be one of the limiting factor. Make in India is of very paramount importance. I think none other than Dr. Saraswat can vouch the way Indian government implemented it in true spirit in defense. Last year, in fact, from one of the biggest importer in the world of the defense equipment, India has exported $2 billion worth of defense machinery from India. And it is not only this. In another 3 years, it is expected to touch $5 billion. So I think this Make in India is extremely important. I would also say that civil nuclear liability is very important in SMR because where already PWRs, PHWRs, which are operating in this country, in their country of origin, still there are difficulties in finalizing civil nuclear liability, insurance pool. Now imagine, SMR, every speaker before me talked, nothing is going to be available before 2028. So it is a first of its kind technology, yet to be experienced. The operator may be different, technology player may be different, the supply chain manufacturing will be different. In this context, how is civil nuclear liability going to be finalized? I do anticipate as we actually come closer to implementing SMR, this will be one of the major issues in SMR because there are multiple players and how do I channel responsibility to which player? Another important thing which I'm happy that at least NPCIL has now realized, implementation of quality cum cost basis, where you grade the suppliers. You see their resource mobilization, see their track record, see the capability in totality, holistic manner, because one of the problems with nuclear technology worldwide, here the learning curve is negative. It is taking more time to construct, more projects are ending up into cost overrun. Now this is one thing where economic viability of nuclear power plant itself is one of the major deterrent. Because even in the countries where there is no resistance for implementing nuclear power, one of the major issue is economic viability. And unless and until you have the right supply chain partners, right design organizations, and right operators, you will have difficulty in the economic viability. See, in fact, as far as the design stages are concerned, I think what is very important is a program management approach because we are not talking of one-off small modular reactor to be implemented of one type, two type. We want a fleet of them. And if that is required, then you have to have a much long-term view and engage the players right up front. Supply chain partners identify right from beginning and work with them on a long-term basis. Defense has already demonstrated where development come production partners. If they are involved right from beginning, a lot of concurrent work happens and the economies of scales are realized. You have a lot of productivity gains. So I would say that this is very important, and instead of the conventional approach where you split the whole thing into multiple packages, at least the small modular reactor, I think there is a case where you go more on full accountability turnkey basis. Design, quality assurance plan, standardization is a must. We heard a lot. I don't want to elaborate further on that. I think regulator, also a lot of it was talked. I think Dr. Saraswat made a remark that nobody is saying design is difficult. It is regulatory authorities. And a lot depends on how you perceive. A lot of it is a perceived safety because floating platform nuclear power plants are operating for many decades. But when it comes to land-based, the same regulator views it completely differently. So I think we need to take a pragmatic view from the regulator side also. Otherwise, the whole nuclear industry itself is actually being criticized for not able to move on fast track. Modularization is extremely important because if you really want that hyperbolic curve where the cost reduction, I think Mr. Gurdeep Singh is looking for cost reduction, continuity, extremely important, modularization, extremely important, and one of the major challenge today when it comes to nuclear talent pool, the way things move at its own pace. None of the millennials, Gen Z, want to really work on nuclear power plant because they find that things are happening so slow, whereas the organizations are evaluating their employee performance every half yearly, every yearly, and they find it's very difficult for them to justify that. So I will sum up here. There is a global strong support and vision for nuclear power across the globe without exception. It can become reality if and only if all the stakeholders like operators, regulators, technology players, and suppliers, they all own up their individual responsibilities, jointly work towards a common goal to make viable nuclear power. Otherwise, it will remain only a shared dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parab. It was excellent. And I think your focus on policy is very important. I think it's a policy and associated implementation strategy that will drive the agenda. Mr. Gurdeep wants to leave early, so I will request him to take the stage, please.
Thank you, sir. Just for those who may not be fully aware about NTPC, and we are we are the largest power generating company in the country, and the name says NTPC means it started as National Thermal Power Corporation, and we are in the journey of transforming it as an integrated utility. And in that journey, what we have done start with the hydro, and now we are giving complete thrust on the nuclear. But before that, the complete thrust on the renewables. And we have identified now that without nuclear, probably we will not be the kind of the role what we are supposed to play in the meeting the requirement of the all the citizens of the country. We supply almost around 25% of the power. And we would be leading the transition, and this is as a part of the kind of the side event. We can consider that it's in the case of the decarbonization or the transition journey, how we can really become the lead player, as I said. Coming to the nuclear, this role, as you all will be knowing, that it's being played by DAE and mainly through NPCIL. And I would like to thank Dr. Saraswati for the last 1 year or so. He had been able to really convince us, and in a kind of, through his persuasion, he has made us to think and now act. We are now already having the joint venture with NPCIL for going ahead with the nuclear. But coming to the topic, what it's coming out, we all know that nothing will be practical unless this is going to be affordable. So we will have to make this affordable. We cannot go on asking something preferential treatment from the consumers, because that does not work for a longer period. And in that context, the earlier session also, I was trying to seek my the answer for the question that how we can bring it down. And incidentally, I'm now sitting in the session where probably these are some of the things which are, as Dr. Shashwat again mentioned, that there are this is the one of the ways how we can do for the mass production, and mass production can only happen if it is going to be a standardized product. It may be not only one, but it can be multiple, but everyone has to, at least the one company has to, the technology provider or the designer and this manufacturer and the kind of the EPC or the integrator will have to start standardizing their systems, standardizing their processes, standardizing their manufacturing, and standardizing their kind of installation on that. And probably this manufacturing, if it happens in the factories, I think this is standardization and modularization will be able to take faster route. We all know that what was the condition of aviation industry. I think aviation industry was out of reach of the common man, but I think over a period of time, we all know that everybody is able to fly. Most of the people are able to fly now, and we all know that the safety when it comes where nuclear and aviation are kind of the equivalent to each other. And like if there is one aircraft, particular model is not performing well, I think we all know what happened with 747 some time back. So maybe I think those things, the standardization and modularizations, and we will be able to work on that and try to get the kind of expertise and the excellence in the product, which is not only going to be coming to the test of the requirement, but also then this is affordable in nature. So I think without going into this much detail, which I think the experts, those who are in the industry, then they had been deliberating, and I don't want to go on the repeating some of the things what I have gathered from them here. But as a user, what my expectation or our expectation or anybody's user's expectation, developer as a developer, what you were saying, we will be the user, that it should be, we should have some choice. The product what we are going to have, it's going to have this kind of very safe, reliable, and it should be able to generate the affordable energy. Now when we are saying energy, it's not only the power generation, because we have then a kind of good experience in case of the balance of the system. So it comes out to be only on the reactor side, which we are talking about. And the reactor is the only part probably, Jaina, where this is what the discussion should be focusing on here. Again, we are not only talking about India, we are talking about under G20. We know that we are covering more than the 2/3 of the population, and it is coming out very clear through this deliberation from the morning that next round of energy revolution will be met by the nuclear, and that too also with the SMRs and the others. So SMRs, somebody just mentioned, I think in the morning, probably Dr. Monty, or that it is safe modular reactor, or maybe smart modular reactor, or that was the next one. But in the beginning, that's what it's small and safe, and then it's the subcritical is the next round of the technology. But I think the main issue, what we should be just debating in this session is that how we can standardize our design, process for manufacturing, process for shipment, process for installation, and giving the kind of confidence to the user, which can be like the power generating company like us, or there can be an industrial user who is going to be. And any modular thing has been able to bring down the cost, we have been saying. The another area is, I think, which was touched upon, though we have not included so specifically, that if the investment starts coming in a particular area, the cost can be brought down. So this is the another, I think, then once, and the investment can only start coming in whether we can bring down the cost, and then there will be more and more demand, or we can create a demand which will drive the cost down. I think these are the two things. But integral part will be that we cannot have the like of 80 designs and then go on experimenting with that, and we can expect that the cost is going to come down in next 5 years or 10 years or something like that. Probably this has to be limited to few of the design or the models, and then those companies like whether it's a Rostam or the Westinghouse or anyone else, I think that has to be focused on those kind of models which need to be. So these other common principles of any of the new area, whenever it's going to be, I think this goes in the same way. So the crux is going to be when there is good standardization, modularization, and then it lead to the mass scale development or the mass scale manufacturing and the mass scale deployment then when it is going to be there. So I'm sure that with those kind of steps and the deliberations what is taking place in the forms like this will go in a long way, and the power companies or the energy company like ours will be seeing that the share of the non-fossil is increasing very fast, and at the same time it will still, the power will be affordable to the common man across the world, not only China, to the some part of the world. So sir, those are my as a developer China perspective rather than a kind of whether it's a technology provider or the manufacturer or the integrator. I'm sure that those things have been deliberated, but just giving the perspective from this. And as I was jokingly saying that if we are able to develop the smaller one, about a megawatt or up to the smaller size, I think the associated cost of the grid and associated cost of the other land, etc., can be really brought it down. So whether it is going to be, and that may be the smaller and some kind of arbitrage which is available for some time, I think, for some of these suppliers. But thank you, sir. I think then we will be seeing that in next 1 decade or so, we are commissioning some of the SMRs
in the country. Thank you, Mr. Gurdeep. Thank you very much for your insight. Now, I would request Mr. Amit Sharma, Managing Director, CEO, Tata Consultancy Engineering.
Grab the slide, please. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Vyas, Dr. Mohanty, Mr. Pathak, and of course, Mr. Gurdeep Singh for this nuclear renaissance. We've been part of this journey for last couple of months intensely on SMR, but I just want to say that it's heartening to see the nuclear revival and the efforts of all the gentlemen. And thank you, Dr. Saraswat, for allowing us to share the thought leadership paper for which was unveiled today morning. I think we're amidst some very interesting times where seems to be 3 transitions: a digital, an energy, and a supply chain realignment, post-pandemic, and of course the European dynamics. And amidst this, SMR is very unique because it touches all the 3 aspects of these transitions, especially the supply chain and the energy. And I want to demystify some of these points in terms of, number 1, we've talked a lot, so I won't repeat. I've kind of cut short my presentation. But energy return on investment studies, what does it mean in terms of nuclear? And a true carbon footprint versus solar, battery storage, and so on and so forth. Demystifying the whole concept of SMR. Many of the folks have talked about the fact that we have SMR since 1960. It's just a slightly different way of looking at things in terms of military and civil usage. Scale-up model, look at the aerospace industry. Urgent need for pilots in India and, of course, globally. However, we have to be careful that we shouldn't defeat the whole purpose of SMRs by having 80 different models. But somebody like IAEA with G20 and few other bodies, think tanks, should need to come together and harmonize this to make few reactors compete, maybe 4 or 5. The fuel cycle, very critical for this whole story of accelerated nuclear adoption, energy transition, and provision of fuel safety. The modular, standardized, repeatable, and scalable mindset across various value chain players, from regulators, policymakers, designers, manufacturers, operators, and of course in waste and fuel management. And finally, if the fission SMR dream continues with meetings and not pilots, I'm sure the fusion SMR will be knocking the door. We recently heard an investment by Microsoft in fusion. Before I get into a few of these slides, I'll quickly give a glimpse. We are a 60-year-old company, part of the Tata Group, and we've been working in the nuclear industry since last 50 years, thanks to our work with DAE and BARC and PCIL, and nuclear is a key part of this. We've been involved in across major plants across India, 80% of nuclear footprint in India, but also we've been part of the fusion work, close to 200 engineers working in France on the fusion side of things. So that's a quick background, and let me just straight away dive. I don't need to repeat the basic tenets. These have been well echoed by the various speakers. We are looking for licensing aspects, manufacturing, scalability, predictability, as well as decoupling site. And that's very important. Truly modular SMR is decoupled from site, from geotechnics, zone 3 and below seismic, not higher than that. But if we decouple it, it should be plug and play. And SMR should have a mindset of taking 5,000 to 10,000 units. Then only the mindset will change across players, as well as in terms of predictable and safe outputs. Point number 1, energy return on investment. If you truly do a carbon assessment on the various forms of energy in terms of green, so-called, with solar, battery storage, wind, what is very interesting and glaring through all these studies that we analyzed, that nuclear, by all standard, stands up at 75x in terms of eROI. And solar, on a true carbon calculation basis in terms of glass, modules, is only 3x, and with battery storage is less than 2x. This itself should give an overwhelming support to the nuclear renaissance and urgent need to adopt both fleet mode, large reactors, with base load coming from these large, and the variability augmented by SMRs globally. The second is the whole modularization approach, and herein the mindset needs to change in terms of looking at a standard platform-based concept to a concept which is both assembly and interfaces driven, where the standardization is not just of component, but even the interfaces. The issue in integration is the interfaces and their failure, and hence the regulated demand for safety and standards, which keep on increasing the cost. Unfortunately, every 25 years, we have had incident in the nuclear industry, which has caused more safety costs to be added, to the extent that 80% of so-called costs related to safety and risk are burdening the existing nuclear industry. In terms of the whole product life cycle of these SMRs, we need to look at an architecture which is well accepted globally. And I think this is where I feel IAEA must work with G20 and with leadership of Dr. Saraswat as well in terms of defining these architecture and data standards. I think there is enough experience. The whole start of nuclear was based on much more military applications, but now a global civil adoption should enforce these standards. There are various examples that can be looked into. The product architecture is very important in terms of platform-based integral versus a modular architecture of SMRs. The paradigm of system engineering in terms of design methods, manufacturing methods, assembly methods, life cycle methods are fundamentally very different when you look at a platform concept and a line concept. I think these should be well considered. We, as in the design engineering space, obviously are much more concerned about these aspects, and we are very positive that with the ecosystem of manufacturers, regulator, policymakers, such leadership in standards will drive SMR adoption much faster across the globe. If you look at the ecosystem, there are a lot of things that we need to demystify. Many of these are typically much standardized, but the fear of regulations or idiosyncrasies of each country or establishment of the last 50, 60 years of thought process has resulted in enhanced cost in each of these systems and subsystems. I think we need to demystify and remove a lot of these complexities which are in our heads and our laws and our rules. As engineers, I'm sure there is, with due respect to all of us who've been part of this industry in a very passionate form, there is need to rethink of what can be simplified and decoupled from the complexity of the IP. The manufacturing ecosystem with private partnership will definitely enhance the speed, agility, and the adaptability of this. And I think there is a requirement for both the government and the private sector across the globe to work under some standards to accelerate this. I want to draw parallels to the aerospace industry, which reinvented itself in terms of the mass adoption, and it decoupled the aircraft to the engine. Even today, the hot section of the engine is an IP closely guarded by various manufacturers across the globe. But if you decouple the concept of SMR, the only thing in SMR we talk about is SMR should produce thermal BTUs. What you do with it in terms of steam, electricity, hydrogen, district cooling, so on and so forth, is completely decoupled. And if we look at the engine side of things, which is a reactor, and a balance of plant, which is the aircraft, we can draw all parallels of regulation, Federal Aviation Authority clearances, mass manufacturing, a global tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supplier ecosystem, wherein people like Mitsubishi, Boeing, Airbus have well-defined supply chains to make a product that flies across countries, is aligned to all standards. And I think if we decouple our thinking from nuclear to a parallel industry, this is a best example for us to accelerate the adoption. A collaborative and integrated work environment based on 3D and 4D advances. We have these tools which were not there even 2 decades back because of export restrictions. Today, these tools have achieved a lot of maturity and can be adopted globally aligned to standards. Industry 4.0 digital aspects could also be a clear part of SMR grid with multiple reactors connected and efficiently managed. The talent enablement globally could also be looked at with better industry-academia collaboration, investments in R&D, and a real thrust to the next generation to adopt this technology. Very quickly, we've done some preliminary work on both greenfield and brownfield, and while the retrofit of thermal plants an obvious scenario, the greenfield process industry, district cooling, and captive industries is a real use case, which is well proven across geographies where this study was done, including India. We've looked at both Gen 3 in terms of the architecture of SMR combining with balance of plant that is existing today, or the Gen 4, which at higher temperature can produce and reuse even the supercritical and ultra supercritical. Some of the work that was done. Quick summary, I think it's time for action, for real investments and pilot to start. There is urgent requirement for IEA and the leaders of G20 to collaborate on standards and agree on basic principle of harmonization and standardization, and ensure that we truly create a modular architecture and not 80 to 100 reactors, which defeat the whole purpose of a sustainable ecosystem as we decarbonize. Thank you for giving an opportunity to speak some of these thoughts. Thanks.
Very well covered. Thank you very much. Thanks, Gurdeep. Thank you. Thanks for sparing your time. Now I have my friend Nalin Singhal, the Chairman, Managing Director of BHEL, who is the new entrant as far as the sector of nuclear power is concerned, having been manufacturer of almost every thermal power plant in the country.
So more than 5 decades in nuclear. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I come at the last speaker on the panel, and okay, right. Okay, great. So because otherwise, most of what is required to be said has been said. So I think we have all, over the morning session and this session, we have converged on the fact that on the need for nuclear from the limiting climate change imperative, and the role of SMRs in achieving ramp up of nuclear, a fast ramp up that we all require. For that, standardization and modularization, we all, I think, have agreed are essential. For standardization, the first thing that we need to do is to decide on the technology and the design philosophy that we have to go for, and then the sizing. The 80 odd designs have to come down to maybe 1 or 2 or 3, and also with the focus on what are the sizing that we need to work on. And finally, of course, cost viability. Ramp up that we are talking about, as Gurdeep ji said, cannot happen without cost viability being achieved, for which standard design and supply chain, along with the manufacturing capacity and the skill sets, is required. But none of that is, as sir has already pointed out, design, engineering, none of that is something which is that great a challenge to be unachievable. So the most important thing is to get on with this, with the job, and as they say, nothing succeeds like success. Probably the one thing we have to work on is public acceptability also, because outside this room, I don't know how much convergence is there. In the convergence that we have seen inside the room, does the same convergence extend outside the room? I think that's a critical question. But what has also been emphasized is the need to do it now. So what we need to do is get on with the mission mode project for identifying 2 or 3 designs, technologies, sizing, and then have a collaborative project with various organizations. And probably in this, India can lead the way to show how SMRs can be ramped up across the world. Now coming to something which only I could talk about in this session, BHEL, one of the largest engineering and manufacturing enterprises in India, with the range covering in the power sector, covering thermal, gas, nuclear, hydro, solar, 194 gigawatt power generating capacity installed, and another almost 20 gigawatt under installation. More than half the installed capacity of conventional power plants in India has been supplied by BHEL. We have 16 manufacturing units across the country, 30,000 employees with 9,000 engineers, 64 million square meters of space, 20 million square meters of covered space, technology tie-ups with most global OEMs in this sector. Coming to nuclear, we have been associated with the nuclear sector in India for more than 5 decades, and is the only company to be associated with all 3 stages of India's nuclear power program. In the PHWR, on the primary side, steam generators, reactor headers, heat exchangers, end shields. Secondary side, TG islands. Out of the 22 units in the country today, 12 TG island, the TGs have been supplied by BHEL. The other 10 are imported. There is no other supplier of TGs for nuclear in the country today. Stage 2 as well as stage 3, we are working on all the 3 stages. And in addition, we are also working on the nuclear power plants for submarines, where most of the elements that we have been talking about have already been developed or are under development. So the capability across the range when we talk of SMRs is existing. Just some quick details of the Kudankulam plant, which is Rosatom, and we are doing the erection commissioning. We have supplied 44 steam generators from 220 megawatt right up to 700. Reactor headers, end shields, thermal baffles, already mentioned in the morning, Kaiga, longest record in terms of continuous operation, the TG is supplied by us. We have been doing, we can design and manufacture turbines up to 800 megawatt. We have a forging and foundry facility with capability from castings from 500 kg to 60 tons, steel forgings up to 34 tons. And we have done, sir, you are aware, for the AUSC Advanced Ultra Supercritical, we have done alloy 625 grade, one of the heaviest castings. So in terms of handling of materials, much more stringent material requirements than for the nuclear sector have been done for the AUSC already by us. Valves, we have dedicated facility for design and manufacturing of valves for various sectors, nuclear, thermal, oil field, oil sector, complete manufacturing facility is there. Some of the other things we have done, 6 megawatt primary coolant pump motor, then switchgear. So this is just a range of capabilities that we have been doing. So, so we are there for the sector for providing any input, and we would look forward to this being taken up in mission mode, with India leading the way for the world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal. Now may I invite Mr. Ramani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Saraswat, for inviting for some thoughts. I have no slides, so I will build on all that has been said over the day and right now. The topic of the panel is focusing on modularization and standardization, so I'll be really focused on that. For that purpose, being consistent with what I said this morning, I will make two major assumptions, sir, if you may allow me. Assumption number one, I will assume that we have a licensable design. So let's assume the design is licensed. Effectively, let's take India as an example, and we have a design which is licensed in India. Second major assumption I will make, because this is essential to mobilize the industry, as we said this morning, I will assume that we have a huge order from either a government or from a company. And so say, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 units. And I need to make those two assumptions because these are required to mobilize the whole of the ecosystem. Now, when we look at this issue of standardization and modularization, and we have been through this experience the hard way at EDF, we have been looking at, what's happening in the large reactor situation. In the large reactor situation, what we've seen is exactly what our colleague from BHEL has shown. So these are huge components, pretty impressive, but there are individual components, actually. They're not modules. They're not systems. They're all huge components, but they have to be brought in and then, assembled in a very difficult process. And then you have surveillance, you have checkups, tests, everything has to be done on site. Now, if we have to reverse all that, we need exactly what Mr. Parab from L&T suggested, and I think strongly advised, which is looking at a different way of spreading risk across the value chain and the supply chain. And effectively raising partners with the developer of technologies who accept to take the risk of being involved early in the design and start designing effectively modules, taking the risk of EPC turnkey on those modules and designs so that effectively at the end we can find a right way to assemble and reduce the interface assembly or interface related to all the aspects related to integration, including surveillance and so on, at the site, and therefore reduce construction time, because this is effectively what the whole story is about. Now, to make that happen, the two initial conditions are mentioned are absolutely key, and we are currently trying to put that in practice at EDF and with our newer design. So at the moment, at this very moment, we're doing this in Europe, and we are very much open to do this with India, looking at the way India is speeding up, is thinking through market design in a way for SMRs. Currently, what we're doing in Europe is we are screening all the suppliers that are working with us, used to work with us, who are part of our supply chain, and we're basically going through them, asking and looking at their capabilities today, their willingness to invest, their willingness to up the game. Up the game means they will need to increase their capabilities to go from components to systems. In the nuclear industry, any component is very complex. Even if you take an MSIV, it's a valve, specific valve for those who don't know. There's a lot of electronics in it. It's very important. So it's a quite huge element. Still, the MSIV remains a component. It's not yet a system. We need the players to up their game to accept to go into the direction of integrating more of systems and modules. So far, in what we have seen, and I share this experience with you, the supply chain is not ready to go and invest, take the risk into integrating bigger modules. At this stage, they are very much into the habit, I would say, of being, I would say, quote unquote, being fed by the project and the project owners. This is a mindset that we have to change. And I believe, again, to sum it up, that the two initial conditions we mentioned, having a licensed product with a huge order at the end, is the one incentive that is necessary to push all these players into the modular game. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. So, friends, I think you had a very good exposition about the subject of design, standardization, modularity. Various agencies have given you an overview where we are and what we can do. So the floor is open. Any questions to the panel? Yeah, please. Identify yourself. हमें तो सुनाई पड़ रहा है, बाकी पीछे पता नहीं है. ये माइक दे दीजिए, इधर से दे दीजिए. You please also identify it if you want to ask to any specific panel member that answer.
I am Srinivasan, retired as Vice Chairman of Atomic Energy.
Yeah, we heard you speaking about in the earlier session also.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. How to adopt the design of SMRs and reactors to what the world needs for energy transition and climate change, because it is this which is given the inevitability of nuclear power plants. In the morning, Mr. Saraswat in the background note brought out the importance of vital role SMRs can play in 76% of non-electrical. Even in the electrical, I feel we should make it more flexible so that they can operate in a hybrid manner with renewable. In fact, if you have more nuclear in a grid, it can accommodate more renewable. As Ms. Saraswat pointed out, he has brought out a lot of applications for SMRs. For example, repurposing. I'm aware of some people trying to match the nuclear power steam conditions to the existing turbine generator. So not only the switchyard, even the turbine generator can be used. It will not only reduce the cost by 30%, but it can use 70% of the manpower. Energy transition is emotional, and it will work as a just transition. Then there is R to decarbonize industries like steel, chemical, petrochemical. How do we do this? They all use process heat. He brought in multiple applications like data centers, EV charging. Even Purdue University is trying to put a SMR for their campus supply. 1 ton of lithium gives 15 tons in mining. Mr. Saraswat brought the mining applications, application in hydrogen, for example, which is a wonderful carrier, a game changer. And how do we adopt the design? So my question is, one, how do we adopt the SMR design to what the world needs? Number two, how do we make the industries accept what best the nuclear can give? I'm aware, for example, Dow Chemical and ArcelorMittal have invested in natrium reactors, and they're trying to make changes so that the process heat temperature can be matching with what nuclear can give. In fact, Tatas are trying to use hydrogen in their blast furnace. So I think the industries first should know that they can use SMRs. Two, they should meet them in off-pay stage. I don't know how we can coordinate between industries or non-nuclear people and people, because it takes two hands to clap. We need both of them to cooperate. So how do we do this? This is my question. Thank you.
Anybody would like to venture answering that?
Hello. Sir, I believe there are a lot of learnings over the past 5 to 8 decades in nuclear, but there's also a baggage that has come through regulations, through military mindset of using this technology, and so on and so forth. So while we should leverage all the good stuff, learnings, we need to decouple our baggage, which basically prevents us to think. I'll give you an example. As I mentioned, I believe SMR should be looked at 5,000 numbers rather than few. Then it'll change the paradigm of design, manufacturing, and usage. Secondly, it is only through SMR that you can have viable hydrogen for hard-to-abate sectors, be it steel or cement, which constitute 30% of the emissions currently, including the sustainable aviation fuel in the airline business, which is about 9%, so 40%. Electricity today is 17%, so close to 60%. There is no way battery storage, pump storage, or any other form is viable. So I think with that in mind, there has to be a global concentrated effort of minds, might, and policymakers to arrive at certain standards. And as G20 presidency, India has a unique opportunity to influence the leaders across, working with IAEA and other agencies to urgently define certain standards and harmonize this. Otherwise, we'll miss the bus and we'll be having lots of pilots which will never converge the supply chain nor the alignment in terms of decarbonization and its urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Yes, sir. Ujjwal.
Sir, I have three questions, very small. One to Mr. Parab, then to Mr. Ramani, and then to Mr. Amit. Mr. Parab, you had been advocating QCBS. It's a good idea. We also sometimes wish that we get good vendors through QCBS. But if I appoint you through QCBS as a developer, will you follow the same QCBS route for your sub-vendors?
In private sector, if you see, we are always following, not exactly QCBS, but we are not ordering only on the lowest bidder. It is a techno-commercial evaluation because, see, the supplier, if a particular supplier fails to deliver on time or it needs to do some correction, actually it is your project which is much bigger. You carry much bigger risk. That suffers, and that's the reason we are always following a techno-commercial weightage base. Okay. QCBS is more structured, where you have to come out with a tender, you have to define the criteria. At private industry, we are not doing that, but we do techno-commercial evaluation.
And in case of regulator, will they accept if we go by the Make in India concept enforced? Because they will ask for some minimum QR for the last mile vendor, is it not?
No, actually, regulator has got nothing to do with the supply chain. Regulator purely goes with the design and the safety features. They are not against any new supplier. When you say Make in India, suppose if you don't have track record, regulator never has any objection to that.
Workmanship, there is no issue.
Workmanship, there is an issue, but the regulator doesn't say if you don't have track record, you cannot get into nuclear business.
Okay.
Quality milestone we define.
Okay. To Mr. Ramani, you had been telling that component manufacturing is not enough, get into subsystems and bigger things. I appreciate that, but you had been telling that that should be demanded by the supply chain. But I think that should come more from the policymakers and the developers as such. that I'll go for a modular system, I don't procure components. What is your take on that?
Well, the modularity comes first from the design. So it has to be designed as modular, and second, it has to be passed on to the supply chain. So it's just that you're moving the integration. So rather than integrating on site, you're changing that to further integration off site and less integration on site. So it's all what you're doing. Now, to get that happening, it's the project integrator who is able to do that. And in this case, the project integration is essentially relying on the technology and the design itself. So you have to be able to develop a design, share the design aspects and specificities with your supply chain, and those who are in the supply chain, say primary, your main contractors. And those main contractors, rather than being heavy duties on site, they will be actually integrating components. So typically, I believe players like L&T would be ready to consider that. So designing systems, components, so integrated components into larger systems or modules, and delivering that with the adequate quality requirements. That requires also significant capabilities in engineering on their side, so the supply chain has to move up with that. Requires significant surveillance capabilities off-site, and then again on-site, and that will be on the project integrator to do. So it's a very different way of approaching the program, and integration moves further off-site rather than being done everything on-site.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, I had a quick question, sir.
Identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm Vijay Joshi from Rosatom. So, as we heard about regulator product policies, obviously regulator and policy is still the country specific. So, when it comes to product, what would be the specific outlook from the Indian side to identify the right product? Because even if there are 80 products coming up in the market, or there could be 120 tomorrow, but is there a specific guideline being internally decided that, okay, this would be the preferred product which can be then fitted into the policy and the regulator's perspective to be scaled up to maybe 500 or 5,000 or whatever numbers we are looking at?
In fact, I wanted to address this point in my sum up, but I will answer this question to you because it's one of the major, and I think it also answers partly the question raised by Mr. Srinivas. See, today we have to do what is called a market search. Nuclear small SMRs could be utilized for multiple applications. Since morning we have been talking of. Now we have to categorize, match the size and the performance parameters of the SMR required for each application. Difficult to abate sector, I will qualify. For example, cement plant, steel plant, aluminum factories, this, that, and all that. These sectors, what are the kind of thermal power plants existing today, which are captive power plants supplying power for their manufacturing? What is the kind of process heat they are supplying? So all this has to be captured in one, and you arrive at the size of the nuclear power plant that would be needed, SMR that would be needed. Same case for, suppose you are now talking of off-grid electricity. You have to identify that. If you are looking for putting into the grid, then again you have to identify why. So you will get, after this kind of a search for different or maybe hydrogen production, if you are looking at what will be the sizes needed. So, or desalination, what will be the size? So you will have a variety of different size of SMRs that will have to be developed. Then you say what will be in each category, what will be the total numbers would be needed based upon the market. That will give you the answer to what you have said, what is the right size. And in fact, that is a starting point that should be for our Indian designers also. When we are going to talk about what should be, I can say I'll make a 300 megawatt because the specification of the SMR is something like 10 to 300 megawatts, or 300 I am putting. That's not the right way of doing it. I would like to do it one of that size, which is the most required by the market. And that should be my first priority. There are micro reactors also which will be needed. They will come in second category. So as far as India is concerned, this task has to be done and we have to arrive at the right choice, which will be the size of the SMR that would be needed. And I would certainly need that the Department of Atomic Energy, our own industry, and some of the stakeholders who are using the thermal power and renewables for their application, we will have to work on that. Another area where you need to really look at it with the in renewable energy penetration for the grid application to maintain the grid stability, because I have mentioned base load and peak load. So what is that is the power requirement and how many of such and those systems would be needed for making India's grid as decarbonized. So this is a work to be done, and based on that, the answer will emerge. Yes, sir.
I will add to this subject that having spent time in the atomic energy on a different technology, the questions which we are discussing all have been faced in their department also. I can say with certainty, though I am not in the department now, the department will not have more than 2 or 3. Rest be assured. Department cannot afford to work on more than 2 or 3, and 2 or 3, as you rightly mentioned. Let me indicate that the hydrogen which we are discussing from the nuclear power, when we say the hydrogen from nuclear power, it is not the electrolysis of water actually.
No, it is not.
It is a high temperature reactor by itself separate. It's a different game by itself. High temperature, even methane to be split up into that is part of that. Most likely, department, based on my knowledge, will be working on PWR reactor of a modest size. Only size is officially not known, but informally we know what number will be there. Coming back to the issue of quality assurance, let me indicate in nuclear power, it is very easy to enter for any industry to enter, subject to the condition that it has all the quality standards. I am very sorry to say in the non-nuclear sector, we are still going by that, whether he has made any component like that. We don't do in the atomic energy. And I think the quality assurance is well defined. You have to meet the quality assurance, but it is not very necessary that you should have produced one before you make the life.
That's
Life
what
is
I
much
think.
easier
That's what
in
they
the
said.
nuclear
That's what.
sector.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Last question. Are we on time or we are close? We still have some time. Looks like that.
Sir, I'm M.K. Srivastav. I'm from NTPC. So my question is, we have about 80 odd designs, and it has emerged that for a long-term program, we should come down to 1, 2, or 3 or 4 designs. So my question is, this coming from 80 to 1, 2, or 4, should this be objective of a G20, or should it be a national objective for each of the nation?
I think the answer lies in, because we are talking from a G20 platform where we have collaboration as one of the major agenda, because one has to work for the, we said in the morning, one planet, one family, one future. Obviously, we have to have an international agenda which will drive the choices. So that is my first answer to you. But certainly, it is not that one size will fit for all. That also you have to understand. Every nation, suppose there is a small nation, for example, Korea, or you take a large nation like India, or you take a large nation like Russia, each one will have a different requirement. And so the choice will have to be also made based upon the requirement of that nation. But as Dr. Chaital was mentioning, it is again not the size of the nuclear power SMR. It is the technology of the SMR which has to be firmed up, depending upon application. So that will depend upon application. Size will depend upon the demand, what you have.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I just have a suggestion if you allow.
Yes, please. Kaun hai? Somebody.
This way. JP Shra, sir.
Yeah.
JP Shra, sir, Director ERD BHL. Sir, I just have a suggestion ki like this session we have organized. So maybe next session of brainstorming can be held for deciding on the technology and identifying and focusing on some, so that we are able to come out as a country ki yes, this is the technology, this is the modular concept, because this will be coming on the land-based systems.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Can I have one question, please?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
This is Dr. Sundar Kataria from International Certificate Services. My question is very basic. Now, if you want to give push, do we have to have items which are important to nuclear safety? Like you have Calendia, you have equipment which are going in the reactor. And another part is conventional equipment. So it is easy, I think, which was also told, that our vendors should be accordingly divided so that we can have that system checked, as was suggested by you, sir. System has to be checked, and the system is good. I'm sure they will be able to manufacture the nuclear component. So I want somebody can put light how we can push this one. Thank you.
Anybody? I don't think. The clarity is that there is a nuclear core and there is a primary circuit in the nuclear. Then there are balance of the equipment secondary, as we call it. So yes, the safety standards for the primary and the nuclear core are well defined, they are related to that, and accordingly they make the choices. As far as the secondary is concerned, as I think Dr. Chetal was mentioning in the morning, and somebody was mentioning that why not have all the secondary like the steam turbine and things like that, they automatically form part of the other power plants also. So similar safety measures and things like that can be taken care of. Even the manufacturers of the secondary circuit will be of a different category, where those of the primary would be of a different category. I think that would be classification by the virtue of the complexity and the safety requirements of each one of them. If questions are not there, I would like to make one or two suggestions based upon on the discussions that have taken place today. I think most of the people have highlighted that if we have to really make a difference, then India should work on standardizing the design based upon the PWR system for different applications. So for that, I would like that. And also, as I mentioned in the morning, standardization, modularization, and the design standards for PWR alone. Can there be, since it's an international platform, G20 we are talking of, and I would request IAE, International Atomic Energy Agency, to lead this team of various nations, maybe 5, 6 nations, of those who can work on the complete identification of all the design standards, the modules, the quality requirement, the safety requirements of only PWR technology-based reactors. Can it be done in a mission mode under the leadership of IAI? And India, certainly we are ready to play the role as one of the leading nations. We will certainly be part of this kind of exercise. If you can give that kind of a leadership, and it can be done in a mission mode, notwithstanding what we are doing today for the entire technology of SMRs standardization, that anyway you are doing, which some of our people mentioned that may take 25, 30 years. We are not going to wait for that. If we can do only for PWR, a mission mode identification of all the modules, standards, safety, this, that, really clearly define these are the modules, these are the standards, they will be designed as per these safety regulations and so on. Maybe exercise which can last for maximum 1 year and we should have the results. That is one suggestion. Second one is, we have identified today, as Mr. Babu mentioned, that the two configurations. One was a self-contained passive thermosiphon cooling system. Another one was a pump-based system. And what our researcher from Korea has identified, one which is having a separate cooling tank. I think these configurations also can be easily worked out for each one of them. What are the modules? What are the kind of design standards for each one of them? Because then it becomes very easy which one to be taken and which one not to be taken. Third one is, certainly we would like that this the design standard should be for the nuclear portion and the primary one portion, and the balance of the plant second portion. So these three standards and modules can be separately identified. So our point which has come out is, it should be basically, as Mr. Ramani said, it should be basically so that we can license the design at any point in time. If you do it in this manner, then it will be easier to license the design. It will be very easy to identify the assembly interfaces, and you can suit to any market depending upon the kind of specifications which the market wants. So if we have this done, I think the purpose of this panel will be benefited and will be accomplished, and then we'll be able to get some headway into the SMR technology. Thank you very much, and thanks to all my panelists who have made my task very, very easy and simple.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. A lot of information, valuable discussions on design, standardizations, and other aspects, and the insightful presentation by expert members of the panel have made the panel discussion a success, and I'm sure all the members of the House must be benefited by the same. Well, before we conclude the session, I would request the session chair, Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswatji, Member Niti Ayog, Government of India, and Chancellor Jawaharlal Nehru University, to kindly do the honors of presenting a memento to esteemed members of the panel. We'll start with Dr. Alexander Volgin, Director of Projects, Rosatom Energy Projects, JSC. Mr. Anil V. Parab, Whole-Time Director and Senior EVP, Heavy Engineering and L&T Valves, L&T. Mr. Amish Sharma, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. Mr. Gurdeep Singh ji has already left due to some official exigency. So we would request Mr. Nalin Singhal, Chairman and Managing Director, BHEL, to kindly come ahead. Thank you very much. And with this, I would request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy their seats in the audience gallery. A group photo, that is already there. A photo session is already planned, ma'am, at the end, if you won't mind. All the dignitaries are requested to kindly take their seats. So we are quickly going ahead with our next panel discussion, that is session 3. And the topic of the panel discussion is going to be policy regulation and safety, security, and safeguards. I would request the session chair, Mr. Dohi Han, SMR Platform Coordinator from International Atomic Energy Agency, to kindly come and take your seat, sir. I would request the other esteemed members of the panel to kindly come. From Canada, we have Mr. Mark Knudsen, Senior Vice President, Chief Enterprise Engineer, and Chief Nuclear Engineer, Ontario Power Generation. Mr. Mark Knudsen, to kindly occupy the seats, please. From US, we have Mr. Patrick Murray, Senior Manager, IEEE Conformity Assessment Program, that is ICAP. Please come and take your seat, sir. From Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, we have Shri S.B. Chafle, Executive Director, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. Sir, you are requested to kindly join the dais. From Department of Atomic Energy, we have Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak, Head, Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy. Sir, you are requested to kindly take your seat on the dais. From NTPC, I would request Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji, Director Projects, NTPC. Sir, please join on the dais. And we have among us Dr. S. Shamsundar, Dr. S. Shamsundar ji, Managing Director, ProSim R&D Private Limited. Ji, sir. Please take your seat, sir. You are requested to kindly be seated. And I would request, someone from the previous panel has left his mobile. It is available with me. Please check your mobile. Yes, please, sir. Yeah. So I would request the session chair, Mr. Dohi Han, SMR Platform Coordinator from International Atomic Energy Agency, to kindly start the discussion and moderate the session, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. We talked already a lot about the potential benefits of having SMRs, and also we talked a lot about the challenges that have to be addressed. Several months ago, one big oil industry contacted the International Atomic Energy Agency. They came after they heard about SMRs. They had a oil and gas rig that they are going to build in international waters. They said they need lots of electricity for their business. And they said they heard about SMR, which can be utilized for their purposes. And they asked whether IAEA can provide any practical advice on the next steps. So they wanted to know whether we have SMRs which can be deployed very quickly for very specific purposes. And then within the agency, within the IAEA, we had our internal discussions. We were looking at not only technology, but we looked at legal, institutional, safety, security, and safeguards issues. And then we realized there are many issues that have to be addressed. So we are now organizing a symposium on floating nuclear power plant in November. The objective is to share the information about the potential issues on this very specific case, and also we are going to have a discussions on how to address these issues. So we heard about the potential users' perspectives, but unfortunately, we don't have any solution in the near future. So it's very important to have a deployment of SMRs in a very timely manner in order not to lose the opportunities of utilizing SMR technology. For that, we need to have a long-term commitment of the government, and we need to have national policy and strategies. And also, we need to think about the electricity market. In some countries, nuclear is not fairly treated with renewables. And when we talk about hydrogen, nuclear hydrogen is discriminated against hydrogen from renewables. And when we talk about taxonomy for clean energy supply sources, some of them do not include nuclear, but nuclear has to be included in the taxonomy for fair treatment. And for safety, demonstration of safety is quite important, especially for novel designs. And for that, we need to have a very strong, competent, and independent national regulatory authority. And we already talked about the importance of having harmonized regulatory framework in international basis. We talked about the IAEA's initiative on harmonization, and recently we completed the study review of the applicability of existing IAEA safety standards to non-conventional SMRs. We also have potential challenges in the area of security because of novel designs. Some of the designs have higher enrichment fuels, and location of deployment is very different, sometimes inland, sometimes in the marine environment. And also the modes of operation is quite different. So when we think about the transport of nuclear materials and facilities to its location of deployment, if it is inland, if it is in marine water, especially if it is international waters, and if you have different countries of supply and different countries of operation, then we need to think about how to transfer it securely. And also cybersecurity is also becoming very important because sometimes we think about remote monitoring and autonomous operation, and sometimes we think about a multi-unit operation from a single control room. Also, safeguards is also very important. If we consider the safeguards from the very beginning of the development, then we can introduce nuclear verification in the most efficient and effective way without too much burden to the operator. These are some of the topics we are going to discuss during this panel. Now, I'd like to invite each of the panelists, distinguished panelists, to share their thoughts on this topic before we go into question and answers. I'd like to invite Mr. Mark Nussen, who is the Senior Vice President of Enterprise Engineering and Chief Nuclear Engineer at Ontario Power Generation. Mr. Nussen, please.
Is that on or no? Can you hear that? This is on? Anyway, pardon my lack of training on my microphone. So I'm obviously from Canada, and what's changed significantly within Canada is our federal government has come out with a overall policy for Canada in terms of very small modular reactors, and large reactors, with a plan which I'll focus on for the small modular reactors. So we do have a program now that supports the vision of very small SMRs, so that's 1 megawatt to 15 megawatts, for producing electricity for remote communities, for industry, for the oil industry, and other mining industries. So that technology is being worked as in one of our locations we have they're working towards the license to construct the very small modular reactor near our nation's capital in Ottawa. They are presently doing the environmental assessment for doing the location. Because of that policy, the general policy from the federal government has given us the momentum to begin bringing that into reality. The in-between is a 300 megawatt unit, which in this policy agrees that the 300 megawatt should be the replacement for coal and oil generations. So we have a number of provinces that still burn coal and oil, Saskatchewan, Alberta, that this would be ideally the replacement for that. Is this turned off now? It's still working.
Yeah.
You can still hear me? So the in-between was the policy statement that we will develop a 300 megawatt unit, an SMR, to replace those. There is another. The other is a 300 megawatt or 100 to 300 megawatt that will burn or use spent fuel. So there's a number of policies which has given the industry some momentum to begin developing that. So for the very small, we are working on presently that location and also the license to construct. For the 300 megawatt unit, which is grid connection, we have the environmental assessment completed. We are going to our public hearings in January of next year for the license to construct. The detailed design is working. So how did we get there for the 300 megawatt unit? Is we've been working with our regulator to do the licensed review for those designs. which we are coming closer to the conclusion on. And as a result of that shift in that review, we've determined that the standards, the policies within Canada, which have been highly focused on can-do, have to change. So we are starting from in my case, I have the Canadian Standards Association, where we write and our regulator points to those regulations and or those standards to build a reactor. What we've learned there in the whole involvement is that we're going to have to change those standards to allow for regulations and control of small modular reactors. And our regulator is heavily involved in that. So we've got them involved years in the past, and therefore they're making those changes, and we're working as an industry together along with academics to make those changes. So we are working closely with a number of associations with companies in terms of getting the right size company to be able to manage these builds. What I was saying for our 300 megawatt connection, we are going to license hearings for the license to construct, with the idea that we are commissioning that reactor at Darlington location in 2028, and then fully operable and released for service in early 29. So regulations have to change. We are clearly looking to reduce our exclusion zone to the size of the plant proper, based on the probability of releases to the public. So there's a bit of shaping of public policy there to say these inherently safe reactors don't need this type of emergency response, don't need this exclusion zone, because the probability is so extreme that we don't need to do that. So you can see there's a number of the acceptance of that, and public opinion will be difficult. We will see that shortly, even as short as January of next year, where the public opinion comes into play in our public hearings. But that changing and shift of regulation standards is on the go. And the benefit for my particular company, Ontario Power Generation, is we already had a site licensed based on the environmental assessment to locate an SMR, and that's advanced our cause by 2 to 3 years because we already had that. Now we're working with a number of US companies. Tennessee Valley Authority in the US, OPG and them have partnered to make sure that we get a standardized design, that we don't, between the US regulation and the Canadian regulation, that we stay on the same requirements, special safety systems, how do you get maintain water in the core, those types of defense in depth, making sure they're the same, that they're not overly conservative, negative void coefficient. So we are working with them to do that. We're also working with some European countries in that relationship. We are also clearly working within Canada, other provincial districts to make sure our standard design for 300 megawatts is consistent with their provincial regulations along with our Canadian national regulations. So there's we're going to learn a whole lot in the next year, and obviously we're willing to continue to share as we learn, but we are pushing for the standardization and modularization, easy to construct, simple things as deeper in the ground for airplane crashes. So a lot of our PRA, our PSA, those types of things that would reduce the probability of an event, we're clearly looking at. We want to have walk-away, and most inherently designed plants would have walk-away capability, where if you lose power, no human intervention. We're looking for that to be somewhere around 7 days or longer. So that way the public confidence will be greatly increased. And now we have to speak and publicize this sort of these developments to get that. The other, from the banking side of this, we need money. And what we see from the banking is convincing insurance companies, retirement funds and on to get investments. And right now the belief now is everybody wants in. And there's lots of money to be had because global warming has kicked and hit most of the population around, and they see that as a good thing for the Earth, but also a good thing that they want to be involved with. So we'll see how that unfolds over the next year, that investment that's coming, and we're talking in Canadian money, that's billions of dollars, and we believe that's there. I think I'll turn it back over to you. That's sort of the flavor in Canada presently, and I could talk more, but I won't.
Thank you for the update on your SMR project. Before moving on to next speaker, I have one quick question. You talked about the reduced size of exclusion zone. Within the IAEA, we had a collaborative research projects on this topic. But some of the cases were having the SMR in existing nuclear power plant with big...
The reduction of that means that the future, as I see it, is that we're putting very small modular reactors inside the city, next to the hospital, next to locations that you would not have heard of otherwise, or allowed. So we are building our first small and modular reactor near a large nuclear site. So we're not going to take the status quo as good enough. We are going to legalistically look towards the license to say what that exclusion zone is, and it's going to be reduced. It may be bounded by the larger nuclear plant, but in terms of licensing, we are looking for, and the dream there is if that large nuclear site went away, I don't want to have to change my licensing or my siting. I'm going to get that exclusion zone already reduced to the perimeter of the plant proper. So as you go to place nuclear inherently safe reactors, they should be able to go anywhere. Will the public presently accept that? Well, until we prove the technology and prove that it's inherently safe, and the probability of such event is so low that you should worry about other things. Until we do that, that's the issue, and that's why we want to get momentum in this area. And we are working with our regulator on that presently, along with many other personnel and organizations. And the IAEA, we would clearly invite you to come with us.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Patrick Murray from IEEE.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patrick Murray, and I would like to thank the G20 India team for the invitation. It's an honor and a privilege to be here and about the standardization and harmonization of the SMR supply chain through conformity assessment. Although I don't have any slides, I always enjoy talking standardization. A quick background on myself. I'm the Senior Manager of IEEE Conformity Assessment Program, ICAP, which includes our nuclear EQ certification program that is based off the requirements of IEEE and IEC 6780-323 and IEEE 344, which have been referenced in the newest update of the NRC Reg Guide 189 Revision 2, which came out in April of this year. The IEEE Standards Association can be found in 160 countries, has 34,000 global participants, 380 corporate members, and over 1,500 standards and projects. Conformity assessment programs have never been more important for the nuclear industry. Most of today we've touched on standardization and harmonization and its challenges on the advancement of small modular reactors. Conformity assessment programs are the first steps in the creation of a global marketplace with standardization test or standardized test plans. Having a mark of conformance shows that the manufacturer has been independently audited. Certified companies have an advantage in the global marketplace, which helps verify the quality from the suppliers to the buyers and regulators. As SMRs become more prevalent internationally, the need for local labor to construct modules and materials increases. This helps to keep costs down, as using local labor most of the time is the best option. Certification programs also help establish a common quality management system. The IEEE certification program utilizes a system that's called EQ Navigator. This system, it helps create EQ binders and move them from the manufacturer to the lab to the utility, where it helps by moving it faster and keeping it more secure. One big benefit to the IEEE ICAP program for nuclear is that we will have a certified products database. This helps find fraudulent parts, which can be a big problem when constructing nuclear power plants. Moving forward, being regulators currently fragmented in their standards utilization, conformity assessment program reciprocity could be one way to bridge the gap as global standards are developed, helping to ramp up the SMR supply chain. At the present time, they can be relied to show conformance to standards, which is a step in the right direction for standardization and harmonization for small modular reactor technology. While we roll out these programs with the leadership of organizations like the IAEA, standards organizations such as IEEE need to sit down with regulators and utilities worldwide to help push for common standards allowing SMRs to be sold internationally based on the needs and wants of the regulators and utilities. I look forward to the question and answer portion on this panel. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for sharing perspectives of the IEEE. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Schaffel from Atomic Energy Regulatory Board.
Thank you, Mr. Han. Distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. We all know that nuclear energy has to be an indispensable part of the future to meet these challenges of our climate change today. Now this SMR is actually being talked about to fill in this gap, which actually is seen to be emerging from just the deployment issues with respect to the large size nuclear reactors. And when this SMRs has been talked about, there is a lot of talk about the technology development with respect to the SMRs, but then it is at the same time attracting lot of attraction with respect to the regulation. Now, is it that this regulation is the only thing which is affecting the progress in this area? Maybe, maybe not. But to look at regulation, is it that regulation is altogether new for this particular type of SMRs? When I talk about this regulation, say nuclear reactor, we know that how are being regulated. It is a well established regulation principles for this. The same applies for this small modular reactors also. So those who are actually trying to develop this, they are already well aware of what factors they have to look in. Just to put it very simplistically, the regulation has to evolve only around the 3 topics when it comes to any nuclear reactor. That is the fundamental principles, that is the 3C which we talk about. That is the control of reactivity, the cooling of the core, and then containment of the radioactivity. So this is what simplistically needs to be addressed. So this is a well established principle which everybody has to look at and address. Now when we talk about a different technology, it is how it is actually implemented. So that implementation, people have to take care that these things are addressed. Now when we talk about the regulation which exists today, especially in India, we are not going for a prescriptive regulation. The regulation which exists is basically, which tells actually what are the expectations and how those have to be met. So just talking about what is the basic regulatory framework. How to change the slide? Yeah. So this basic regulation in India comes from this Atomic Energy Act and the rules thereunder. Now AERB has evolved the various regulations which are required right from the process of say regulatory process. That what I mean by regulatory process is the licensing issues, and then in the areas of your design, operation and quality assurance, all these requirements are very well spelled out, and then the associated guidance is provided in terms of safety guides which elaborate how these requirements have to be satisfied. Now when we talk about regulation, what we look at is there are different stages in any time of any nuclear power plant. It starts from siting to say decommissioning. Siting also, what we look at is in a very simplistic way it is seen that only two aspects are being checked today. One is what is the effect of the plant on the surroundings and what is the surroundings effect on the plant. So these two aspects which are going to check, and these are also very well known, so this have to be addressed. So when I talk about how the surrounding is going to affect the plant, it is a well known things which are going to be checked. One is the seismicity and how the that is the natural hazards are going to affect the design, and the designer is supposed or required to address those in the design. And when it comes to the construction, essentially we check is how the reactor is designed, and what is checked is how the basic principles are addressed in the design. And here we talk about in the nuclear fraternity what is called as concept of defense in depth. So we ensure that whatever design is being proposed, that design is actually robust right from the normal operation, say to the transients which are likely to occur, or when any abnormal situation is occurring. So those things whether they are addressed or not. Then we have got a regulation for all the aspects to verify that the design is implemented properly, that is in commissioning and operational aspects. Now another thing which talked about is that it takes a lot of time when it comes to the licensing process. But here what we are trying to say, we actually facilitate what is called as the pre-application consultation. So where we want to make it clear to everyone that what are the regulatory expectations when any new technology is to be proposed. So if these regulatory expectations are very clearly known, so it is known both the sides, that is what regulatory is going to expect. So these can be translated both at the design time as well as in the regulatory process, so that we can optimize on the times involved. Here we go through a process of a regulation. The regulation process is also kept quite simple in the sense we actually look at the graded approach. We don't apply the same benchmark for reviewing any particular type of design. Actually the review which is carried out is essentially based on the graded approach. Higher the safety significance, it will have a higher or in-depth review, or the multi-tier review will be carried out for that. When it comes to a systems of a say first of a kind or a total novel this thing, yes, the review is going to be quite deep because things are not very clearly known. Maybe an additional analysis are required, or even at times experimentation may also be required. Now these are actually true for when the indigenous designs are concerned, but then we are open even to look at the international designs which are available. So those actually we specifically say that those designs should be licensable in the country from where it is actually originating. It should have an operating experience feedback, and there should be arrangement existing to make sure that the design competency exists throughout the lifetime in this particular thing. Now coming to the SMR specific issues which have to look at today, like Mr. Mark has also said today. One is that emergency planning zone. Actually emergency planning zone can be looked at into two different ways. Is it that emergency planning zone has to be a fixed planning zone? I will give an example here. See, earlier in India, we are having a slightly higher emergency planning zone. That was, I will say exclusion zone, that was around 1.6 kilometer. Now, with the things evolving, we have brought it down to 1 kilometer. So it is that what I want to say, that we are actually open to keep it scalable, provided that it is demonstrated that it can be accepted. So thing is that exclusion zone, that distance can be there, which is 1 kilometer today, but then it is applicable for NPP. And if other deviations are there, we have to bring it to the notice that it can satisfy the requirement. But then the other concept which is there is with respect to the emergency planning. So these are two, I may be taking a little more time. Yeah, sorry for that. The thing is that emergency planning zone, when I talk about, this emergency planning zone is more than your exclusion zone. So here actually, what is required for implementation of the emergency preparedness if a need was to arise. So this is actually one which is more debatable and which we have to look at. Then there are going to be the issues with respect to these factory built models. Now here issue is not that the design is not what we have to change, but how we are going to have a regulatory process covering these issues, because the things are going to be manufactured by somebody and going to be used by someone else. So these are the issues which you have to look up. Then the issues with respect to the transport of the fueled modules. So when we call it a fuel, so far actually we are having the fuel is brought into the nuclear reactor site and then loaded, but here we may be having an entire module transported in a fuel condition. So there may be issues associated with that. Those have to be looked at, where other than the regulatory, other agencies may also be involved. Then various agencies are going to be involved in this whole process of this SMR. A large number of them are going to be deployed. So interfacing arrangement with the various agencies, because it is not going to be anymore a single agency who is going to do from the cradle to the grave, but many agencies may be involved. So having a management or that managing those interfaces may be an issue. Then there are going to be the issues with respect to the C&I systems, and then of course the waste management issues also need to be addressed. Now there are various initiatives which are happening worldwide to see that we have a standards or the standardization achieved. Now when I talk about standardization, what I mean by standardization is there are two types of standardization. One is the standardization of the industrial codes or the standards, and second is harmonization of the regulatory requirements. If we look at regulatory requirements, most of the time is quite similar, and actually it is derived from the IA what actually it is prescribing. So most of the requirements are evolving around that, but there is a lot of variation when it comes to industry standards which are being followed for any particular thing. So means areas, these are the areas which need to be addressed. In that direction actually IA has worked out. This is a technical working group. There has been a SMR regulators forum. Then there has been exercise carried out with respect to checking the existing IEA standards, whether they are applicable, especially with respect to this light water or the PWR based reactors. So in all these activities, as a regulator, we are also trying to be part of it so that we are on the same page when it comes to the standardization and harmonization. Then there are several initiatives which IEA has initiated, and in this actually, we are actively participating into this so that we also are on the same page when it comes to the final outcome of this. Now to summarize this, is it that we don't have a regulation today when it comes to this SMRs? Probably not. If I say water-cooled reactors, the regulation essentially exists. What is not available is that standardization thing is that when it is manufactured in India, we have got an adequate thing available, it can be done. But if the same thing was to be brought in from other country, then whether it will meet the expectation which the Indian regulator is having. Now whether the regulatory reviews carried by the other regulators can be leveraged or not. So all those things need to be checked, and we are trying to gear up for that. Thank you.
Thank you for updating us on AARB activities.
Sir, if I may just interrupt in between, so sorry. But we have here among us Mr. Alok Kumar, Secretary, Minister of Power, India. Sir were to address us in the concluding session, but since he is present here and he has to leave for another assignment, so I would request him to please address us. And he is currently the chair of the Energy Transition Wing Group under India's G20 presidency. May you please come up on the stage, sir.
Thank you for accommodating this time schedule. I am really very pleased and very happy and thrilled to be in this group, so committed, so dedicated, that is still at 5:15, you are still full of energy and atomic energy and doing jobs. It's really heartening, and I have nothing much technical or expertise to say in this group. We have been talking about the role of nuclear energy in India's power sector. And we have been working very closely with Niti Aayog under the able leadership of Honorable Member Shri Saraswatji. Let me give you the context with which I have come here to share my views with you. Say, India has presented its presidency issue note to the G20 group. That was sometimes in December, and we had set out 6 priorities. Every presidency has that prerogative to set the agenda, and all other countries, they add to it, and they also have the freedom to add additional agenda. So one of the priority number 1, is the addressing technology gaps for energy transition. And in that first priority, we have listed 5 key technologies which we believe are promising technologies for taking forward energy transition up to the run-up to net zero in 2070. It is not near term or short term or medium, it is a long term. And these technologies are like carbon capture and utilization and storage, which is very important if we have to use fossil fuels. Then we have the alternative chemistry for batteries, which is our dependence on lithium. We also have the high efficiency fuel cells, those technologies, electrolyzers, and one of those technologies is the SMR. So India is the, I think, first presidency to project this emerging technology of smaller model reactor to the level of the G20 Energy Transitions Working Group. What are the deliberations? That is under negotiation and under discussions. There is a set of countries in the world who are not in favor of nuclear energy as their national strategy. They are moving away from nuclear energy, but there are several countries who are using nuclear energy. India is one of them, and there are many other countries who are looking at it. It's a potential, one of the potential source of energy for net zero. In our discussions, along with SMR, there are certain other suggestions. Russia, for being, let's name it in the closed door, they are saying SMR is not the only technology. There are other advanced nuclear technology which can be looked at. So discussion is wide enough. Coming to, say, India scenario, in our energy transition planning, nuclear energy has an important role. The numbers are not very impressive in the near term. Say by the end of this decade, we are thinking if we are able to succeed from currently around 7,000 to something around 12 to 15,000, that will be a big achievement. But going forward up to the end of Amrit Kal, that is 2047, we are aspiring to become around 50 gigawatt of nuclear energy. But net zero is even far away. It is 2070. And I am a believer that I have said it on several other platforms, that as far as power sector is concerned, nuclear energy, especially new avatar of SMRs, they are more promising. They have a brighter future than even the technology like carbon capture and utilization. So for a country like India, the place we are, the carbon capture has its own limitation in terms of the way to store that carbon dioxide. We have a limited land. We have several issues. But India has a very successful program for generating electricity from nuclear energy, and we need to take it forward. As again, I will say, you are all experts. I know very little of it. But in the Ministry of Power, I'm not very sure NTPC must have introduced that. It came also in press that recently a MOU between NTPC and the Nuclear Power Corporation of India has been restructured It was there with us, I think, 2013, 11, but not doing much. Now, both the entities have come to an agreement. They have also signed a supplementary agreement to modify their structure, and they have identified 2 nuclear power plants to be taken up by this joint venture. The key considerations are that there are 2 organizations presently in the public sector. NPCIL has a track record, and they are the storehouse of the all knowledge and research and all science about the the nuclear part of it. But same time, NTPC is a giant organization which has huge financial resources and also an established track record of project management, efficient project management. So the 2 have come together. And it's so heartening to see that both have to learn, both are learning from each other. NTPC is trying to send their engineers to NPCIL to learn about basics and about the safeguards or regulations, the technology of the nuclear part of it. And similarly, there is a team of NTPC and NPCIL which is trying to share their project execution capabilities and say project management things to NPCIL. This is very good. Going forward, I have one or two things to say. We have to start thinking and working to modify our statutory framework and regulation to involve private sector in this endeavor. Everything can't be done in the public sector. I think in many other countries, these type of reactors are being built and run by private sector entities. Of course, we need a very robust safety regulation, the other regulations and safeguards, but India should now start thinking and moving to private sector. We need both their financing ability and also their project execution capability. They bring a lot of efficiency, and that is one. If we have to expand, we can't limit it to the only public sector. Whatever I have read in the papers given to me, I am told there are too many designs being tried across the world about SMR. I can share with you the experience in energy sector in power in India. For scaling up, we need to have one standard, one tested model. So the community here across the world working for SMRs and new technologies need to work very fast to bring one standard model. Like we rapidly scaled up the LED in Ujala program. We saw the wonderful results. We scaled up solar PV. It took over solar thermal. When I was as director in the Ministry of Power, solar PV used to be 18 rupees per unit, rupees 18 Indian rupees per unit, and thermal used to be 30 rupees per unit. We used to say solar PV is not going to work. But solar PV took over because it was scaled up. So my small experience, whatever I say, the scaling up is the key. So once you scale up, then the economies of scale, then you will not be able to develop supply chains if you have so many models, so many designs to work with. So this community has to see and come together, see that there is rapid, quick standardization of the designs. And one more area is the policy advocacy. Still, nuclear power-based power generation is still a mystery for the common people, for the political class, for the media. It is very hidden. It is like something like missile system for army or something. We don't talk about it. I think the NPCIL is also a government company doing it. And by our past legacy, we don't talk of nuclear power stations in public. What are the safeguards? It is kept secret. It is not known even. So my one piece of advice, piece of suggestion is, as a community, as an energy community in India, we should talk more about nuclear power stations for the public consumption. Let us demystify it. Because Dr. Vyas is also sitting, he's been my friend. I think it is kept like something like very, very rocket science or like defense missile said. You don't talk about it in media also. Whenever any media approaches us, we say, no, we can't talk about it. It's a secret, it's a confidential, it's a separate department. I think we need to demystify. If you want a wider application like hydropower or offshore wind community is going gaga, they are everywhere. They say this is the benefit. Our turbine size is 15 megawatt, now 23 megawatt. But nobody talks about SMRs in public. So those are 2-3 things. I will say conclude. I have nothing much to say. First, I am very, very happy and excited that there is so much of interest about this technology. It has a very, very important potential for India's energy transition. Next is we need to quickly bring in private sector with lot of safeguards. Third is we need to work for scaling up and developing supply chains, otherwise economies of scale will not come. And lastly, we need to demystify the nuclear power generation for public consumption so that there is less of anxiety, less of apprehension and all. That's all. I extend my best wishes to this community. I'll say I'm very happy to come to this group of experts, and I'm sorry for butting in between because I have to go for another event at Hotel Lalit that we are having an interaction with G20 and B20. So thank you very much for accommodating my request. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the special address, sir. May we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Alok Kumar, Secretary, Minister of Power India, and the current chair of Energy Transition Working Group under India's G20 presidency. Now, may I request Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member Energy Niti Aayog, to kindly come up and present a memento to Mr. Alok Kumar. Sir, I'll get another then. Thank you so much, Dr. Saraswat and Mr. Alok Kumar. Now I would request Mr. Dohi Han to kindly carry on with the session. Thank you.
No problem. Now back to the panel. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak from Department of Energy for his presentation or remarks. Remarks. Okay.
Very good afternoon. I will give a short remark because time I think is getting delayed. So the theme of this session is safety, security, safeguard policies with regard to SMR. So let's concentrate on this aspect. So one of the prime objectives, as we have been discussing since morning, that the SMRs are not really competitors to large reactors, they are complementars. And the whole purpose is not only for India, but also for globally, I feel, is to retrofit the retiring coal plants. So if I look at safety point of view, it has to be as safe as a coal plant if I have to replace it. So that's the prime target. Otherwise, if you look at water-cooled reactor design, which is several decades old, the safety criteria is well known, the regulatory criteria is proven, there is nothing to reinvent in this. But the moment I say I have to replace a coal plant by an SMR, then the issue comes. Issue comes because the coal plants are just in the public domain. There is nothing called a plant boundary, exclusion zone boundary. There is nothing called a EPZ, emergency planning zone, and so on. So these are the aspects which need to be critically looked into, especially when I speak about SMR to replace a coal plant. And this is where, if you look at historically, the US NRC very cleverly, I will say, recently has proposed that if the size of the reactor is close to 250 megawatt thermal and it's passive by design, then this criteria can be relaxed. So 250 comes to roughly 70-75 megawatt electric. So this is where in many meetings I myself used to argue with many other designers. Why 300? Even I'm an INAB board member. I used to argue also with the French people, why the rationale of choosing 170 megawatt? Can it replace a coal plant? So the answers have still not come out. So this is somewhere I still bother, and regulators have to really look into what should be the criteria of a design with regard to size, safety features, so that it can be demonstrated that it can really fit a retiring coal plant. Now, just to correlate to this, when we are designing for AHWR, Advanced Heavy Water Reactor, one of the target for AHWR was also to replace, not replace, basically to put in the public domain. And a lot of technologies were developed. And similar technologies in BRC, when I was working, we tried to integrate in one of the SMR design. At that time, I remember my boss, who is here, the then boss, Dr. Ken Vyasab, so he used to make one remark. If you want to make so safe a reactor, then why so many instrumentation systems? It has to be simpler, then only it will be cheaper. And his slogan I put to everyone, all the designers, policymakers here, if you are riding a motorcycle, you need a helmet. If you are riding a bullock cart, you don't need a helmet. I still support his idea. I say that SMRs of certain size technology, if you can prove it is as safe as a coal plant, I really don't need so many instrumentation, so complexity. It can really replace not only a coal plant, but also in the public domain. It's called the simpler in design. That's what the designers have to really look into. The second thing is security aspects, definitely. Having not one reactor, this I will say at the end, the NITI Aayog members is here. I will show that how many SMRs India will be requiring. Itself is a very, very big number. I myself have calculated, I will tell at the end. But security aspects, let's see. When we have thousands of SMRs, I think last meeting was 5,000 SMRs, if it is put in public domain, the biggest issue is the security, definitely. The conventional security criteria with regard to physical protection system may have to relooked, critically relooked. Otherwise, we have to design SMRs secured by design. In the sense, anything happens, it has to be proven that the safety criteria is never breached. So this is called the next aspect which I have been stressing about the security part. Third thing is the safeguard part. When we'll have several such reactors, the movement of nuclear materials is another part which has to be really looked into. So this is where I'm supporting the morning discussion, which Dr. Mohanty also mentioned, that thorium could be a major candidate, especially for India looking into, because we are thorium-rich country. Thorium is a highly proliferation resistant candidate as compared to other fuel. So the accelerator-driven thorium fuel could be another type, also that SMRs, which can proliferate, which can multiply, which has to be multiplied for India specific. Now, last thing I will mention before I conclude, how many SMRs we require, why we are discussing here. Is it 50 gigawatt? Is it 20 gigawatt? This is something we all have to be sensitized, especially for India. I just give an example of a hydrogen production. This is one of the targets which we have looked at. I think globally it's being talked about, SMRs for hydrogen production. India today produces, or roughly if you say that, not produces, I will say consumes, especially for transport sector, almost 2 exajoules of energy, another 2 exajoules of energy for Fiat. So almost 4 exajoules of energy. And if I look at in the last 15 years, this is why I myself have critically looked into, it has climbed almost 3 to 4 times. And if I extrapolate it, by mid of the century, we will be requiring only for the transportation sector, as well as similarly for the industry sector, energy system, what we need today, or what we need, what we have today. And if I convert to in terms of hydrogen, it's a huge amount. I will say that several hundreds million tons of hydrogen India will require if you want to decarbon only transport and also the industries. And in terms of energy requirement, it has to come from nuclear. It has to be several hundreds of gigawatt. And that has to come, if I believe, only from SMRs. So this is something we have to really rethink, and that must be issue not only for India, but also globally. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for sharing your perspectives. Now I'd like to invite Mr. UK Bhattacharya from NTPC.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. And the dignitaries on and off the dais, especially Dr. Saraswat, sir. Coming on the second time in front of you, I'll be very brief, and this is one topic where I'm not very easy because we are very new to it, but I'll bring an outsider's perspective, and so be it as a ringside view. Mr. Nayak was talking about SMR safeguard and repurposing of coal-fired power station. Let me start with that, because that is very, very topical. Many of the speakers throughout the day have spoken about exclusion zone. And let me announce that we have agreed to collaborate with BRC to go for a small size thermal simulator to see whether such SMR models can be effectively handled in terms of safety, and if that is proved right, then probably this exclusion zone from the regulator also can automatically be reduced. So that's a good news, and that's also an affirmation that we are not only talking, we are moving. But any regulation, especially regulation of this nature, which is complex and which is across the time zones in the world, multi-nations and multi-actors, it needs a collaborative effort between regulatory bodies, industry stakeholders and policymakers. Easier said than done, because as we have been told that sovereign rights, the country specific requirements, all these things come in the way, and regulator only reflects the desire and requirement of the nation, and they imposes from the point of view of regulation. So I was just wondering, as a ringside view, can we create a forum of regulators, global body? The independent regulators, let them be independent under the sovereign, but a forum of regulators probably come and discuss once a year, 4 times a year, and come to a common principle. Also identify certain designs, also identify certain geographical applications of that design, and declare them as safe for, say, 5 countries, as such as it is. These thoughts can be looked into, and I am sure this may not be the right or exact thought, but something may come out of this. I request the entire forum to look into this. Less dependent on active energy safety systems, operational measures, and human intervention than existing reactors is call of the day. So for that, we should establish emergency response plans that consider the unique characteristics like multi-modular applications, long refueling period, proximity to population center, especially when you talk of repurposing of coal-fired power stations, and human intervention, and then smaller size or variable sizes. Now, again here I would like to suggest that can we look for the concept which Russia to start with and then China adopted in their own country, and what is known as Design Institute. And they made standard designs for their own countries, and we have seen that Indian companies going to China trying to procure coal-fired power station components. They went there with different types of specs. Some of them took NTPC spec and some made different specs. They refused. They told, this is our standard, you take it or leave it. That's the kind of thing. Now with that, China came out with 2 advantages. The design is standardized means the production can be standardized, and the production standardized means modularity can be brought, the economy of scale can come, and the cost goes down, which is one of the perspective CMD NTPC was telling, which I also share being from the same developers community. Due to spreading of large numbers, Mr. Nayak has already told, There is a possibility of proliferation, but I'll take it with a pinch of salt. If we start believing everywhere on every bush there is a ghost, then we will not be able to move. And while there has to be some kind of approach and some kind of safeguards, but we should be a bit more adventurous. And we can handle it. I have full faith on the humanity and we can handle it. But definitely the terrorists and terrorism is a reality, so we have to be careful on that. Coming to the growth of SMR, it has been established throughout the day, and we have discussed, Vaishnav himself went to Ministry of Power when we had been signing this thing, and we had been discussing that worldwide nuclear power is not considered green. That's why the hydrogen produced by nuclear power is discriminated. They call it orange or something like that. Pink. Okay. I thought it is less lady biased. So I don't know why it can't be called green. You may not call it renewable because the fuel cannot be renewed, but at least calling it green, I don't find any reason not to. It is more green than at least solar, as we have seen in terms of CO2 intensity and return on energy. I mean, economic return on energy, both way. So declaration of nuclear as green may be one policy initiative. Cost reduction we have discussed. Long-term funding is a essential things. Not only soft funding, because there is a limit up to which soft funding is possible. Nobody will give you with a negative interest rate or spread. So it can be at the most LIBOR plus 0. So what we can do, we can go for different kinds of financial engineering. Like if the life is really 60 years, then we can go for a shorter tenor funding and go for refinancing, what is typically known as take-out financing concept. Every 12 years we go for new kind of financing and the depreciation can be spread over that 60 years. That will hugely reduce the cost, at least to start with the upfront cost. Bulk capacity addition program and economy of scale is the way out. Tax and taxonomy, Mr. Han himself has told. Grants and endowment funds, yes, for the purpose of at least the developing countries, that should be one of the moral obligations for the developed countries so that we can come out of the energy transition in a just way, equitable way, and we can reach the net zero. IEA should provide the guidelines for all countries to align towards harmonized regulations. As we had been discussing, I wish that happens. The forum of regulators can be coordinated by IEA to establish common safety, security and environmental standards for SMRs as well as protocols for sharing information best practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on different interesting topics. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Shamasundar from ProSim R&D Private Limited Company.
Thank you, Dr. Han. Good evening, everybody. I have a presentation. Can you please share? Thank you. Before I go, I will try to skip many of the slides. I just want to show two, three slides here. Before I start this actually formally, I want to really congratulate Dr. Saraswat for initiating in a very big manner this SMR initiative in the country, which was very badly required and which will be very, very useful. Sir, I hope this will see the same kind of future like the missile program in India I have seen. And I am personally aware of, thank you very much, let's give him a big applause. Because I have seen the way the missile program has seen in the country, and I am personally aware of Dr. Saraswat's contribution to that. ProSim was involved in some of those activities. Now we are not involved so much in the defense activities that business have been hived off. We are more into nuclear and energy transition. But I hope your dynamism and spirit will bring the same level of maturity to SMR in the next 10 years or so, which everybody is hoping about. So I have only 4 points to make. This is something about our company which I will skip. We have been working on nuclear, working with NPCL, BRC, IGCAR, etc., and the entire ecosystem, including the end users, EPC contractors, tier 1 suppliers, etc. This is something our activities. We do all these activities in piping, mechanical equipment, seismic evaluation, all these activities, and we do some of the design-related activities. This is a project we did for ITER, and we work with many of the European companies. So I will just skip all these. These are some of the R&D projects we have done with IGCAR or BIRC. This is a leak before break of the coolant channel. Damage tolerance studies have been conducted, including the rate-dependent plasticity, etc., etc. So we have been a part of regular engineering and design activities, and we are also a part of R&D activities. And this work, which was done in IGCAR, was published along with our engineers in some of the conferences and journals, including with IGCAR. We also do this structural integrity assessment. This is a 3D scanning of a thermal power plant, generator system, because design drawings were not available. We did the scanning, then we generated the CAD models, then we did the analysis to determine the residual life. One of the service we provide is remaining life assessment and fitness for service, etc. So these are some of the quick things. So we provide engineering solutions based on simulation. I will skip these things also. I will not talk about that. We also do a lot of educational programs. When Mr. Bharadwaj was the AERB chairman, we conducted this event to educate the nuclear ecosystem sorry, okay. So this, lot of people from NPCIL, IGCAR, BIRC, everybody participated, gave lectures. Several companies, many of them are here today, and they participated as participants to understand what is this seismic evaluation, structural integrity, etc. So this is the core slide I wanted to show. This is a IAEA document. I think that number is not mentioned, but this is what we are talking since morning today. What is the type of delay that is happening in the nuclear construction projects in various countries? This is being shown. One simple point I want to make is, I can see that, for example, Japan, Korea are some of the countries where these projects are taking very less time. One request and question to you is, Dr. Han, have we observed why this is so much difference? Including in USA, France, there is so much difference, and this has been documented. So maybe I need you to explain this a little bit and see how Indian program, including SMRs, can take the benefit of this.
Very quickly, Korea used to have construction almost all the time on a very regular interval. So there was no interruptions in construction and nuclear power projects. That's the main point.
So how we can learn the lessons for India? This is one of the questions, because everybody has talked of the delay in the time, delay in the construction, lead time, costing, increased costs. These are some examples, again, from a IAEA document. The details are given in this presentation I have shared. But Mr. Bhattacharya, you can see the type of escalation that has happened in the cost. So it is 300%, 400%, even more than 400%. Not in India, but even in the, say, US or in the France, etc. So how do we make this? So my first point is, we have been building nuclear plants in India, and globally, even in France or UK, they have built. But everywhere there is this delay, and everybody knows that this delay is causing money. But I am not sure how much of this knowledge is gathered and analyzed and stored, especially today using the digital technologies of artificial intelligence, etc., how this is done. And this is one of the big challenges. My suggestion to, especially NTPC, the new companies, because you are having big bets on nuclear, and can we start with the two projects which you are taking up? Can we start with collecting this data of how the delay has happened? I am telling this from my personal experience. We are a very small company, and because we are a small company, each rupee counts for us. Even for bigger companies, it counts. But we analyzed how we are losing money. Trust me, all the nuclear projects we were doing, initially, we were losing money. So we analyzed step by step where the mistakes happened, where the things went wrong, and we tried to correct. Now we have zeroed it to only 2 items which are at the higher risk for losing money. So my point is, can we learn from the mistakes of the past? Do we have any method of documenting these sources of error, sources of cost escalation, and can we learn from that? The second point is really using SMR. I will name it as not just small modular reactor. I will call it as SMR enabled by SMEs, small and medium scale enterprises. And in India especially, this is very big problem. The smaller companies who do not have the scale, who do not have the financial muscle power, like ProSim, for example, we are always at a disadvantageous position. And we are not given preference, or we cannot bid, and there is a disqualification criteria. I don't want to use the term qualification criteria. So this is what is happening, and possibly the entire community, the nuclear community, whether it is NPCIL or NTPC or anybody, they are losing out because they are unable to use the services of smaller companies. Rita from Westinghouse is here, and I wanted to bring this attention to this SBIR and STTR initiatives of US government, which has contributed a lot. Many of the technologies we see today in the globe, they have come out of these SBIR funded projects. And I have been making these suggestions only in the Department of Biotechnology. I have seen a similar program incorporated. Sir, in no other department I have seen the equivalent of this. So maybe it's a time for initiating SBIR kind of programs to promote innovation and R&D from small sectors, which will really spur up. Now, whatever innovation and startup fund we are seeing, it's only in the digital space, in the other areas of technology. And this need not be restricted to SMR. It can be related to all the areas of energy transition, because energy transition requires a lot of innovation. It may be in coal, it may be in CCU, whatever we are talking of. And that kind of funding is very, very badly needed for a country like India. So these are the 2 points. The third point, the power secretary, he already mentioned. The key is if SMRs have to proliferate, they have to go all over the place, then there is a big need for massive mass education. Now BRC has a cell, I am aware, NPCL has some education program, but how can the whole community get charged up and do this mass reach out? I was very glad, I was telling Mr. Nayak about the book he published and Dr. Saraswat's suggestion that it should be translated. But unless we parallelly engage for making this popularization of nuclear safety among the public mind, then we will not be really able to see these things go fast. So from that point of view, this is very much required. So I think these are the issues that we need to keep. Reactor technology, code harmonization, I think I don't want to touch upon that. A lot of that has been already said. With this, I conclude my few words. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now, you said no? The audience has been very patient. Can I take at least a couple of questions, short questions? Yes, 2 questions. So, if you have any questions, please. This is last chance. You must be too tired. Okay, thank you very much, all the panelists and audience. We discussed a lot of things. From early in the morning, we discussed about the benefits and challenges. And during our session, our focus was on safety, security, and safeguards. We didn't have too much time to have discussions on security and safeguards, but still, you understand the importance of addressing these issues as well from the very beginning of the design and development, so that we do not face with big obstacles during the final stages. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Han. A big thank you to all the panelists for your excellent thought-provoking talks and knowledge-sharing session on policy regulation and safety, security, and safeguards. I hope as audience you thoroughly enjoyed this session. Now I would request Mr. Dohi Han, SMR Platform Coordinator, IAEA, to kindly do the honors of presenting the mementos to our dignitaries. Mr. Mark Knudsen, Senior Vice President, Ontario Power Generation. To Mr. Patrick Murray, Senior Manager, IEEE Conformity Assessment Program, ICAP. To Mr. S.B. Chafle, Executive Director, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. To Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak, Head, Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing. To Dr. S. Shamasundar, MD, Prosim R&D Private Limited. Thank you all the panelists. Now I will request all of you to kindly grace the chair in the audience, and I would request Mr. Han to kindly stay back for the concluding session. Chair डालो, बस एक और chair छोड़ना, एक ही छोड़ना. So friends, we are nearing our concluding session. I sincerely hope that the seminar has fulfilled all your expectations and that everyone has a big takeaway from today. So for the concluding session on the roadmap for accelerated deployment of SMR, I will now request Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member Energy Niti Aayog, to kindly join Mr. Dohi Han on the dais. Sir, please continue with the concluding session now.
So once again, now we are entering into late evening, and we had a long session since morning. So to conclude, I'll first give the opportunity to Mr. Han, because last in the panel he could not make much statement, but I think it's the time for you to now say how internationally we can accelerate the program of development, production, and deployment of SMRs in the energy transition journey of the globe. Your views.
During today's discussion, I realized there are lots of things for the agency to do. And I take your suggestion to work on a small number of PWR designs for Indian needs. And I'll bring the message clearly to our upper management in the IAEA. I prepared a short remarks for you. It has been a very long day, but I'm delighted to have taken part in this very important seminar representing the IAEA. There have been very interesting presentations of key topics, along with some very useful discussions. For starters, clearly there are high expectations around SMRs and the role they could play in energy transition. But to accelerate SMR deployment, both global and national roadmaps are necessary. This is nothing new, and technology roadmaps are proven management tools for accelerating technological deployment while also helping to avoid unexpected obstacles along the way. IAEA publication on technology roadmap for SMRs presents several model technology roadmaps to member states, which can be adapted to their specific projects. We already talked a lot about NESI, so we are working very hard to address your needs. And at the end of this month, next month, we are going to have a second plenary discussion to review the achievement during the past year, and also we are going to talk about future activities reflecting the participants' feedback on our previous achievements. For SMRs to be deployed in a timely fashion and provide a meaningful contribution to climate change goals, still more challenges must be addressed. Regarding the modularization, as you know, modularization is the process by which SMRs are designed and assembled from smaller building blocks or modules. To the extent possible, this technique aims for greater standardization of components and factory fabrication and more simplified on-site installation of the pre-assembled modules. Successful modularization, however, faces its own obstacles. For example, without a minimum order for producing systems and components, it will be very difficult to achieve the economics of serial production in a factory setting. So assurance of order continuity and robust supply chain are necessary. And another area in need of attention is safeguards. While the latest innovations continue to open up new possibilities, experience shows that designing nuclear facilities with safeguards in mind from the start is the most effective approach. One emerging opportunity to apply safeguards by design is in SMRs, which present novel reactor designs, fuel and fuel cycles, and supply arrangements. In conclusion, I'd like to say a few words about our host. The IAEA recognizes India as one of the several IAEA member states with advanced R&D capability and demonstrated experience in advanced reactor technology, including SMRs. We trust that India will continue making a tangible contribution in this area so that SMRs can achieve their potential in playing a key role in the clean energy transition. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Han. Thank you. Let me also go to the dais and conclude. So once again, good evening, and we had excellent sessions right since morning, and I would like to thank all the participants for their patience, endurance, and the interest in this very important topic of SMR. We started discussing this some time back in December, and then we had a conference at that point in time. Since then, along with Dr. Vyas, Dr. Mohanty, and rest of the team in Department of Atomic Energy, I think NITI Aayog has been continuously working on this. 2 reports have been published right from the beginning of the subject. But I think the time has now come that we have to really take plunge in this in a big way. G20 platform is quite the right platform for this because, as I mentioned in the morning, it is just not one nation which can take this journey in an accelerated manner. But I think the combined effort of all the nations that will lead to availability of this technology for the betterment of the energy world. Now, what should be done? The first thing, as far as we are concerned, we should have a very strong policy framework. Without a policy, I don't think we can accelerate this. Unless you have a policy that India shall introduce SMRs in the energy mix in a big way, I think nothing can be done. There has to be that kind of a pronouncement, and to that extent, whatever are the tentacles of that policy, they have to be evolved and worked in the form of a framework. Once that has been done, I think it becomes important for us to do the critical market analysis, as I mentioned in some time back, that we have to see for what all applications, where all we can pitch in with the SMRs. SMR, a major role to be played by them is in the energy transition, where huge percentage inclusion of the renewable energy is going to take place. And SMR should be performing the function of following the load and also providing the baseload power. That will be first major application. And second one will be difficult to abate sectors where you need decarbonization to be done, and those sectors will certainly be powered by SMR. Like that, we have to do our own assessments and evolve things. Third one is the make. After that, please harness the experience of last 50 years of nuclear energy, 1958. Huh? Okay, maybe 60 years of our experience of developing nuclear power plants. I think that experience is the one that should propel us to make the right design choices based upon our strengths and weaknesses. I certainly believe that our own, I'm talking of India now, has got tremendous strength as far as our capabilities in the various design, manufacturing, choices, materials, ideas of safety, safeguards, reliability, quality, all that is concerned. In fact, India has a unique distinction that in the last 60 years of our nuclear energy game, touch wood, we haven't had any unsafe operation so far. That speaks volumes of our capability, and if we can harness that in designing our SMRs, I think we will be doing a great job. I fully agree with the kind of numbers which Mr. Nayak was mentioning, that if we really take this policy and take it forward into different spheres of our industrial activity, I think we will have to really make the private participation as an essential ingredient of the SMR journey. And that cannot be done only after the first of a kind is developed. It has to be done from the day you have started putting pen to paper for designing the system, and even making choices for that matter. Even in the market analysis, I think involvement of the private sector has to be done. The journey for the private sector would be in twofold. One is exclusively working with the Indian Department of Atomic Energy to evolve the indigenous designs, and second pathway would be to work with the international agencies which are working today, willing to participate in the Indian program of SMR development in build, operate, and manufacture and operate in build and operate kind of a scenario in India. Only one of the factors which we will be looking forward to in the second pathway is the localized manufacturing and also all the regulatory systems of the Indian government to be followed. That kind of a thing has to be ensured. But to all my international partners today, I can say that our doors are open. We are very much willing to work with all of you, provided we have common ground with respect to the technology and also the terms which are with respect to our regulations. Within that framework, I think we are very much willing to work with every country which is present here, subject to, of course, the common grounds which we find with each other. Last point I would like to mention here is that this program has to be done slightly different from the way we have done the earlier nuclear power plants. Why I am saying that if you look at our track record, there have been major issues with respect to the pace of development, pace of realization, pace of industrial involvement, pace and time and cost, both of them have been victims of this. So I think if we have to really come out of this syndrome, the only way we can do is to run this program in total mission mode. Maybe we may create a separate entity under the DAE which will take it forward like the Korean government has done. They have done what is called the National SMR Development Agency. Am I correct? The Korean friend, you have something like that in your presentation you mentioned. Something similar, I think, has to be done to take it forward in a manner which is an autonomous body, which will have the empowerment to take the decisions and which will take it forward with respect to the partnership with the industrial agencies and so on. I think that is the kind of thing we have to do. The last point I want to touch upon is that we have to come out of this awe of regulation. I think we are some kind of a awe we have developed of this regulation. Regulation is not something which is unfriendly. Regulation part of your design system. Regulation is part of your manufacturing system. Basically, whatever you are saying as a designer, regulator is also talking the same thing, but he is wanting you to ensure that you follow all those steps judiciously. He is not saying anything different. You as a designer, if you have chosen a particular material, you have to justify it. That is all what you are saying. That this material is the right choice you have made. Or the factor of safety what you have taken is the right factor of safety you have taken. Or the test methodology which you have followed is the right or not. Or the kind of probabilities of failures which you have worked out, are they within the realm of the statistical calculations or not? So why do we sort of fear from them? I think the only way we can do that is take them forward, take them along with when the design is proceeding. Rather than completing the design, binding the whole thing, preparing a document exactly in the same manner in which the regulator wants, and then submitting to him. That's a serious job. I think we need to work in parallel, work together, and bring the whole thing. Harmonization will be very important, because if you don't harmonize, then you cannot license your technology to others. So harmonization of the standards is a very important part. Safeguard, as I mentioned to you, is important. They have to be taken care of. And that's why I made a request that standardization and safeguards, this part if we can do for just one technology, that is PWR, which is the basic strength of India, I think we would be taking it forward in a faster manner. To conclude, I would say we are on the good wicket. We are taking it forward. And I would like all the G20 delegates, all the international partners, to be part of India's journey to make SMRs for India's energy transition. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request... Ji, sir. I would request both of you to... It's completely okay, sir. Leave it, sir. Please take your seats in the audience gallery. Please take your seats in the audience gallery, please. Ji, sir. If you take your seats in the audience gallery. Ji, sir. Ji, sir. Thank you very much. Really a superb program. I'm sure all of you must have enjoyed the sessions throughout the day. What a day it was. Truly a brainstorming seminar. I'm sure we will see the fruits of today's discussion in the days to come. Our India will shine, and as we follow the concept of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, that means entire world is our family, so we wish the entire family to grow and shine in a greener and cleaner way. Well, with this, we have come to the concluding part of the day, and before we disperse, I would request Shri Rajnath Ramji, Advisor, Energy and Climate Change, Niti Aayog, Government of India, to kindly come and present the vote of thanks. Shri Rajnath Ramji, please.
Thank you. At the outset, on the behalf of Niti Aayog and the Department of Atomic Energy, I would like to thank all the foreign dignitaries who have come a long way from the overseas to participate the event, the international seminar on the role of SMRs in the energy transition. This clearly shows how important is the topic in the current context of the clean energy transition. I would also like to thank the dignitaries from the Government of India, the Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, who has been the mentor for our energy team in Niti Aayog, the G20 Sherpa, the Chair of the Energy Transition Working Group under the G20 Presidency of India, Secretary, Department of Atomic Energy, CMD NTPC, CMD NPCL, CMD BHEL, Director LNT, and Managing Director, Tata Consulting Engineers, Director Project NTPC, and all other dignitaries whose name has not been mentioned here. A big thanks to all of them. A very special thank to Mr. Dohi Han, the coordinator of all important aspects in the International Atomic Energy Agency on the nuclear sector. I would also like to thank the team members, including from Tata Consulting Engineers, my team from the Niti Aayog, putting a lot of efforts for bringing out the report, and the great support provided by NTPC, especially Mr. Samal, the team from the Department of Atomic Energy, and the BARC extending greater support for organizing the event. Thanks to everyone. At the last, but not the least, the master of ceremony. You won't believe they are not the professional, they are from the nuclear organization. Mr. Prince Grover, he's from NPCI, Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited. Please give a big round of applause. Please come forward. And Ms. Rinki Khandelwal, she is from NTPC. So with this, we conclude the session. Thank you everyone for participating in the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we are going to have a photo session. Like all the panelists, speakers, dignitaries are requested to have a group photograph, please. And afterwards, we would join for a cup of tea outside the auditorium. Yes, sir. Here only, sir. Here only, on the dais. Requesting, Ji. EMC team, kindly cooperate. Requesting the team of EMC to kindly cooperate, manage the dais, as we are going to have the photo session. All the dignitaries are requested to kindly join.
चलो